kill.
war. I'm just too tired to fight, but there's an end in sight. Wave a white flag, I'm yours tonight. 'Cause my heart can't take these heights. I need your love with me for life.
Double kill. Double kill.
Oh, I got my mind made up.
Double kill.
'Cause my heart still beats to the sound. Oh, I got my mind
Double
made up.
kill.
'Cause my heart still beats to the sound of us.
Double kill. Reversal.
Oh, I got my mind made up.
Reversal. Triple kill. Perfect. Double kill. Double kill. Double kill. Perfect. Triple kill. Double kill.
I was in the firelight, living in my head, sinking in a closer blind, could feel it in the air. It's just a waste of time, no one really cares. But then you came across my mind, got me out of there. So I went down to the river and swam till the panic was over. Yes, I went down to the river, washed all the heavy away. I washed all the heavy away.
so far away from it all. Can't feel my face anymore. Want someone to numb all the pain, 'cause I can't take it away. So far away from it all. Can't say I've been here before. So empty, I hate it. I'm sick and not feeling nothing. So where do we go when we feel so alone and we can't do a thing about it? About it. I'm done faking it, I can't pretend. And in my head I'm running circles again. I'm done faking it, I can't pretend. And I've been spending too much time on the edge. Yeah. You can see it in my face, though. You saw the mystery once again, oh no. I know we had this conversation a bit ago, so don't you know? I've been sitting at home watching the paint dry. Kinda wishing you come over and say hi, save my life. Yeah. I'm just hoping that you try. So where do we go when we feel so alone and we can't do a thing about it? About it. I'm done faking it, I can't pretend. And in my head I'm running circles again. I'm done faking it, I can't pretend. And I've been spending too much time on the edge. Tired of staying up past midnight, scrolling through your good times. If only I had mine. Lazy, watching too much TV, wishing someone missed me. Tired of staying up past midnight, scrolling through your good times. If only I had mine. Lazy, watching so much TV, wishing someone missed me. I'm done faking it, I can't pretend. And in my head I'm running circles again. I'm done faking it, I can't pretend. I've been spending too much time on the edge. I'm done faking it, I can't pretend.
Keep me closer. Don't need closure, 'cause I don't want it to end. Meet me in the back of the room, back of the party. Meet me in the back of the room, back of the party. Keep me closer. Don't need closure. The smoke in my lungs, you got me feeling so numb. Oh, all I felt was you. I was out of my mind, you were killing me inside. Yeah, I know the truth. I know it's that I think of you, I'm losing sleep. I don't know what it is you do. The moment that you walked into my life, I started to fall head to toe for you. Now I just can't get over all the games we played. I lose myself in your abuse. You split my heart in two. You I can't replace, memories cannot erase. No, I don't know how to. What we started for fun got me feeling so numb. I feel just like a fool. I know it's that I think of you, I'm losing sleep. I don't know what it is you do. The moment that you walked into my life, I started to fall head to toe for you. No, I just can't get over all the games we played. I lost myself in your abuse. You split my heart in two. Salt on my skin, pull me closer, right in. I think about all of it. Walking the city to sunset, we'd sit, talk about everything. Now I can't sleep without you by my side. You are the best part of me, and I can't deny now I'm just someone I don't even recognize.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to EHL, where we are going to start preparing in anticipation for the Summer Clash land. Today, we've got seeding, we've got qualifiers, and we've got a lot of Halo action coming your way. My name is Tudors, and alongside myself, I've got none other than Wonderboy right over there. It's a pleasure to have you again, mate. How have you been?
Yeah, been good, mate. Been good. Great to be back with you. Obviously, as you rightly said, £3,000 prize pool for the Summer Clash at the end of the month. That's going to be a big land to look out for. The first seeding cup today is going to basically place the players where they need to be, the teams where they need to be at that land. So, very important tournament today. We got best of threes, best of fives, bunch of new teams, bunch of new names. Can't wait to get it underway.
No, neither can I. And on the subject of land as well, as you mentioned, it's going to be 2 days. I believe the last 2 days of May on the 30th and the 31st. 3,000 quid up for grabs. And on top of that, we still do actually have some team passes available. If this is the first time that you're trying to maybe get involved on the action yourself, you can check some of the links that we have down below. Join the Discord and get yourself situated and acclimatized with what we exactly have to offer for the end of the month. But what we have to offer for this afternoon specifically, we're going to be kicking things off with our first game, SBFC, which we already told production we're not doing acronyms. This is the Stephen Bunting fan club versus Energiz in a best of 3.
the Stephen Bunting fan club. And I'm told there is a little bit of needle between these teams, and it comes to do with dropping players, picking up other players. I can't wait to get it underway. Looks like we're about to load in. Origin capture the flag will be game 1 in our winners round 2 match. Tudor. Ooh, bit of needle, bit of spiciness here on, well, Mother's Day in Europe, but here in England we had that back in March. So yeah, you know, around the continent there's different holidays being celebrated, but the thing we're celebrating here today is going to be Halo Infinite, getting ready for the Summer Clash.
Excited for it. It's gonna be SBFC, Stephen Bunting fan club, kicking things off pretty damn well. Mafushi, last player left alive on the side of Energies, and immediately going down. And just like that, SBFC also facilitating a flag grab. They've got the spanker, the boots. They've got everything going in their favor.
Yeah, super clean capture there. Origin capture the flag. If you are able to control those elbows, get that rocket side of the map under your control, you can have a great start. Speaking of, Ashen Reese, that was just his first death. 5 kills on the board. He was the man who grabbed that spanker. And look at how Outcasted his assists so far. Steve with 5 assists to his name. The drama I was alluding to, Mafushi used to be on the Stephen Bunting fan club roster. I'm reliably informed. And then Outcasted said, you know what, Mafushi, we don't want you anymore. We want Marine instead. So Mafushi finds himself on this roster now, energized, this all-French roster. Looking forward to seeing what damage they can do here today. A best of 3 in winners round 2. And, well, it's not been a great start for them so far.
No, definitely not. Warlord trying to cap that second point already in rapid succession. Within 2 minutes of play, 2 flags basically already locked in for Stephen Bunting fan club. This is about as smooth sailing as they could have hoped to imagine. In short, this tournament might be just for seeding alone, but obviously there's a little bit of pride that both of these teams are playing for, and every other competitor here today. And now, Energies looking to see if they can actually put up some kind of a fight in this opening map. They've also got a flag cap in motion, but Jericho, despite his efforts, is going to be the first to fall. Mafushi will be Warlord's second in this string of kills, and he will also get that flag back in motion, trying to close off this first map for SBFC as quickly as possible.
Yeah, interesting phase of the game right now. Outcasted needs a big play, takes down Brainiac. Both flags are out here, Tudor, but also rockets coming up in 10 seconds. So
yeah,
you'll have Kali moving forward, trying to sneak a re maybe underneath Outcast. Does Steve know that there's a player nearby? Kali's probably going to hop that re here pretty soon. Big 1v1 coming up here.
Definitely so. Let's see if Marine can get the job done. Easy frag found onto Kali, but blown to smithereens as Brainiac facilitates a 2-piece. Mafushi coming in from the backside to confirm this return, and he narrowly managed to get it just in the nick of time as well. And just like that, Energies with SBFC's flag in their own base, they are able to put a point on the board by the seams of it. So things are getting a little bit more competitive as we speak, Harry. I'm all for it.
Oh, big win. Big win by Warlord. I mean, he was primarily pushing out this snipe side of the map as almost like a lead blocker, if you will. That sniper still on the weapon pad, I believe. No, it's been scooped up by Marine off screen. So Mafushi's looking around, trying to see if he can find him, but I think Marine's done just well enough to get out with that weapon. So much energized pressure on his base, though. I don't think Marine will get away with this one.
Doesn't seem to be the case. Mafushi trying to run this as quickly as humanly possible. No contention coming on through either from SBFC, but as I say that, it is Outcasted to try to bring this flagpole to a grinding halt. Could buy them a little bit of extra time, and we are in a good old-fashioned flag off for the time being. Mafushi turning his attention towards getting that return in motion, but skewered by Marine's S7 as Kali will confirm that trade. Starting to get antsy here.
Yeah, Outcasted picked off. I think this will be a flag standoff here. Jericho might just get a timing window, but I mean, look at the spawn from Warlord. He spawns elbow, and smartly Jericho's going to have to back down. Now, Mafushi is already hopping a return here, so this could be the tied game from 2-0 down. Now 2 flags apiece. Good job by Jericho and the boys steadying the pace here. You've got another rocket launcher in about 30 seconds as well. Oof, the momentum well and truly in the blue team's favor here. The Stephen Bunting fan club Well, there's going to be an inquest at the annual general meeting, I'd imagine, if this continues the way it's going so far. 15 now until the next rockets.
It's going to get very close, and Jericho, he does have this portion of the map under control. Carbine is available, should he choose to grab it. And I'm really impressed with the way and fashion in which Energists have just clawed their way back into this as well. Flag narrowly going to be pulled just right there by Jericho. At least it's going to be out in the open as we're approaching that halfway point of the map. Outcasted, tricky engagement, but finally gets the lethal shots onto Cali. He's going to have to tuck himself into a odd little corner, and he will get the jump on Mifushi as well. At least credited with the assist as he starts to mobilize yet again.
Hey, that flag fumble, I'm starting to think that was pretty impactful. You just had Brainiac grabbing rockets. Oh, if you get that flag out a window, Brainiac's able to soar forward, bring in the airstrike. Instead, you die on the flag. Brainiac puts the rockets to work, but then goes down himself. And now look how the momentum has swung here. We have Ash and Reese moving towards the flag up from the elbow. But bottom middle spawns. Oh no, do they know? I don't think so.
No. Doesn't seem to be the case. Either way, they're going to have to roll with it. Ash and Reese struggling to continue running that flag through. Gets blown to smithereens. That's a good find coming out from Cali. And just like that, blink once and you'll miss it. All four dead for SBFC. Outcasted as well. As soon as he comes back up, immediately put back and sent to that respawn screen. So that's going to give Energis a brief window of opportunity to see if they can close this one out for good.
Yeah, interesting route here from Brainiac. The new sniper has spawned. SBFC are all on that side of the map, so gonna have to be a heroic snipe here to stop this game. If it's not gonna be for SBFC, they put the, well, exclamation mark, energize up 1-0 with that flag cap. Oh, I thought there was gonna be some late game heroics there with the new snipe coming up, but from 2-0 down, the boys from France coming through and taking game one in an unlikely fashion there. That was insane. That was so quick.
It was really quick as we start to settle into things and just sort of let it register, right? Because they were 2 flags down after 2 minutes of play only. And then just before, you know, with Energis, they kind of just lock in. And they managed to swing it back. I would definitely almost say that's daylight robbery at that certain point. And it felt like it was in limbo for way too long for the French lads as well. Like at any certain moment, SBFC, after continuously breathing down their necks, it could have just flipped on a dime and closed things off, but they somehow managed to grant themselves a lifeline and keep things steady long enough for them to finish all 3 caps. It was looking really touch and go the moment that Warlord captured in the second flag as well, and they were just catching Energies off guard with their pants around their ankles in a lot of different instances.
I mean, when you score a flag after 35 seconds and you're 2-0 up within 2 minutes, I mean, you're odds-on favourite to win the game. But from that point onwards, they just let Energize into the game a bit too much. You really got to put the boot to the neck in that scenario. And LOE1, SBFC will have to just lick their wounds and go again here into map number 2, Recharge Slayer. Oof, I just feel like the wind has been taken out of their sail after that one. That was their game to lose.
It certainly was. Now, map number 2. Maybe there's to win. Marine trying to get things started off hot and heavy. It is outcasted with the opening frag. Jericho is the next to fall as well. And that active camo should be picked up. No arguments there. Marine, everyone on the side of SBFC finding themselves a breadstick early in the game of Recharge Slayer. It's looking good with these opening engagements as they sit 5 kills up.
Yeah, not entirely sure which way the camo went here, Tudor. I'm thinking SBFC probably got burned after they picked it up. They definitely were able to scoop it off of the initial start. But the problem they have is that Mifushi has the shock, and despite, again, what was it, a 5-1 slaying advantage in the lead at the start of the game from the tip-off? You're now allowing Energize back into the map, back into the game. You have Mifushi with shock. The map has completely slowed down. And it's Mifushi's game now to dictate exactly how he wants to play this.
Aggressive is the name of the game. Can't quite keep his mate of Brainiac alive in that exchange. Still got the shock rifle, 2 more shots left to play with, and just gonna get deleted right off the face of the server. A good find coming on through on the side of SBFC, and once again, Energis hitting double digits, just clapping back ruthlessly as well, as they've now got 10. Warlord caught out in the open, has maybe got a chance to get away, but Jericho certainly got his number there. Easy little find, and he's going to quickly turn his attention to grab this 2-piece. Easy as you like, outcasted, pummeled, 6 feet under.
Yeah, Ash and Reese last alive over there at gold. Jericho here has the info, knows that all of SBFC will be trapped in gold. You have the lead here, Energize. You don't have to fashion a collapse if you don't want to. The timing can be kind of awkward here for the camo in 25. You don't want to be caught in gold when that thing's coming up. So actually, despite the kills going in Energize's favor, I would argue SBFC are given a bit of an out here. If they can rotate smartly around to blue, they'll be given and gifted a chance to play for this camo here in 10 seconds. We'll see what happens here, 2-Dot.
Yeah, definitely. I really hope Callie's able to mobilize and put himself in a bit more of a power position, because right now he's, yeah, it hasn't really got the best of angles to really work around with, and now he'll have to occupy Brainiac's old position. Camo yet to actually be grabbed by anyone, but SBFC there in the prime position to maybe drop a shout screen. I don't even think they really need to. I think it was, oh no, it still is online. Marine making moves towards it. Brainiac is going to be that first point of contention down below as Callie's trying to provide some cover fire with this BR. It's going to be a scrappy war of attrition, as you mentioned, for that active camo, but I think it has been claimed.
Yeah, I think Marine must have gotten a burn. Brainiac was the bravest out of everyone to push down there. So, in the end, Energize collapsed on SBFC, all trapped in gold, allowed them to play camo from blue. And in the end, no camo in play and a 5-kill advantage. So, looking back in retrospect, the right play, well executed. Now, for SBFC, what do you do? I mean, you have a good while until the next camo comes up. You want to try and close this scoreline down. And while you don't want to be afraid to play middle map, you're probably thinking the edges of the map, the boundaries are going to be your safest area, knowing you're not going to be flanked. This has been a long life from Callie. And with him putting down consistent long-range damage with the battle rifle, that will just invite pressure. And SBFC, they could get caught in some awkward angles here. Nice pre-nade.
No chance for Callie, unfortunately. Despite the nade stripping the shields of 1, shots were not on point to get either of those frags. That would have been a massive individual play. Put the stars of the line for Callie. But now we turn our attention towards Brainiac, see what he can accomplish in this instance. Shields are down, and he's kind of finding himself in the exact same situation as Callie was moments ago. And he does get traded off, but as the dust settles, this gold pipe area does still belong to SBFC. They are just clinical with clearing out this portion of the map, and as both teams surpass that halfway mark of the round, we don't quite tithe up the scoreline in the blood-soaked bow. Stand corrected, we do for a brief moment right there, but Killshare is going to be traded back and forth, and these two teams, we can hardly separate them, Harry. It's neck and neck.
It is tied up at 30, and while she always used to say Slayer starts at the 30 kill mark, well, they're tied, and now a slight lead to the red team here as Camo is about to pop. That was the messiest string of engagements. I was wondering, why are we just funneling and throwing ourselves into gold time after time? And finally, we've seen them rotate around to A. But does Warlord know that I think someone from Energize has actually picked up camo? I'm not sure who that is. Okay, I think it was Jericho who just got traded off. So, no camo in play, tied at 34. I would argue Energize looking the stronger in terms of map positioning at this moment in time. Ash and Reese finishes off Callie finally. But ideally, you want to try and play that line on this map between the two sides of tower. You want to go from A to C. 2 stickies at bottom A, 2 stickies at top blue over towards C. So this line is so good for utility and forcing trades when your team's in a lead. New shock, 10 seconds. That could... Here, 2-Dot, that could be the difference with these two teams so close, neck and neck.
Think so, but hopping on with Marine, he's still got something to say, looking to clean up Mifushi, who's really struggling in this game of Slayer. 4 and 13, hoping
Enemy team
to
nearing
set this ship a little bit more straight for the sake of Energis looking to, close off the second map. Outcasted, as well. 8 and 6, looking to find Brainiac. It's a bit of a tough and scrappy engagement, and he luckily does have a little bit of support in the form of Ashen Reese, who's top fragging and tied with Brainiac, actually. Mifushi narrowly gets his 5th kill right there. That's a big one towards that elevator side, and you can see Warlord as well looking to try to reclaim this lost territory, but SBFC, they did manage to pull ahead of Energize. Kali, the next person to potentially go down, and just narrowly keeps their life intact to fight another day.
You can see Warlord wanted to insta-explode that nade, but the magnetism from Kali's head just dragging his aim away. This is a good flank, though. Just puts a little bit of breathing room between himself and his teammate. He's jumped to his own nade, though, trying to force a trade and outcasted his brother. Whoa, what a pre-nade reversal onto Kali. That could be game-defining here. 2 kills to go, 1 kill now. Important to breathe, not rush. Take your time here on Jericho. He can't finish off the no-shields player. Marine's chasing ghosts. Can he finish it off? Oh, Marine loses him in the lights. 49-49.
What has Jericho just done? He's pulled out the rug from underneath SBFC, and it's down to Ashen Reese to try to close it off, but no, just a fraction of a second too late. Energized, they're able to stave off the onslaught.
Oh no.
They were 4 kills behind, Harry. What on earth just happened?
Look at this. 49-45 it was. Oh, Jericho literally 1 bullet away from death.
No right
Okay,
winning
maybe
that.
not. I don't think the first one actually registered, so 2 bullets. That's all Marine needs to hit here, but oh, the little juke from Jericho stepping down. Oh, the sprint off the ledge, dude, that's so micro.
Yeah,
it's enough to put off Marine's aim, and oh, from then on, you just need to not panic. And sadly, for SBFC, their tournament life in the winners bracket, at least, is now over. They have to drop down to the lower bracket. Oh, and there's beef. There's beef. Show us this beef, Infinity. Come on, scroll up. Look at this. Love it.
Yeah,
love it.
That's crazy, man. It's got me at a little bit of a loss of words. I mean, it was a map of biblical proportions that came to an end with a masterstroke. Unfortunately, we only get 2 maps between these 2 teams to close things off. At least it came down to the wire, and both teams really gave it all in the chaos of it all. 50-49 to close things off as Energize to progress onwards and upwards, but for Stephen Bunting Fan Club, obviously their day is not over just yet. They will still have a chance to duke things out in that lower bracket.
Oh, dude. They were up 2-0 on flags and lost 3-2, and then they were up 49-45 with a player no shields, two maybe 1 bullets away from death, and they couldn't close it out. I mean, that's tough to digest. Yeah. I've been in games like that, and it really makes you want to just stop playing and just, you know, go outside, touch grass for a little bit. But they don't have that luxury. They now drop down to the lower bracket. As you rightly said, their day continues. They will still feature, but now they only have 1 life left in the entire tournament. Credit to Energize, their mentality exactly where it needed to be in that best of 3. Oh, they never gave up, and they got their rewards. My goodness.
No, exactly. They will get to enjoy the fruits of their labor, and I'm all for it. We're going to be cutting to a short little break, and we will return potentially with some more action as we could potentially follow Energize, but obviously we've got a lot of competition. Either way, don't go too far. We'll be back in just a jiffy.
None of this seems right. What am I holding on to? If I
was all alone. Then you showed up under my umbrella. Oh, shelter from the cold. Where do we go from here? Where do we go from here? Where do we go from strangers down, lost in time with one another? The hourglass takes us further from here. Strangers down, lost in time with one another. The hourglass takes us further from here.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. We're going to be running it back as we hop onto yet another game in Winners Round 2. So we're going to be seeing the exact same map pool: Origins, ATF, Recharge, Slayer, Lattice, Oddball. The only difference it will be the name tags at the very, very top. It was Stephen Bunting Fan Club versus Energize, now Conspiracy versus Melanators in this next series. My name is Tudors, and I've got none other than Mr. Wonder Boyo himself, buddy. How are you?
Hello, mate. Yeah, doing good. Still trying to process exactly what we just watched in the first game of the stream, but we don't really have time to dwell on that. We now move on to, as you rightly said, our next game, Conspiracy versus Melanators. These rosters are on the Melanators: Theo, Dreams, Square, and Brian Noob. Looking forward to seeing these guys in play. And then Conspiracy, some names you may be familiar with: Suspense, Finners, Cami, and I believe Shiesty is subbing in this week. So they are not at full strength, is what I've heard. I've been keeping my ear to the floor, to the grapevine, if you will, and that's what I've heard through it. So we'll see if their less than full strength roster is enough to take down the Melanators here in Winners Round 2.
I'm all for it. I'm excited for this one. These are two teams that I don't really know all too particularly well, so for me it's going to be a fun little meet and greet. But obviously we have got, on the side of Conspiracy, a little bit more well-known. We've got players such as Suspense, Finners, Kami, Shiesty. On the opposite side of the ring, Melanators, we've got Theo, Dreamsatch, Square Me One, as well as Brian Noob, not to be confused with the legend himself, Ryan Noob, as well. So, still relatively stacked, but this particular mix and match of players, like I said, completely new to me. Either way, I'm all for it as we get stuck right into the thick of it.
Yeah, if you had to ask me, kind of in a vacuum between these two teams, which would be the favored, I would say Conspiracy. I mean, we've seen them in the seeding cups on the lead up to DreamHack Birmingham. They were putting in work. They were, for a while, the highest seeded European squad, right? So, yeah, look out for them. They definitely know how to play the game, and Suspense is looking to do exactly what we saw the Stephen Bunting Fan Club do: a flag cap within 35 seconds of the game starting. Now, I don't need to remind you, Tudor, what happened to SBFC after they put in the second capture, but something tells me this one might be a little different for Suspense and the boys, as two thrusts to work with, one cap to his name, 2 kills already down. Make that 3 now. I think Suspense will be quite happy with his work here in the opening portion of the map as he finally goes down.
certainly so. And yeah, we have every right to be a little bit fearful about seeing a repeat of that opening game with which we started the day. History might not repeat itself, but it certainly does rhyme every now and then. Finners, the next person falls. Suspense hopping on with him. Struggles versus Square Melon. Does get taken down as we hop on with Shiesty, who's caught between a little bit of a rock and a hard place, having to rotate back on through, and does have his eyes set on Ati. Yeah, he does get taken down as 7-shot whizzing right past his cranium, but this is a tricky situation for Shiesty to play defense on by himself.
Yeah, he's actually advancing towards the Melanator's base, and to be honest with you, he's doing the right thing. If you didn't get a chance to play Halo 5, if you're watching this and you're thinking about this map like, oh, how do teams know how to do anything on this map? Well, it's perfectly simple. Control on capture the flag, this elbow side of the map, run the flag down the trench exactly like this, and what happens is the enemy team will spawn over towards their cave. They will run towards snipe and then just kind of be dead-ended there. Like, if you get enough damage on them running through, then they don't want to make the dangerous cross either to cut the flag or get up to rockets if rockets are coming up, as they are in 5 seconds. And that's definitely the favored flag route. We'll see Slayer a little bit later on this map. It's kind of the inverse on Slayer. You almost want to get to Sniper Tower, control that, because the aim of the game isn't capturing flags there. It's about just surviving and getting damage down and getting kills. So, yeah, we're going to see the final flag here pretty routinely put in by Shiesty, who has a breadstick but 7 assists to his name. And now 2 caps, had more flag caps than kills at the end of that game.
Yeah, that's about as by the book as you could actually ask in terms of Origin CTF. As you mentioned, Conspiracy, they had a script. They entirely stuck with it. So, no arguments there. We'll wrap up that opening map 3-0 and quickly turn our attention towards Slayer on Recharge, because realistically, there's not a whole lot for us to digest from that one, unfortunately. Nobody hits double digits, but Conspiracy, at least individually speaking in the kill department, very, very damn close. And yeah, Shiesty 7 assists as well. Massive contributions all the way through, and that is about as clean cut as a kickoff as you could ask for.
Yes, the tale of 2 117s. You see Theo on the red side there, 1 kill, 1 assist, 7 deaths. And then Shiesty, 1 kill, 1 death, 7 assists. I think that pretty much just spells out as a nice overview what happened there in game 1. I mean, this could be a speed run, this series, I won't lie. I mean, 3.5 minutes in capture the flag in game 1. We got a Recharge Slayer game 2. All it takes is 1 cycle of bad spawns, bad kills, bad routes from Melanators, and they could find themselves in a world of hurt here as Conspiracy look to try and speed run the winners bracket a little bit here.
Yeah, you don't want to sort of get stuck in an Ouroboros situation of constant death and bad spawns, as you mentioned, for Melanators. Finding a way to evade that cycle entirely on Recharge is going to be of the utmost importance, and the chance we could see a game that was as tight as that 50-49 between SBFC and Energize, but part of me is not all too glass half full about it, unfortunately. We'll have to wait and see if the action speaks for itself in the server, but Conspiracy, they've got all the advantage and all the momentum moving into the second map here.
Indeed they do. On to map 2 we go. Recharge Slayer on this map. As I mentioned in the series before this, for me, when you're in the front foot, just all about controlling that straight line between top C and top A. Just run in a straight line, get the stickies. I think that was
Perfect.
no, it wasn't quite a cross-map stick from Shiesty. No, it was. Look, he's at top A, so I think that was a cross-map stick from Shiesty. And yeah, just want to just control this straight line, spawn the enemy team at the back of the map at gold pipes, red pipes. You just don't have any breathing room.
Wow.
You're gonna make some kind of play to one side. It's so telegraphed to the enemy team. TK2, shock, camo. Oh, this is, yeah, a speed run of a series here.
Yeah, I genuinely wanted to ask you, what do you make of this map thus far? But I think we have our answer pretty explicitly right in front of us. TK2, as you mentioned, shock, grapple, camo, Conspiracy. They're greedily holding on to all of the toys, and they're going to start putting them to use. There is, in my mind, already very little that Melanators have to say in this series, and they are dropping like flies. Already a gap of 10 kills exists. Yeah.
I mean, what we're seeing here, Tudor, is a golfing class. With all due respect from Melanators, because you get any of these guys on your team in matchmaking, they're probably going to put up a decent performance, right?
Double
But
kill.
Hell yeah.
in these types
Killing
of
spree.
tournaments, it really is about team play and being coordinated and sticking to a game plan. And that's sadly the difference we're seeing right now. And you can tell the experience coming in from Conspiracy. I mean, I know Suspense is only young still, right? But he's so confident in the movement and the fights that he takes. Surely he doesn't get out of this situation. Oh my god. He does.
No, stop. If he got that stick, disrespectful as all hell, I would say. But he does get put in his place temporarily. Melanators starting to claw their way back in bit by bit as the active camo is just about 10 seconds away from being online, and Melanators really starting to amp up the aggression. A missed melee doesn't connect. Finner's instead going to punish Brian Noob there, and just like that, with 2 players dead on the side of Melanators, this is more than enough real estate for Conspiracy. Grab their second active camo of the game.
Yeah, 2 in a row. This one here for Finners. And you were right. I mean, Melanators, they were on the front foot. Sadly for them, Slayers aren't really one on the front foot. They're more one on the back foot. And what we saw from, I think it was Finners we were on board with, actually, just slowing the pace down when he was at tower. When he had 2 teammates die, just put your pad down for a second. No need to move. Just wait for the enemy team to kind of move into your reticle. And Melanators, they got a little bit overconfident. Didn't identify where Finners was. That's a big one, though. Square Melon 1 taking down Finners with a camo. That will put his life to rest, but I sadly think it will be too little too late at this stage of the game. It would take a huge swing to go back into Melanator's favor to try and stay alive in this series. So, yeah, good recognition from Finners there on the back foot. He's now 12-4 in this game.
Yeah, which is an insane individual stat line to have thus far. A KD ratio of 3. Oh, he is just tearing Melanators a new one, and he continues to rack up these kills. Easy as you like. Melanators now have to break the cycle. They do manage to gain a little bit of a foothold inside gold now that they have taken down Finners in Suspense. All 4 dead briefly for a fraction of a second on the side of Conspiracy. So, Melanators now starting to slowly find their groove, just like Stella. Dreams did find one there with the shock rifle, but gets traded off quite instantaneously, and still 9 kills separate them, but I don't want to count out Melanators just yet.
No, certainly not. We have Conspiracy pretty much trapped at the tower. I mean, all 4 members there. Nice flick from Melon as well. Oh, if he could have survived, there was a real chance. But as you can see, the back foot play from Conspiracy, just inviting the pressure in, surviving when they need to, bodying up. It is what wins you Slayers, because Melanators, they needed pretty much a 4 dead wipe there, spawn all of Conspiracy over at gold. And then maybe we're talking about a chance, but they haven't got it down to within 7. If I'm Square Melon, I'm thinking no reason to push gold here. You got camo here in 10, no reason to give Conspiracy favored spawns for this. I think Conspiracy will spawn blue off of this. And in the big picture, I don't think this is the right play. They're just going to give a 3rd camo to Conspiracy here.
Oh, look at that. Dreams coming in just like that. Easily clears out that elevator side and retains control of it now that he's taken down Shiesty. And yeah, as you mentioned, attention needs to be turned back towards that active camo. And unfortunately, it has, I was going to say it's eluded my attention, but Finners has it. That's why I got you on my side, Harry, because you pay attention to these things when I clearly don't. But batteries control looking to be established here as well. Dreams does find his 3rd in that life before being traded off, and Melanators, suddenly, they're a little bit back into this.
I mean, I beg your forgiveness, Melanators. You saw the right play unfolding right in front of you. You knew that you could give Finners camo and it wouldn't be as impactful as the first 2 have been. We're now down to a 4-kill game. Sadly with damage and turbine, I'm thinking Conspiracy probably move forward after this. There's a push coming here soon. I can feel it in my bones. New shock is up, and yeah, here comes that collapse. A chance to put Melanators on split spawns and pretty much end the game here. But Brian, whoa, he survives, does he? Nope, he's down.
Nope.
and 5-kill game now.
Scary situation, a 2v2. Finners finds one. Square Melon does get an instant trade yet again. It remains at 5 the gap. Finners and Co. They do manage to take out Othia. This is starting to get a little bit tricky for Melanators. A full team wipe could be their undoing. TK2 does claw it back by 1 yet again, but Conspiracy, all they require is 2, and the shock rifle starts ringing out from afar. And just like that, Conspiracy is going to prompt some aggression for them to start moving in towards that gold side. Dreams caught lacking potentially at least a little bit of damage to contribute. Finners now looking to skirt on through. Finds his 2-piece to close it off in favor of Conspiracy. It might have not been as close as the previous series, but Conspiracy, they came to do a job. And they will take this entire thing 2-0 up.
Hey, hell of a game from Finners, hell of a game. And I don't think that too much brain power was exerted from the side of Conspiracy. It was just settling into their rhythm. And you can see from our score lines, the GGs go in, a complete contrast from our first game, which we mentioned had a little bit of needle about it, a bit of bad blood, but 19-9, a +10 spread from Finners. That is some game, just almost automatic for Conspiracy there in Recharge Slayer. Credit to Melanators though, they were what? They were down 8-9 kills, something like that. We're able to bring it back to within 3.
A little bit more, I think, actually. Yeah.
May well have
I
been.
think the gap at a certain point at its maximum was about like 12 potentially. And yeah, they credit where it's due. They were able to claw it back and it really started to get competitive. It started to get very damn interesting as well. But I really do think we have to address the elephant in the room. The fact that you let 2 active camos slip at the very start of the game is just something that you can't really be doing, unfortunately. And losing out on those crucial resources as early as you do, as consistently as they did, it really added to sort of their faults in this second map overall.
Yeah, it almost puts you at an insurmountable deficit if you just even psychologically give 2 camos to the enemy team to start the game. You're just thinking, oh man, if we had one of those when you look back on it. But if I was looking back on it from both teams, if I was VOD reviewing that map, I would just highlight the back foot plays. When you know you are in a disadvantaged position, whether in spawns, damage, positioning, whatever it is, you need to be able to play on the back foot. And we saw that more from Conspiracy than we did from Melanators there. And I think that was the difference maker in the end. But credit to both teams. That was a lot closer than I thought it would be at portions of that map.
Yeah, no, I entirely agree as well. Even though we might be bashing them a little bit, still they were able to put up quite the fight. A gap of 10, it's really not anything to sneeze at. It was still, you know, an A for efforts at best. And for Melanators, once again, the exact same thing stands as it does for SBFC a little bit earlier on. Their odds and their chances for more favorable seeding for the Summer Clash LAN at the end of this month, not entirely thrown to the wayside just yet. They will drop to that lower brackets, and we will drop ourselves off of your screen. We'll cut to a short little break. Don't go away too far. We'll be back in a jiffy.
dancing in the light. Past that we can never write. Oh, they were dancing way up high. We built these walls so we could find who could prove themselves to the waves of time. Trying to repent before you sin. It's like giving up before you begin. Stars were dancing in their light. Past that we could never run. Oh, they were dancing way up high. Stars were dancing in their light. Future we will never run. Dirt on our feet was bone dry. It was bone dry.
Double kill. Killing spree. Double kill.
Thought another goal is all we needed. Taking second chances till we bleed. And when all the love had been depleted, we had but no choice to concede. As the stars were dancing in their light. Past that we could never run. Oh, they were dancing way up high. Stars were dancing in their light. Future we will never run. Dirt on our feet was bone dry. It was bone dry.
Well, Conspiracy may have kicked things off rather simply this afternoon following a 2-0 victory, but it's going to get a little bit more interesting, and it's certainly going to turn out to be a bit more of a hard-fought match, I hope to imagine, versus Bag in the Fries. That is their next bit of competition that they have ahead of them. And now we're dropping the best of threes. We're going to start ramping things up. This is a seat at the big boys table. Best of fives right now from this point onwards. I'm excited for this one, Harry. This one should be a bit more... What's the right adjective that I'm looking for?
Competitive.
That will do, yeah,
Close.
for now.
Should be a bit more hard fought, I'd imagine, from both sides.
Certainly.
I just want to take a moment as we look over our glorious best of five to say, if you guys want more best of fives, all right, don't queue matchmaking when your best of five is ready. Don't go into warm-ups when your best of five is ready, okay? If you want more best of fives, be more punctual, and then we will have more accurate ways to give you best of fives, because you guys won't be fanning about playing extra games. There we go. That was my little soapbox moment. I've got it out of my system now, Tudor. Okay, here's the best of five. It's going to be a good game, I think.
I think we actually need to put a PSA about that. Just like, you know, I think we need to take to Twitter about this. Genuinely.
Should do some kind of informational, like, service announcement video, you know, like an infomercial. I'd be down to do that.
Yeah, I think it's also something that every other esport needs. You know, you can't really be doing Terrorist Hunt before your Rainbow Six game. You can't really be doing KZ maps before your match of Counter-Strike. None of that
will
nonsense.
preface, Sudo, I will preface that I am a little bit biased because when I was coach of Na'Vi, Into the Breach, Nemesis, anytime we were knocked down to the losers bracket, and I said this before we came on air, we had to wait 5-6 hours because the losers bracket was so far back, because people would just queue games and matchmaking. They'd get an oddball game, and then the oddball game would go to the round 3, and then other people weren't ready, so other people would queue matchmaking. Listen, all right, just be on time for your match, all right, be considerate. If you want to warm up, just warm up against bots, but as soon as the lobby's ready, okay, let's go, let's do it. Anyway, if you all do that, if you all follow that tradition, right, you will get more best of 5s, but because you fanny about, you now have to play best of 3s. But here we are in the first best of 5. Recharge King. Was this taken out of rotation? I can't even remember. That's how out of the loop I was, but I'm glad to see it back if it did get removed, because this was one of my favorite game types. We were so good on King of the Hill. I thought it was our strongest game types on all the rosters I was a part of over the years. So yeah, I'm looking forward to this one. We got Bag in the Fry, Zove, Ninja, Pantho, Flubs taking on the boys from Conspiracy, who we just witnessed. Here we go. Recharge King, game 1.
You're right, it has been a hot second since I've casted Recharge Koth as well, so really happy to see this back for a bit of a trip down memory lane. And it is going to be Bag in the Fries kicking things off with the first bit of progress thus far. Ninja as well. Stuck in a very antsy and awkward little corner right there, but he does have the jump on Thinners. Unfortunately, doesn't quite clean up the kill as eloquently as he'd like. Pantho does come in for a 2-piece right there, and he's got 2 very heavily lit players now moving towards that gold side. Unfortunately, the nades don't connect, but Zove shots, they certainly do. And that's going to be massive for Bag in the Fries. Now that they've cleared out gold, they're manipulating Conspiracy spawns and forcing them further and further back from this first hill.
Yeah, need to hit blue here if you want to transition properly. Zove is going to do just that. Try and hit tower as soon as possible. But, oh, they still get blue spawns, Conspiracy. Not enough numbers giving up Turbine. Ooh, I think they might get away with it, but Conspiracy will be in a very strong position come this P2 hill. Now, for the 2 hills over here towards blue, you got, let me see if I remember off the top of my head. This P2 one in blue pipes, and P5 is blue platform. The biggest anchor point on the map is exactly where Pantho is stood right here. Great job from our observer, Meg, in the back. Glass is so pivotal to just give you that side spawn. Look for teams when they clear out blue near to the hill. You have to go and attack that spawn, defend it, and on the other side, you can't straight line tower from A. Pantho, I think it's a little too hopeful. That's why we see Conspiracy through TK2. Cammy over there was trying to push Ninja, but I mean, Ninja has it on lock. 3 down Conspiracy. They have to start again from square one.
Double kill.
Bag in the Fries, they've got Conspiracy in a bit of a chokehold, I think, at this certain stage. And Pantho, he's flipping, you know, around left, right, and center, and he's basically got every single one of these blue spawning players as numbers. Conspiracy, they just have to lock horns, and they can't even really move around the map. They're not being given any room to breathe whatsoever. That was a remote dead, I think, that also went off for a stick. I just blinked and I completely missed it, and before you know it, all 4 dead for Conspiracy as well. This is about as brutal as things could get for Conspiracy, and if you're a fan of them, I'm also right there with you. I'm praying that they're able to find their way out of this hole that they've been forced and thrown into, because it is looking rough for them out there.
Yeah, it is, with Pampo potentially getting camo. Shock now has grapple. He has all the candy to play with. So shout out Cheese, by the way, in the chat. I remember back in November of last year in Stoke, top 6 player. Not bad at all. And he's right, it's P4 C plat, not P5. P5 is bottom middle. That's how long I've been out of the game. Regardless, the point stays true. There are money spawns you want on these hills. Yeah. And on this one, it is A. You for sure want this side of the map. Theoretically, we could see Bag in the Fries just play time here if they want. They can play the neutral clock, because, I mean, look how much commanding map position they have. They're in no... I mean, there's no rush for them, because they're up on map positioning. They have the spawns they want. You can take the time, wait for Conspiracy to move first, and then you can start getting some progress on the hill. This is really patiently and perfectly played, in my opinion, by Bag in the Fries. They're about to cap this hill, barring one last break here from Conspiracy.
If I'm back in the fries and I'm weighing out my options, I think 3.5 minutes is a little bit too much neutral clock to let it wind down. I'd rather just try to get the points in as quickly as humanly possible and potentially try to close off these last 2 hills. Ninja doesn't really struggle all too much with those, though. He finds the both of them, and he will secure his spot as top fragger in this lobby. 11 frags thus far. And he's just going to continue ripping and tearing his way through. Finners has been spotted, and even though he doesn't commit to that engagement, he's just mobilizing and rotating further and further through past the seaside. But there's a swarm of blue silhouettes that he's got to respect. Has spotted out Suspense as well, and he continues to duke things out a little bit. Doesn't wait for his shields to come back, but somehow still able to keep his life intact for a little bit longer. Back in the fries, 3 points on the board. This is the last one that they require.
Oh, Conspiracy get blue spawns? Okay, Flubzo gets camo. That's okay. The Conspiracy spawned A behind him. Ninja has the money spawns for this hill, but it cost Flubzo his life with camo. I'm not sure if there was a miscommunication there. Because if Ninja's spawning gold, you must assume Conspiracy are not all spawning at blue. They have to spawn over at A. Regardless, it doesn't matter. Bag in the fries, they clean wipe. No thought about playing time. Oh, Cammy spawn at glass. That could be a big thorn in the side here.
Good nade. Unfortunately, it doesn't quite hit the mark that Ninja ultimately wished for, but Conspiracy, clock's a ticking. They got to maybe find themselves with some presence on this hill if they want to keep this opening map alive. Trading a few kills back and forth, but back in the fries, basically just moments away. They don't even really need to turn their attention towards that shock rifle. The active camo doesn't even matter when that thing's online. Screw it. Just close it off right now.
Yeah, you can win 2 ways here if you're bagging the fries. You have neutral clock ticking down all the while you're not in the hill. Even if Conspiracy capped this one, I mean, you'd imagine there's at least one more break from bagging the fries. Why not? It's a bit of a free hit. The next hill goes to bottom middle. And Conspiracy needs to cap that cleanly, all while preserving the neutral clock, all while still needing to capture another hill after that. So, although we'll see Conspiracy likely turn over this based on the, wow, map positioning, I say that before Ninja comes through with a big kill, you would still need so much work going forth after this hill. So, need to cap it quickly, cleanly. For bagging the fries, as I said before, there's 2 win conditions here. There's 2 different ways you can win.
Yep. For Conspiracy, clinical Halo required from this point onwards. Shiesty and Finners, not even in the same postal code as this 4th hill. And bagging the fries, they will take this opening map with little to no arguments overall. Conspiracy, they did have a few moments of hope, briefly, but no moments of brilliance, unfortunately, in that opening map. So back in the fries, definitely setting the tone for how they would ideally like this entire best of 5 to go.
Yeah, tough one for Suspense. Was just out of rhythm with the rest of his team. It can happen on some maps, especially on King of the Hill, where you're constantly feeling the pressure from your team to go and try and clean up damage that they've already done. You can just move out of that weird synchronization with your team, especially when you're going up against a strong slaying force like bagging the fries. You could often come off the respawn time and time again and be in a 1v2, 1v3, sort of 1vx scenario, if you will. And yeah, that typically leads to scorelines like that. He'll have to shake it off going into map 2, but overall, really impressed with bagging the fries. Saw it time and time again from Ninja and the boys, just locking down the money spawns. We love to see it. That team kill we just saw? Hold up.
It was actually.
Wait.
Look at the fade. Finners and Suspense, their names are next to one another.
Dude, it's a team kill and a suicide. That's rough. That is rough. He sticks his teammate and then it blows himself up as well. Oh, that's disgusting.
Oh god, yeah, that one's gonna be circulating around Twitter a little bit later on today, I imagine.
Automatic forfeit of that scenario. You're just like, alright, well, what's map 2, bro? I don't even want to play this map anymore.
No, exactly. Controller's already been set down out of embarrassment. By Conspiracy, they've already they've left the home. They've gone outside to touch some grass, you know, try to reclaim their peace potentially. No.
Oh, they're good for them. They got Solitude Slayer game 2. That was sarcastic. This can be a very snowbally map. Another one, you need to respect the handshakes on here, Tudor. You can't funnel into areas where damage just is not in your favor. Try and get some miracle plays. This isn't the map to try and do that. Just be in sync with the rest of your team. Let's go.
That's really all we're going to be looking for. And if there's one big change that I want to see come out from Conspiracy, it's, as we touched on briefly as well, Suspense. Sure, he had a bit of a one-off nightmarish performance in the opening map. Now he needs to get realigned with the rest of his squad. And then Conspiracy, technically speaking, will stand a much better chance instead of dropping, you know, 4 hills potentially. But this is Slayer. It's all about the kills here, baby. Let's see what Conspiracy can get done.
Well, let me tell you, it's not a great start for them. You got Ninja, Camo Shock, Pantho in a somewhat unorthodox position. Okay, he's going to relocate, but this is the nightmare scenario. When you're on the back foot, you lose the break, you've got Camo Shock to play against, you're all trapped in blue. You're just waiting for the inevitable. It's almost better to just run out and try and get a cheesy trade against this Camo Shock player, because otherwise the scoreline ramps up like this. You're then cycled into Hotel and S1 spawns. Oh, did all 4 spawn there? Yeah, they did. So yeah, this could be a 12-1 scoreline very soon.
Fish in the barrel, anyone? Yeah? Really seems like it to me. That is the second full team wipe that Conspiracy have now fallen victim to in basically the opening 70 seconds of play, Harry. This is about as dodgy as it gets, and certainly not the kind of Halo that we signed up to watch this afternoon, unfortunately. Conspiracy really need to try to get their way out of it, and Shiesty, as you mentioned, does find a way to deliver an overkill right there, but we're going to need a lot more than just those kinds of individual performances to close off a gap of 10 already.
I mean, dare I say, just a little bit of lapse in the concentration from bagging the prize, thinking they would just steamroll the whole way through. When you lose a player to a cheeky backsmack, I think it was the first of Shiesty's overkill. I think at that point, when you get it back to a 2-on-2 trade, you almost need to just run away. Like, circle back around, see where the spawns are in the next cycle of spawns on the map, and then go from there. But interestingly enough, back in the prize, they're now trapped in blue, and we got Conspiracy on the front foot. Cami with a double. Camo in 20 seconds.
Triple kill.
Could see an overkill.
Killing spree.
It's a little bit odd. Even though Conspiracy, they're on the back foot, 2 overkills already found. One by TK2, the other by Shiesty. If this trend continues, then Suspense and Finners will also have their moments in the spotlight sooner rather than later. But
the problem for Conspiracy, though, Tudor, sorry to cut you off, they're over here on the unfavored side for Camo that just came up. I think Flubso has that. If not, it's Pantho. Ah, yeah, I think it's Flubso Camo right now. So, despite all the hard work, I mean, that was a beautiful overkill from Cami. They don't get shot. Oh, that's, excuse me, they don't get Camo. New shock in 5. Oh, that's tough to digest.
It really is rough. Conspiracy, they've almost had their scoreline be doubled by Bag in the Fries. 29-17, it's quite the gap that they got to close off. And sure, you can capture lightning in a bottle as many times as you want. Shiesty and TK2, I'm looking at you two specifically with those quadra kills, but if it's not translating into tangible scoreline improvements, then what the hell are we really doing here? Shiesty, shock rifle in tow, has got to try to maximize its value as much as humanly possible. It's starting to become squeaky bum time for them, honestly.
It is indeed. I think just psychologically, the fact that it's, oh, okay, never mind. Never mind. Zove coming through with a sticky, taking on the shot. I was about to say the fact psychologically Flubso had been taken down. He was the Camo boogeyman. You just think, okay, maybe I can relax a little bit now. We know Camo's dead. But Zove pushing the pace. They have trapped Conspiracy here in blue again. And they're rightly giving space, but I think maybe a bit too much space, because we have 2 Conspiracy players pushing through yard at this moment in time. So it's a 2-on-2 split across the board from Conspiracy, and it might just work out in their favor. Yeah, 3 kills to just 1 on the side of Bag and the Fries. That was an okay trade. Where are the spawns now, though? They seem a little bit concerned about S1.
Yeah, so TK2, tricky engagement, lands the perfect onto Ninja. Almost could have been perfected himself instead. So Conspiracy, they're still able to keep the ship afloat, but it really just seems like they're duct taping a lot of holes as they're popping up, rather than being able to actually, you know, command its lead at the mast themselves. this gap continues to plague them. 13, and TK2 narrowly tries to pull off the back smack, but doesn't quite get the jump behind his prey in time. Bag in the Fries find themselves 7 kills away from closing off the second map rather convincingly.
Okay, but Conspiracy, they have a chance to play camo here. I think Finna's just grabbed that. Won a big 1v1 on Pantho. If I'm one a Bag in the Fries, I'd probably send someone bottom mid here, try and trade that off. Because that's Conspiracy's way back into the game here. Finna's with camo, he's S4. Okay, finally you take him down. I mean, I'm not going to try and sell this as closer than it currently is, but that could have been really, really nasty for Bag in the Fries here in game 2.
Oh, nice little trade coming on through from Ninja. Not going to let himself go down all on his lonesome. 2 kills left for Bag in the Fries to be found. I don't think we're going to see the steak nor the barbecue, but it still is rather one-sided at this point. Shiesty, the next to fall. And Ninja, impatient, does find Finners and strips a shield. Easy little cleanup for Flubzo to lock in a 13th. Bag in the Fries. Can't really ask for a better performance than that. Seemed like the mistakes were really kept to minimal levels overall, and they just remained ahead. Despite the individual moments of brilliance, despite those overkills that we saw come out from TK2 and Shiesty, Bag in the Fries, they always remained one, if not multiple steps ahead.
Yeah, just a golf in class for sure between the two teams. I mean, I would argue Bag in the Fries quite clearly in this tournament the second best team, the team most likely to take a map or 2 off of margin. So we're just seeing the levels there. Just need to tune up a few little, I don't want to say metagame, but big picture situations there. And Bag in the Fries looked like a really, really strong outfit. I mean, it started out perfectly, 12-2. It was just in the following collapse where you need to be able to respect the damage the enemy has done. Don't make it messy. Just take the 2-on-2 trade and then run away. That's the only reason Conspiracy were allowed back into the map. Because, I mean, let's play out the scenario as we watch the overkill, right? 2-on-2, they're coming from blue into yard. If you just run away to Tram, what have they gained from you? They've gained yard. What can yard see? Yard can't see nothing. They're just trapped. They're dead-ended in yard. Then they have a decision. Do we go back to blue? Do we take more map? Do we go more mid? Do we chase you, Tram? All of a sudden, your teammates are either spawning with you, Tram, on a coin flip, or they're spawning at snipe, running to you. I mean, there's just so many ways, big picture, to win that situation even cleaner than they did. I mean, that's just me waffling, to be honest with you, dude. They won the game. They won't need to bog review it or anything like that. No. But for sure, there was a chance to put the game to bed before it had even started for Conspiracy.
Yeah, potentially. I'm still just sort of like, running my mind back to that entire sort of, what's the best way to describe it? Just, Bag in the Fries, through and through, played the map and spawn control as perfectly as you could imagine by forcing everyone to go back towards Hotel or towards that Gravelift side. They basically just dictated the pace through and through, and yeah, as much as I do enjoy you waffling about map positioning, all that, there's not much more to really sort of chomp into from that performance overall. It was just clinical Halo being played by Bag in the Fries. That's really all that it boils down to, and it seemed as if at every single twist and turn, they just didn't put a wrong foot forward.
For sure, and there is only so much complacency you can have when you're 2-0 up in a series and you're winning by a 12-kill differential, but at this point in the game, I don't think anyone really is chasing perfection, you know, with it being somewhat of a down season. There's no $250,000 majors to really try and qualify for, so definitely don't expect perfection, but just, you know, in terms of theory crafting, you definitely could fine-tune some aspects. And hey, if you want to win the £3,000 prize pool Summer Clash in 2026, proudly presented by European Halo League, first of all, you need to sign up to these tournaments and you need to battle against the best there is. But second of all, I mean, you need to just make sure that you're dotting your I's, crossing your T's, doing all that good stuff. It's a PC LAN, by the way, I heard. A PC LAN.
is,
I mean,
yeah.
listen, in 2026, that's tough to organize. Good job by Euro Halo League, baby. All PCs all day.
Hell yeah, it's going to be done together with the University of Staffordshire. For those that are a little bit more seasoned, yeah, Staffs, it is one of the best hubs in the UK when it comes to university esports in general. It's not just Halo that they do, but we are very, very thankful and grateful that EHL is returning to Staffs for another PC, as you mentioned, PC only LAN, and it's going to be really, really fun. If you're unable or unwilling to participate, but you still want to come out and have a good time, we do have spectator passes available as well. So be sure to check those out because it's always a good bit of vibe, you know, coming out to any kind of LAN, whether it be Halo, whether it be a different game entirely. So many wonderful people to meet all the time. Just good vibes in general, and I really want to go myself, not gonna lie.
It's a beautiful part of the world. Stoke-on-Trent. It's beautiful, honestly. One of the 5 natural wonders of the world. There's more than 5, but I don't know. Cami has camo. You got his team currently chasing a 36 and counting scoreline. Ooh, I mean, okay, camo snipe. I mean, only 2 bullets to work with. I'd need to be a bit more of an optimist here because Cami, he can hit some good shots. Let's see if he can get these 2 kills with these 2 snipe shots to work with.
Open, so he has yet to pull the trigger. DMR, or I should say the bandit, serving him pretty well. And all 4 now spawning back towards A. This is the time for TK2 to activate a little bit. Does find the first, narrowly finds a flick onto Zove as well, but the bandit is good, and TK2 delivers. Clinical 2-piece as he clears out all of A. This lobby side will be flipped, and that's all 3 now under Conspiracy's control.
Ooh, they spawn tower back in the fries? That's an interesting one. I would have liked to have seen maybe a camo spawn there. I mean, traditionally, that's where you try and put teams when you're putting them in a blender. Get them out in the open. Make sure that they have to take as much damage en route to their location as possible. I don't know how to spawn back tower there, and I think this will be Control swapping over to bag in the fries as a result. That was an interesting one for sure. Next camo in 20 seconds. Could be a bit of a red herring on the map if you ask me to, or I'd probably give this camo up if you're the team not in scoring at the time of asking, because there's no reason to go out towards this dead end of the map when you need points on the board. Let's see what happens.
Yeah. Fender's going to have to do a little bit of explaining after accidentally spiking out one of his teammates. Active camo has been picked up as well by TK2. He did struggle a little bit versus Ninja, and he manages to get away just by the skin of his teeth on basically a sliver of HP. This active camo still, actually gets shut down instead, so Conspiracy unable to maximize its value, and in the meantime as well, Bag and the Fries were able to successfully flip all 3 back into their favor. Pantho now swooping back in for the last cleanup onto Suspense. A did get flipped, so that does halt Bag and the Fries' progression, but only briefly for a moment. It's not anything that they're unaccustomed to dealing with. Zove finds yet another one before being traded off, so the S7 can be stripped from his cold dead hands as it goes out into the open.
A bit contested from Ninja, actually. That's going to continue the trip cap, and I hate to say it, but I don't think Conspiracy have any right to go and play that camo. I mean, TK2 goes and wins it, right? But Bag and the Fries have the perfect response. They go and take your only cap on the map. Now you're being trip capped. TK2 can't be as impactful as needed with the camo. And now what on earth do you do? Because you're spawning over towards the power-up. You got Pantho patrolling top mid with Snipe. He can turn on a dime if there's some weird tower spawns or something. I mean, listen, they do well to get A, but Pantho is still the big threat on the map.
Does find a connection with the S7. That's a 2-piece secured, and a lot of control towards his mid side now working in the favor of Bag and the Fries. Opens up a doorway to access B and green, but they've still got to worry about all of those players spawning towards A. Pantho, brilliant position right here, and he can dodge some of those nades, evades a lot of damage, and Bag and the Fries very, very close to hitting that 200-point mark. Conspiracy, though, they move through towards that dummy side, looking to reclaim control or claim control of this tower side, but Pantho's not having any of it.
Repulse. Oh, Shiesty cleans him up. quickly enough. There was a repulse option there for Pantho. But again, a trip cap. I mean, this has been so well played by Bag and the Fries, just not relenting with their pressure. It's exactly how you play this map and mode. Just always go forward. At first, in the first year of this game, I mean, I was always thinking, oh, you attack one, you defend one, you give one. But honestly, as it's evolved, you just take whatever the enemy have. You just you forget about defense, you just go forward and just go forward faster. That's what we've seen here. Pantho has camo, and there's trades coming in either side. We'll see as we have, what, 20 or so points left. Until Bag and the Fries close out this series 3-0, I think it's going that way.
A potentially to be flipped here, but Bag and the Fries quick as always to act and respond. They'll take C back and still hold on to that majority. S7, moments away from being back online. The quantum translocator as well. Seems like everyone's kind of just been ignoring that for the most part. Or maybe we just haven't seen it on screen. But this engagement towards green is something that Ninja's very comfortable taking. And somehow yet able to keep his life in tow and still find frags, even though he clearly has no business doing so. That's insane plays coming out for him, and he will recover that S7 off the rack. Fine suspense, a few more. Oh, the UI was playing with me right there. I thought he managed to thread the needle, but nah, just an assist as he will start spam firing this S7. Does eventually get traded off. Conspiracy stabilizing briefly for a second as B has got some red feet planted on it. Flubso making moves. Big moves indeed to shut down TK2 before being traded off himself. Shiesty will start to course correct a little bit. And Conspiracy, despite being very far down, they are able to stabilize a little bit. Bag and the Fries, 5 points.
Yeah, you can't defend here though if you're Conspiracy. You gotta keep going forward. Just, I mean, regardless of what happens, it's probably going to be a 2-on-2 either side. You need to go push for the trip. You have one break from Bag and the Fries and they've won the game. So put them on the back foot. No reason to sit back and just expect them to walk into your aimers, because eventually your defense is going to crumble. Suspects that's the right idea, but I feel potentially at the wrong time. Has the QT actually to get himself out of dodge, so was measured in his approach in the end. And actually, if Bag and the Fries can win this fight here at B, he's capturing A. So Pantho. Oh my god.
That's it. It's done. It should be, at least. This is just 10 free seconds as those players are returning back off the respawn screen. So that does mean that Bag and the Fries, they do flip A, and I don't think there's any contention that comes on through. I stand corrected. Finners has something to say about it, and the repulse back out of that A zone will buy them just a few more seconds, but it's all for naught. Conspiracy's efforts don't amount to the result that they wanted to, but that triple that we saw come out to the very tail end to secure B for Bag and the Fries was, and I believe truly was, the final nail in the coffin. Pantho finding all 3 of these kills in quick succession. What more could you want?
Triple kill.
Yeah, respect. Child for the over as well. No shields, no fear. Just wanted that over. Sadly, wasn't just going to be handed it on a plate. But yeah, that was honestly not a terrible play call from Conspiracy. At the end of the game, you know, you're spawning dummies. You're probably thinking the rest of the team is going to try and go to the closest stronghold, which, I mean, they're actually fairly equidistant when you're spawning dummies, but yeah, you're obviously going to try and go for B, having just lost A. You know, there's numbers there. I don't mind the play call. Go through and challenge for that A stronghold. Sadly for them, Bag and the Fries were already there. They read the play. They obviously got some kind of information. But what a good game. Well played from Bag and the Fries. I look forward to their games against Martin later on, because they are, in my opinion, the 2 teams in this tournament that know how to play the game on a very micro level. That was actually a betrayal as well.
Yeah.
How many betrayals have we seen in this series from Conspiracy? That was not very fortunate for them.
No, a few too many. I think that was the 3rd betrayal, if I'm not entirely mistaken, because we did see that double assisted suicide on Recharge King of the Hill. Actually, no, Solitude didn't see any big muck-ups to that extent from the side of Conspiracy, but then, yeah, this last little team kill, this blue-on-blue action, really not helping Conspiracy's case, unfortunately enough. They do drop down to the lower bracket, and as you mentioned, back in the fries will await what is potentially the hottest bit of competition that we have in store for today in that winner's final. Majin is close. Majin versus Energize is going to be our next series to see exactly who continues and who will get a chance to go up against back in the fries. I think we already know the answer to that one, but before we get it to you concretely, we will be throwing to a quick little break. So go ahead and get yourself refreshed and re-energized. We'll see you back in just a few.
Kiss me like citrus and fire, burning so sweetly. Too shy to call you alive when you said you need me. In a week from now, I'll be trying not to call you. Talking myself down, explaining that there's no use. Ooh, I'm gonna hurt myself trying to love you. You're gonna hurt me too. Kiss and tell me to go soon. You're gonna hurt me too. So pathetic. I miss how your teeth sounded scraping against my necklace. And an hour from now, I'll be trying not to call you.
Double kill.
Talking myself down, explaining that there's no use. Ooh,
Double kill.
myself trying to love you. You're gonna hurt me too.
Double
Kiss and
kill.
tell me to go soon. You're gonna hurt me too. You're gonna hurt me too.
Triple kill. Killing spree. Overkill. Perfect.
I just wanna sleep forever. I wish you would come. Stop me
Majin versus Energize for a spot in the winners final versus Bag in the Fries. I have a suspicion, I have a bit of an inkling as to which direction this game probably will end up going, Harry. But obviously you can speak to it a little bit better as well, because, you know, you've got your old boy Liam on there as well. You got Mighties. You got a team that is just potentially leaps and bounds ahead of the competition in Majin, excuse me. I keep forgetting how to pronounce it sometimes, but
Yeah.
this one should be relatively clear-cut.
I can't lie, English is hard. Like,
Yeah.
margin, it says margin. I would think margin, but margin, I think, is how it should be pronounced. I mean, I don't know.
Think so? Yeah, Majin.
They're coming into this as the first seed because Margin won the LAN we had in the winter. What was it called? The Winter Showdown, Slam, Summer Slam, Winter Wonderland, something like that. It was back in November.
Yes.
They won it. Bit of a change in roster. They have Seeker and Bastos now instead of Chick and Glory. Glory at the time with SLG was subbing from Luminon, who just came in from a top 4 at Worlds, and then we have Mighties and Seeker and Bastos coming back onto the roster for this series of competitions, even though Margin's team for Atlanta next weekend is completely different. I mean, I don't know too. Listen, it's confusing, it's messy. What you need to know is Seeker, Bastos, Mighties, SLG are coming into this as first seed, and I'll be honest with you, I don't think they'll drop a map. They shouldn't drop a map in this tournament. So enjoy the masterclass, a top level Halo from 4 of the very best. And I do feel a little bit for Energize coming into this because, I mean, Margin are just top tier.
Yeah, I don't think the question ultimately is which way is the series going to go. I want to know by how badly one-sided it's actually going to end up panning. Majin already kicking things off. It's actually, I believe, Energize to narrowly make moves for that active camo to start things off. The shout screen was placed, and I think it actually was burned entirely. Sika does get stuck by Jericho, so he immediately a bloodbath to trade things off as we kick it. Brainiac does have that active camo, so I stand corrected. It wasn't burned. This will actually help Energize's case a crap load.
Oh my god, dude, Brainiac can't catch a break. Will he survive this? He does somehow? Man, like, oh my god, this guy's jumping on like 50 different grenades with this camo. I don't know how he's still alive. Like 4 or 5 different grenades putting him down to no shields. He's barely had a chance to use this camo shock. Should run out any second here, so yeah, it's now completely gone. Margin don't need to worry about this amount of stock, but they do need to worry about getting on the same page for this break because early control has gone to Energize.
Enemy team took the hill.
Brainiac has got quite a lot on his plate to worry about. Sika, first point of contention, and he's opting not to really engage at all whatsoever. But Bastos now starting to really apply a little bit too much pressure. Brainiac, as you mentioned, can't really seem to catch a break at all. He really is the one and only person on the side of Energize with a bullseye on his back. And Majin will eventually claim him. They will eventually shut him down over towards batteries. SLG now looking to reoccupy that space as Mifushi will shut him down on top. So this first hill still remains hotly contested.
Yeah, very scrappy here. Very scrappy. We'd like to see both teams just re-center their focus towards tower. That's what Jericho's going to try and do, but he just does not have the manpower by himself. You need to buddy up. And now, kind of a nightmare scenario. You've got Brainiac split from the rest of his team. Although that will be to the detriment of SLG. That will open up blue spawns. And now Energize can move towards tower.
Score.
Oh, I'll be surprised if Mighties gets away with capping this hill with 2 players at tower. All the nades coming in to flush him out. It's going to be a bit of a bloodbath here. 2-on-2. Seeker last alive now.
Kali caught between a rock and a hard place, eventually shut down by Sika. Not going to stick the reload, unfortunately. 3 bulls would have not been enough for a kill, I don't think so. Mifushi will shut down, or at least assist Mighty's Brainiac in shutting down Mighty, and in comes Brainiac for yet another trade of potential 2Ps to be found. Ring around the rosy does go in his favor as he is the first to hit 10. pummeling down Sika in the end of that sequence. Shock Rifle now freshly online, so Mafushi going to try to halt Mighty from claiming it himself in Cali, looking to wrap around from directly behind that gold side as well. It's a little bit tricky right now in this first hill, still hotly contested. It is neck and neck, but Majin getting closer and closer to finding it themselves.
Yeah, really good job, Margin. They were able to get the bodies into tower. That's Bastos and SLG teaming up to just secure Mighty's kind of overwatch in the hill, protect him. He's safe to know he can play those front angles and doesn't need to do any nade dodging coming his way because of the two French teammates of his locking down the tower. That was a nice play. And an even nicer break coming in here from Energize. Sika with a bit of a backstab, but I fear his Margin team now could be in a bit of a deadly cycle of just running into tower. You need to run around the long side of the map. And actually they spawn glass somehow.
Yeah.
I don't know how that happens, dude. Oh, that shouldn't happen, really. But a bit of a get out of jail free card there for Margin. They kill them all, and now Energize are on spawns over towards A. That's unfortunate.
Yeah, they are able to find their footing following that full team wipe. So Energize now spawning back towards that elevator side, looking to try to claim a little bit of space towards batteries, potentially towards B. With Fushi, the next to fall at the hands of Sika. So they do feel a little bit trapped in Majin. Just like that, they lock in a second hill. Energize was not given any room to progress at all whatsoever. It's a little bit rough for them out here. And with 2 minutes and 40 seconds left of neutral time as well, once again, we can reopen that can of worms into conversation. Majin, they could, if they really want to, just control the spawns and just shut down all of these players because they really don't have to lift too many fingers anymore.
Yeah, again, it's a case of being able to win two different ways. You have 2-0 the advantage. You don't need any more hills if you don't want to desperate it. You have camo to play for. Bastos grabs that. Oh man, my heart just kind of bleeds a little bit for Energize. It seemed to me as if Margin should have spawned over towards A. Instead they spawned glass. I mean, maybe someone in the chat can tell me if I'm tweaking or not, but surely with Sika tower, you'd imagine the squad spawns would come in towards A. I mean, I don't know. Margin, they've done exactly what they've needed to do. They've played the hand they were dealt. And now it is just a case of, well, do we want to win on the neutral clock? Do we want to win on hills? It remains to be seen which one they'll go for, but one thing's for sure, I think they're going to win this game.
Yeah. It's all a matter of which win condition do they opt for. Shock Rifle going to be online yet again. Bastos and Mighties holding onto this hill. And Mifushi's really struggling to find a way to close that gap. Cowley, though, does contribute, finds a very important kill, and just like that, suddenly a few more players than Majin would have liked have already fallen and are now coming freshly off that respawn screen. So it's a bit tricky given the lack of proximity to this third hill. So Energize now starting to find a way back into this. The question is, now that Majin have left the door slightly open, how wide are Energize going to throw it open?
Well, that's, I can tell you too, an unreal break in the end from Margin. I mean, perfectly done. Energize had all the players they needed to in all the positions they needed. They were just waiting for one of Energize to kind of throw. And I don't want to say it was Kali that threw because I didn't see what happened, but you're always looking for a first blood on a break. And that is exactly what Kali presented. And I fear the chance for Energize to get a chance to come back into this game just was completely eviscerated by Margin. Clinical break, and all of these kills, sadly, I think will be for naught. I mean, I don't want to lie to you two. I respect your intelligence. I respect the viewers' intelligences, well, to a degree. So I'm not going to lie to you and say there's a chance for Energize to come back here. This is going to be 1 minute and 30 seconds of pure garbage time. All these kills are just stat padding here. And it's game over. What's map 2?
Yeah, there was a brief window of opportunity for Energize in the midst of that third hill, but yeah, that ship sailed relatively quickly. It just skedaddled out of the harbor. Unfortunately, they missed the call. 70 seconds of time left, and yeah, these two pieces, whatever kills happen to be dished out at this certain point, they may as well just be nothing burgers.
Triple kill.
Mifushi, I believe that is Mifushi being rewarded with a triple kill. Wonderful stuff, don't get me wrong, but it doesn't really help the match as a whole holistically anymore for Energize.
Team took the hill.
No, certainly not. Certainly not. Time to warm up the guns and just maybe have a bit of a debrief before we move into map number 2, which, if you remember, is Solitude Slayer. You might be able to get one hill on the
Enemy
board,
team
and
took the hill.
that, well, psychologically could work in your favor, but again, there's just been a complete difference in the two squads, how they've controlled the spawns on the front foot. Mighty's, I'm surprised he's going for this kill, to be honest, because you want to guarantee those gold, those glass spawns. Now you have Seeker spawning across the map from you because you've taken too much damage. So, I mean, Margin aren't playing perfectly. They're just exploiting any mistakes we're seeing from Energize, and that is the difference at this level. There's definitely levels to the way this game is played.
You can even tell Energize, they've kind of already given up Jericho outside of the hill, not really even willing to plant his feet onto it because they know that it's basically a lost cause at this point. Clock has started flashing red. Brainiac still opting to contest, so maybe I stand a little bit corrected at this point. Energize, they could potentially have a little bit of fight left in them, but even if you get this hill capped, you've got to make sure that you got at least one person already primed and ready at the next location, because, yeah, 6 seconds can disappear just like that, and before you know it, it's all done. So, Energize, somehow through the ether taking my advice, and yeah, they are continuing to bash their head into this concrete wall. Whether it works or not, I really don't, I can't speak to the optimistic side of Energize at this point.
Respect to Brainiac. Despite nading himself, keeping himself weak, he still threw it down. He still tried to put his life on the line for the boys, but that one hill on the board, I think it flatters Energize a little bit.
Yeah.
Just again, purely based on Margin exploiting the mistakes and just being so good in transition. We'll take a look at some of the stats. Credit to Cali. I know he was the one I kind of singled out as potentially giving away too easy of a first blood, I should say, as I put my teeth back in. I mean, that is 30, as I remember how mathematics work. 40 kill contributions there. 30 kill contributions. That is not too bad. 16 kills, 14 assists. Really doing the right thing. Putting the damage down on the map. But it just needs to be a bit of a situational recognition that we're seeing from these teams that is lacking at this moment in time. When we're playing against Margin, we need to have big picture eyes. We need to put a big picture pants on here, Tudor. We need to know what do we need to do? What's happening on the map? What are Margin trying to do? Can we counter it? Should we try and do something else? Instead, they're kind of being sucked into these little situations that Margin have kind of premeditated 10 seconds ahead of time.
Yeah, as I think probably that's the best way to describe it. It's all manufactured exactly the way that Majin really wants. That's why the Halo that they're playing seems so textbook. And it doesn't seem like those mistakes, even should they really arise, they don't get capitalized on by Energize. Okay, maybe I stand corrected because already right off the rip, that's 3 players basically dead for Majin. So maybe Energize have started to wake up a little bit. Sure, that final hill that they capped at the tail end of Recharge might have just been all a consolation, but could have actually been an ego boost, judging by how this Slayer's already started off.
Yeah, it could well be. Sadly for them, I think they got a little bit overexcited from the start. We had, I think it was Brainiac chasing down Seeker at S4. That allowed 2 players from Margin to spawn over at blue, may have even been 3. And from then on, I mean, if you're splitting the enemy team, you better be collapsing on one of them. The call was to collapse on Seeker, I believe, but Seeker is in such an unkillable position that it allowed the blue players to become active on the map. And from an Energize perspective, I mean, that is a big missed opportunity. You can see Mighty's here doing exactly that, just waiting, making sure at least 2 players spawn down there, and then you go and attack it. This is really well played by the Dutchman, but Cali with a nice 5 will spare his team's blushes for now.
Yeah, that was quite the salvage of what already was a pretty nasty situation for Energize to have found themselves in at the bottom of that grab lift. Mighty as well finds yet another second one on top of that with the high explosive nade onto Jericho. 4 added to his own personal tally for the time being. Mifushi wrapped around the corner. Yeah, there is no chance that Mighty's had the foresight to read into that one. Mifushi now traded off by Sika, who comes swooping down to the rescue to potentially take down Brainiac. Potentially not so much. Certainly for sure at this point. And with all of these blue silhouettes now isolated towards Hotel, Energize they're just getting stuck in, once again, the worst imaginable spawn traps.
Yeah, I like this from Sika. I was just saying to myself, no reason to push over these spawns. You got Camo here, 5 seconds. Sure, he gets found out, but he's done enough damage for there to be kills on the map. And that will allow Margin. Hopefully they win the coin flip. Hopefully for them anyway, they do. Sika spawns over at Tram. There was a chance they could have spawned somewhere really nasty for them, but they spawned over at Tram. That allowed Mighty's, the springboard, if you will, the backboard to grab this camo. Well done by Sika. I thought he was maybe messing up some spawns there, but they win the coin flip. They get the camo. You got Shock here in 5. This could be, well, right now a 6-point lead escalating into 10 plus, because for sure they'll be getting that shock rifle.
It can very quickly spiral out of control. With Brainiac the first to go down, and then Mifushi as well trying to secure the trade, but Mighty's, he's just a little bit too goated with the sauce, isn't he? Finds a 3rd in quick succession. That's Cali now sent back to the respawn screen, and as you mentioned, that gap of 6 converted into a 10+ lead right now for Majin.
I mean, it's tough, man. It is tough to try and get back into the map when you think you find the fly in the soup, which was Sika. You don't realize that, again, Margin are laying these traps. They're just doing this to do enough damage to win the team fight, to then win the camo, to then win the shot. It is just levels. And from our point of view, obviously, we can see it coming because we have the outlines and we have the player names through the walls. Obviously, you're relying, if you're in the game, just from information from your team. And it's so tough. But Margin are pushing the pace. They're doing unorthodox things to hyper-focus on the wrong thing. In that scenario, it was Sika, but they didn't realize that, well, they needed to make a more dramatic play a little bit earlier just to be active for the camouflage that was coming up. 10-point differential. Can't see Margin throwing this one away, barring a miracle. We got Mifushi sliding out top middle. What's going on?
Okay, Mighty's narrowly getting away with daylight robbery there, but Energize, even though sometimes it does look like they're a little bit lost in the sauce, they are able to claw things not all too much back, but they are consistently keeping up at the very least, but we need them to excel. That really is the issue at hand. That gap of 11 kills we want to see shortened to within double digits, but Majin, they just continue to rip and tear their way through. And as long as Majin are breaking even on kills, we don't need them to go above and beyond, because this pace of play is completely fine. It's completely acceptable for them.
Yeah, I mean, you're reading my mind perfectly there, Tudor. I mean, the lead is, what, 9? But all the time, the trades are coming through, you're slowly escalating, you're slowly advancing and ticking towards the 50. And it's just removing lives and opportunities away from Energizer's comeback potential. Now, we've had some important kills happen. SLG grabbed camo, but he was taken down immediately. He subsequently has spawned S1. So no camo in play here for Margin. It's now a 5-kill Margin. Pardon the pun. And I think we may just have a late game on our hands here, Tudor. 4 kills now.
Should we start getting worried for Majin Harry? I think maybe just a little bit. Energize, they've been able to bring it down to a 4-kill gap, and it used to sit at 11. Mighty's will find his own little perfect to boot. And Energized, they still remain quickly in contention. Brainiac doing absolute bits. We've been seeing his name pop up into kill feed time and time again. And Bastos will shut down the man of the hour on the side of Energized. 2 kills is all that they require. Bastos will be shut down at the hands of Mafushi. This shock rifle, it needs to sing a sweet song of death in the hands of Sika. Can he tame it? The question, unfortunately, is a resounding no for the time being. He does find one onto Cali before Brainiac is able to ruin his own little day. Bastos and Ko now moving back up to this tower side, and it's starting to get even dodgier by the millisecond. Bastos finds a very lit and one-shot Brainiac, and it's all down to that last and final shot. Energize, they really played their hearts out to bring it back up, but it remains 3 kills that separate these two as Majin get themselves over that finish line.
Oh man, that was so scary for Margin at the end. Dude, you don't want to, going into a late game scenario, be spawning S1 and spawning on the side of the map where you see Sika has shock here. Okay, 47-42. Just let Sika play. Yeah. Mighties has died. That's okay. You're still up 4. No need to try and trade it. I thought Bastos here overextending into loot was a misplay, but he puts a shot down on Cali and then relocates. This is a good kill on Brainiac. From there, no real reason to try and continue engaging. Mikey's again has been picked off the respawn, and now you got SLG thinking, oh, do I go? Do I stay? And all of the teamwork from Energize pick SLG off. That picks SLG off. No headshot comes in from Seeker, and now you're in a position where, oh, if I don't get this kill on Cali, dude, we're tied up at, what, 48-48? Oh, man, these nades here, I was so scared. Dude, I was so scared. If Bastos goes down to a nade, we're probably seeing that one go in Energize's favor. But gets his shields back, gets his health, and we're underway already in map 3.
Exactly. Indeed, we are. Luckily for Majin, they don't really tend to whiff those ones, don't they, Harry? But now, as you mentioned, map 3, potentially the last of this series. It is Stronghold's Live Fire, and immediately Mighty's. I used to call him, when he was still on Navi, I used to call him the Simple of Halo. But, yeah, I can't really make that pun work anymore, but still.
Are we talking about the same Liam? Surely not. There's no way.
Yeah.
The Simple
he
of
used to be
Halo.
quite the... He used to be quite the demon with the S7 back in the day, like, you know, roughly around that 2021, 2022 era.
Like Z Mighties? Like this Mighties?
This dude, yeah, this Liam.
All right, dude. Okay. I mean, listen, don't tell him that to his face. You know, his ego's big enough already. But good start to the map already by Energize. Camo shot, camo snipe, excuse me. And control in their favor. It's all about, if you're in a 2-cap on this map, and your enemy has A or C, go and take that. You can't let him have a home cap, because Margin, they lost the first kill in the team fight, but look at how they've advanced. I mean, they almost capped B. Bastos retaining his life for now. Oh, you gotta put any home caps to the sword. You want A and C, and then go take B as a minimum. That's what Margin have done. And barring this team fight going Energize's way, it's going to be a triple cap, and I'll be surprised if we see Energize get back on the map here.
Yeah, definitely. Cali, unfortunately, biting off a bit more than they could chew in that instance, and he accepted his fate. He understood that he overextended with that S7 and really couldn't string together kills, but Mighty's certainly can. That's a nice 2-piece found to once again liberate the A side, and this is that moment where you just have to basically go balls to the wall and thwart out any remaining rats by C. Look at this kill found onto A yet again to halt that progress that Energize was so desperately looking for. They do manage to secure the flip, but Mighty's is just tearing them a new one.
Yeah, even if you commit fully to a stronghold like Energize are doing, there's always a retake potential for Margin. Good help for Bastos there, and it's just going to be swinging back and forth like a pendulum. If I'm Margin here, I forget camo. Like, what is camo going to do for you that your strongholds aren't already doing for you? So Brainiac trying to get a burn here. He does burn that, I believe, but it's going to be at the cost of giving up your home cap here. Where is the last player for Energize? Is he ratting around? Was he helping B? I mean, I don't know. Looks like they're going C. Okay, they've mixed up the tempo. That's good. And now we're seeing finally after that, what? I mean, near 70-point stint from Margin. We're seeing Energized now back in scoring with a new S7 snipe on the map here.
They're starting to stabilize a little bit, but the tower, it will fall at the hands of Bastos and Sika. SLG does claim that S7 that was so desperately sought out by Energized. They would have really needed it to continue to remain in contention right here in the early game. But as long as they don't let things run away, which they aren't, mind you, they still hold on to both A and B despite losing out on the power weapons, then Energized could see a little bit of smooth sailing and as they continue to ride this one out and just edge their way a little bit closer towards tying up the score line. But they've got SLG in a bit of a lock, keeping him from progressing, and now taking a lot of damage as that S7 gets stripped away from his cold, dead ragdoll hands. That is a good turning point for Energize.
Yeah, it is. Not where you want an S7, really. I mean, if you're hitting shots, it's all well and good. You can go wherever you want. SLG, obviously, full of confidence, backing himself. But ideally, you want an S7 blocking a lane, and I just don't think you have that ability. First lead change of the game happening as we speak, Tudor. It's now Energized, locking down this 2-cap, A and B. A margin of 4 dead. Will they go trips here? I think so.
Yeah, look at that. I'm a little bit perplexed, but mainly impressed, I gotta say.
Yeah, I mean, it's fundamental stuff from Energize. AB now to CB. They did the right thing going forward when they needed to. But, yeah, as long as it's in a 50-50, we're going to see Margin just flex their slaying muscles. They're more than likely going to just rely on raw gun skill to get themselves out of certain scenarios. New camo in 10 seconds. This is either going to be Energize grabbing camo and there be a trip cap, or we're going to see Margin just give A, go trust that your team will take B, and just be happy with the camouflage in the chest of Sika right now.
Yeah, Brainiac is going to be beating himself up a little bit over that gunfight versus Mighty's, and Mighty, yeah, doing a brilliant job of literally being a meat shield for Sika to get that AC slapped onto his chest, as you mentioned. Nice one found onto Mafushi, and for a brief second, a full team wipe is what Energy find themselves falling victim to. So A, it's about to be flipped, and this trip cap, it is certainly underway right now for Majin. This will be points galore.
Kind of messy though from Seeker. I can't lie, he pressured those dummy spawns too soon. That allows B spawners to come in. Now you have to take resources away, which should be dedicated towards keeping his trip cap. And now Seeker, yeah, he has no help because Bastos had to go cap B. All because Seeker, in my opinion, maybe went a little too soon towards dummies. I mean, he won't like watching that back and maybe could have been a bit more patient. But yeah, this could be now in a state of flux on this map. And for a second, Energized were trip capping. Finally, we see Margin get back on the board here. But it's little details like that where if you're not on the same page with the rest of your team, it can just create chaos here on Live Fire.
Yeah, definitely. So, luckily for Energized, they don't have to spend too much time out of sync. They continue to really keep Majin in check. Sure, they might lose out on C for the time being with 3 players dead, but it seems like a minor setback for them in the grand scheme of this Stronghold's game in its entirety. And they might be trailing by a few kills here and there, but they've been keeping this a relatively close and interesting affair. Jericho finds a very important frag onto Sika down below. Oh, and that's a big snipe coming out from Mighty's as well. That takes off a lot of tension right outside that A side. And he's gonna now, unfortunately, lose it out to Jericho with the S7. One more shot, not converted into a kill, however, from that S7.
Yeah, a little surprised to not see Jericho fly across top middle, knowing that Margin were taking A. Just try and hit a headshot and stop the guy capping it. I mean, they're probably going to spawn there, but you can delay it and disrupt some of the timing. Seeker is lost alive here for Margin, just momentarily. I think Margin will be spawning sooner, so in reality, it is going to be Margin with numbers. Now, where's the camo gone? There was a camo somewhere. I think maybe Jericho had it. Keep an eye out here. No, it's Mafushi. Mafushi's just been taken out, so Wow, Margin, trip capping, not happy with just A and B. They're doing the right thing, attacking the home cap the enemy team have. And now this is a chance for them to get into a bit of a rhythm as this trip cap could see out this game number 3. But for those 3 energized kills, okay.
Yeah. Big 2-piece coming out from Brainiac. Very necessary as well in this moment in time. Because it's looking quite dodgy as Magin continue to hold on to that majority. 230 points and counting is why I'm really starting to become a little bit scared that this could be curtains for Energize unless they can turn it around in massive proportions, and it's really not looking like it's going to pan out the way that they had envisioned it. That's a trip cap set in stone, and that is 250 etched into this winner's final. Majin, they take it 3-0 overall, 250 to 131 to close things off, and that is the nail in the coffin for Energize as they get booted down into that lower bracket.
Yeah, clinical, but not flawless in my opinion from Margin there. There were just little signs of ring rust across maps 2 and 3, and I think that they're just, you know, slowly remembering how to play with each other. I think that's what it comes down to. In the end, they won't mind too much. GG's all round. We'll see Energize feature later on, but I think if Margin play like that against Bag in the Fries, ooh, I mean, they could slip a game or two Bag in the Fries' way, and we could be on for a really tasty winners final.
Oh, certainly so. As you mentioned, small mistakes, but they didn't really let it get too badly out of hand. But this next series, easily the 2 top seeds moving into this seeding tournament overall. And briefly checking in with the lower bracket as well, Stephen Bunting Fan Club will be going up against KBE, that stands for Kissing Boys Esports. That's going to be a fun one as well. Melanators versus Goths in 110s, and we've got Conspiracy and Energize patiently awaiting their next bit of competition as well. So things are really starting to be quite stacked up over the course of today's festivities, and I'm all for it. But for the time being, we are going to jump to a quick little break as we get ourselves prepared for what should be an absolutely electric winners final. Don't go too far. We'll see you in a bit.
Hold on, it's getting too much. So long, but don't start to rush. Take your time, clear your mind. You're worrying enough. Don't make it too tough. Made it. Made it. Yeah. Made it. Play with my emotions like it's all just a game to you. It's a game to you. Roll the dice again, and I can promise this time you lose. It's your turn to lose.
Double kill.
Hold on, it's getting too much. So long, but don't start to rush. Take your time, clear your mind. You're worrying enough. Don't make it too tough. Made it. Made it. Yeah. Made it. Made it. Made it. Yeah.
say goodbye. Your heart will never break and you won't realize anything you want with no compromise. In a perfect world, but a perfect world wouldn't be mine. In a perfect world. Wake up in the morning, thinking from a different point of view. Another storm, the weather, that I can make it better if I choose. But I know that there must be more to life than this. I know I'm not perfect, but sometimes I just wish. In a perfect world, never say goodbye. Your heart will never break and you won't realize anything you want with no compromise. In a perfect world, but a perfect world wouldn't be mine.
Hello everyone and welcome back to the European Summer Clash Qualifier 1. My name is Hixie. I am joined here by the illustrious Wonder Boy.
Hello.
And it's good to be back, man. It feels like it's been a while.
Yeah, it's been a while, hasn't it? What was it? The seeding cups for Birmingham we last had a chance to waffle about some Halo?
Yeah, I believe so.
Something like that. So, yeah, it's good to be back with you and looking forward to seeing this winners final we got coming up because both teams coming in with kind of different, well, how do I say it? Trajectories, I guess. Margin, I think, flattered to deceive a little bit. We didn't see the best version of Margin that we possibly could, in my opinion, but they got the job done. Now, on the other side, back in the fries, ooh, these guys, man, they really took care of business in that winners semi against Conspiracy. I think, to me, this one screams Game 5. I can't lie, it screams Game 5. I know probably people in the chat think I'm crazy and whatever, but I just have a feeling. Back in the fries will fancy themselves after just watching how Margin played. There's a chance for them to really upset Margin here and potentially claim a step closer to first seed, dare I say, for the Summer Clash. Ooh.
Yeah,
Goosebumps just thinking about it, buddy.
Yeah, man, for sure. I think it was a very convincing series, like you said, against Conspiracy. You know, a solid 3-0. And I mean, just looking at this series layout as well, Empyrean CTF, I feel like someone's smiling down upon me. Got my favourite map in Modin for my first map of the day. And Slayer Streets to follow up, Oddball Recharge, King of the Hill Lattice, and Slayer Livefire. And I agree, I do think that we're going to be getting further into this series than just the first three. But the question is, I guess, how far? Looking across at the teams as well. If you are just joining, like myself, you have Seeker, Bastos, Mighties, and SLG on Magin. And over on Bag in the Fries, which I'm definitely going to get the wrong way around, is Pantho, Flubzo, Zove, and Ninja. But yeah, I mean, look, like you said, they're probably the best challengers to come up against this Magin overlord that we've got here today. So not a surprise that they're both finding themselves in this winners final.
No, certainly not. I mean, just looking at the depth across the board, I mean, we're looking at the top four teams as like obviously these two, Margin and Bag and the Fries. And then it's kind of a bit of a bigger step down towards 3 and 4. We're looking at like Energize, Conspiracy, like these guys would be probably next in line to push towards the kind of upper placings here today. So this is probably the premium matchup that you want to see. Margin versus Bag in the Fries in the winners final. This will be a very dicey affair indeed for Margin if Bag and the Fries start hot on Empyrean Capture the Flag. I think, and something tells me in my bones here, Hixie, I feel it. I feel that this will be a very close series.
Okay, well, I mean, look, I'm here for it. So, you know, it'd be very nice if we can see a Game 5 already, right? Get to there. I don't think we've actually even seen we haven't even seen a game 3 in the best of
No.
3s and a game
No.
and a game 4 in the best of 5.
We
so
came
far,
really
so-
close, Pixie. First game of the day, right? We had a
Yeah.
team that was down 1-0, all right? It was the Stephen Bunting fan club. They were up 49-45 in a Slayer, and then they lost. Game two.
Yeah, to
In a
bottle
best
it.
of 3. That's tough.
I
It's tough.
do think Stephen Bunting fan club has been previously and will still be my favourite team name. I feel like I'm
SBFC
a
for life.
I'm a bit of a fan, I think, just because of the name alone. I mean, you know, obviously players are great, but it's a very solid name. Of all the names we've had over the years, some a little bit more sus. This one's just kind of nice, whimsy fun, but probably not going to be too whimsy going into this first matchup with the two snipers. Things are going to get a little heated. That's exactly what I want to see. I want to see some counter snipes. I want to see that repulsor getting used up as well. The rockets as well. I feel like this map is full of goodies, you know, where some starve, others just prosper, and Imperium's definitely one of the latter.
I mean, let me tell you, this map has been around for almost 20 years. This map and mode. If you know Halo, you probably have seen this played in some kind of iteration, whether it was Halo 3, Reach, you know, the game type plays the same. I don't need to tell you how to play it, but if you are new, it's your first time ever walking on this planet, and you're just tuning into today's broadcast, it's simple. Control the higher side of the map. So to the left of Bastos, that's a nice no-scope. And that's actually on Flubso, who had the bag in the fry sniper rifle. So a nightmare start for the blue team, as Margin now can start to control this higher side. We call it high side, and you just want to control this line. This long haul is pretty much where you want to move the flag through. It's the quickest way through to your own base. And look for teams to try and flip the script on the low side. If they want to try and overextend, control the enemy team's tower, which is above SLG right now, that's where you'll see potentially some stops come in. But you typically want the enemy team spawning over here if you are advancing on the flag. So just keep an eye out for that here, Higgsy.
Yeah, 4 dead, 4 bag in the fries. Zove and Flubso will be spawning up. Actually, everyone's spawning up aside from Pantho last to fall. So everyone up under that sniper tower, all spreading out now, trying to just get themselves wider. Nice snipe from SLG. Looks like everyone's hitting these snipes today, so it's going to be a fun one in this map. Doesn't land that body shot and will get taken down by Pantho on the aggression. But the cleanup is there from Bastos. Gets a little dicey, but able to pick that one up. At least a 5-0 start for him. Shields are low, so he's going to have to just sit around Mauler for a little bit. And oh my god, he's just dancing around every nade, able to get the reload off, but will finally fall. And that is also, I believe, SLG falling down on a long haul. So Seeker just trying to play a little ratty. Just waiting for anyone to be out in no man's land. I think he does spot Ninja, so he does have the call. Doesn't know that he's gone down mid, though. Thinks that he's down a long haul. They're trying to get the flank on. Zove to be caught with his pants down. All shots do land, but not everything you need. Nade will clean him up. And now you're going to try and just push into the back line again. Try and pull this flag as yours gets taken away.
Ooh, this is interesting here from Seeker. He's taking it low. Obviously, I think the play here for Margin is going to be grab OS and then try and get this flag into kind of a standoff scenario. But 10 seconds till Rockets OS. That's the big power play here on the map. The flag is out, and I think Seeker may have just pulled off a worldie here. He can kind of link up with Mighties, and while bagging the prize for chasing shadows, Seeker has done the exact play he needed to do, which was return his own flag. The flag he was running was never in play for him. He always wanted to use that as a distraction, and well played in the end by Seeker. Nice backstab, nice read. Where did the Rockets and OS go?
We'll have to try and keep count on those. The sniper's coming up as well, so again, all the goodies are going to be available. Rockets do get fired off. Ninja with 1. Looks like he has dropped them, so there's no way he's leaving 1 back in the chamber. Those must be
Did he
expended.
repulse them, Higgsy? Maybe he repulsed them. He had a repulse.
Quite
there,
possibly.
so maybe a return to sender.
It's a very solid theory. A little theory drafted in the IC. Oh, hello. Send him off to the moon. Sniper rings off. Oh, finds the shot. Pantho to absolutely decimate the head of Seeker. Looking for more as well. Just wants that extra bullet. That one could mean all the differences. You've got a player very weak. That's a crazy bank shot. I don't know if you saw how many bounces that had off the walls. But does find its target. So 4 left now. None sat in the back. Just going to try and hold down 2. Will find a shot down to top mid as well. Does take a fair bit of damage himself, so he's going to have to back off just a little bit. Seeker to aggress and take him down. So that sniper neutralized. Flubzo last alive as well, down in this sniper tower. You see that replay. Look at the ricochets. There's so many. There's like 4 of them I counted. The Seeker will fall. So 2 alive for Majin to try and still put a bit of pressure on.
Yeah, honestly, really passively played by Bagging the Price so far. They're just waiting for their opportune moment to push through the halfway line, but there's so much respect being shown to Margin that it's typically, you'll see a Margin member, whether it's Seeker or Mighty, is pushing through green, just trying to get something going for the team. And now we're going to see, with 2 kills in their favor, that finally the aggression. And with Bastos in sword, I'd probably leave him here. I'd probably just let him influence those spawns. You've got a teammate on S2? SLG still spawns S1. Do they know? Dude, I don't think they know he's here. Oh my god.
Oh, the commander still
Ninja?
finds it.
What the flip?
That's crazy. Ninja with the 180 to find that. He deserves this flag cap. Bastos
Am I
last alive
tweaking?
as well. Looks like he's going to get it. You must be. Not sure there. Major unforced error from Majin. Oh, sorry, excuse me, from Bagging the Fries, but somehow becomes the way they cap it. I have no idea. I mean, this commando seems to be just firing off aimbots. Soldier 76 ult here.
I'm not trying to say don't ever run a flag low, but if you're going to run a flag low, make sure they don't spawn S1. If they do spawn S1, make sure you just piv them with a commando. That's basically what I've written down in my notes. That's all you need to know.
Just click heads better. Click heads faster, I guess, is what it all boils down to. Anything, right? Any kind of game like this. I mean, just a crazy run. Interesting that that's the one to separate these 2 teams, and it's Bagging the Fries to find it as well. You know, maybe we'd look at Majin as #1 seed in this matchup and also tournament, and they're getting world starred. Kind of crazy.
And I dare say it's because they're playing somewhat unconventionally. Like, how many times have we seen Seeker push through to back snipe and basically playing, like I said, unconventionally? This time, it's working out as not for the first time in this game. He's used the enemy team, their flag, as a distraction to just return his own past the halfway mark, which is always a net positive play. But so far, we just need to see Margin trust their game plan. Have maybe maximum 1 player down here on this side of the map and then just brute force, use your skill through high side. So far, they're a bit hesitant to do that. You can kind of feel the hesitancy through their points of view, and we're just not seeing enough team aggression from Margin so far. And this is what I'd silently to myself kind of hoped for coming into this matchup, because again, in a vacuum, Margin, #1 seed, the higher seeded team, the favorite to win this. But Bagging the Fries are more in form, and they're feeling themselves here.
Yeah, I mean, you did say before this series started, just feeling something in the wind. And it looks like it was the smell of fries from the old bag. Nice.
Sounds like Grease. I love it.
Oh, God, what is that shot? Gets D-scope, doesn't matter. Mighty's to be found, but not actually taken down, and will have the assistance from Seeker to take down Flubzo. Seeker doesn't get to stay alive. Does miss that sniper shot as well onto SLG. So full shields for him. He's able to just stay aggressive and try and take down Ninja. He's just got a little bit of a gap to work with, but can't land the shot, and Ninja will be taken down by Seeker. So at least that hole is plugged. One more rocket to work with as Zove already rings one out.
I think
Last
SLG
alive. Oh, God, he does actually get that kill as well.
I think off screen, SLG was able to grab OS because we saw Flubso popping it into his chest. But then in the feed, we saw SLG with a beatdown. So I'm going to guess that was an overshield kind of turned over to Margin. But SLG cannot make too much else happen after that. I mean, just taking a brief look at the stat lines, Mighty so far, his aggression just not paying off. 7 and 19 from the Dutchman. Lily, we need you to start turning those numbers around. Just double up with a teammate here and go and push something together, because otherwise, map #1's going to Bagging the Fries.
Bagging the Fries as well to start off the series hot. Already 3 minutes 35 to go on this first map. It's like you said, Harry, you need to start strong if you're coming up against Imagine. And they're just shooting back. I mean, Seeker feeling like a little bit of a world of his own right now. far as the Imagine stat lines go. But like you said, he did kind of put on his Ryanoob cosplay earlier, just sat in the back lines, just being such a damn pain. And it has worked out for him individually, but as far as the team game goes, so successful. Bastos just to get absolutely dumpstered by Ninja. Nice little reposition there. And Bastos must have been busy with someone else. But as I say that, 4 dead for Bag and the Fries. Sniper's up as well, so Flubso going to be grabbing that off spawn. At least Mighty's knows where they're going to be spawning up. I mean, he's already wise anyway. He's chucking down nades and pinging. This flag is going to get... Oh, that's getting a little bit fumbled. The mantle will betray him. So that will be stuck just outside of Plasmas. You need a little bit more if you imagine. You're going to need a lot more. Seeker to find one as well. But left alone is SLG and the flag to return home. Nice shot from him at least. But this just feels like a little bit of stat padding as your teammates are spawning up. They're going to need to come and join you. And if you're already backing off and retreating, then you're just going to need to try and press forward once they're all here. Mighty's to fall again. And Bastos as well. This has already taken the sting out of the push. As I say that, SLG finds one, but will be taken down. So again, this push has been vanquished. And Mighty's maybe a little bit frustrated.
Yeah, if they play their cards right, they'll have a chance to play for these rockets here. Nice 5 onto Ninja. And this is the right thing to do here. Just push forward, take the territory, so even if your team surrender rockets, you're behind the enemy lines and you're giving them another thing to think about here. He's running the flag. Margin are getting kills. I think Mighty's has just pulled off a worldy play here. Just needs the rest of his team to back him up now and make sure he stays alive. Be careful of these Mauler spawns as well. No, they spawn S1. It should be fine on this flag. But for Flubso laying some damage down, but he won't be able to do anything. That's the game all tied up. What a play by Mighty. After having statistically a poor game so far, makes the play that his team needs to tie up the game and just gives them a second life here in map 1.
Yeah, it's the confidence Mighty's needed as well. Just having a rough start to this first one. So able to thread the needle and find that flag cap. Will just bite off a little bit more than he can chew. Finding 2. Trade though at least. Bastos does get taken down. No one there to try and catch Ninja on the weak shield. So still 1 minute remaining and flag apiece. This one's going to get a little bit scary, especially when the push comes through. Ninja though, the lift kind of throws him off a little bit. He will fall, not able to find more than damage. SLG rapid through to S2 will get away, and Panther just stuck on the lift as his flag gets taken. Oh god, he's just getting bullied up here. Finally will fall. And Bastos now to just root back and match up with Seeker to try and give him some support from behind. Ninja actually just going to have to back off. SLG finding 2, make that 3. The perfect comes through for him as well. And this flag is going to go in. So all of a sudden, Magin are just able to open up the floodgates. Find another SLG on the killing spree with 20 seconds left. This looks like it's signed, sealed, and delivered. You're going to need something now if you're bagging the fries.
Can't push SLG here until his repulsor is out of action. He wins the close range fight with the rifle as well. Is there a pull here from bagging the fries? I want a Ninja, the only one who can try and force this to OT, but just not enough numbers on the side of bagging the fries. They're too concerned about SLG here in Sword. Let me tell you, we didn't see his point of view while he hit it, but Seeker finally found his timing window with one of those low cut pushes, swept through with the flag, and it's those pushes that you do on pit capture the flag, where if your teammates chime in with perfectly timed kills and you get through the cracks, you slip through undetected, those are the ones that hurt the most. And Seeker at crunch time, at clutch o'clock, came through with the run. Like I said, all of this was happening off screen, but it's just a great play by Seeker, who had been doing it all game long to varying degrees of success. And we move on to map 2. Margin, they left it late, but with what, 30 seconds left on the clock, something like that, they scored a game-winning flag. And yeah, some food for thought there, I suppose, for the bag and the fries. They were close, they were leading for the majority, but couldn't close it out.
Yeah, I think Seeker, like you said, was really leading the charge initially, dragging the rest of Magin along. All of a sudden then SOG coming alive. Mighty's finding his little gap as well to just be the first flag to go in for them, tie things up, and just all of a sudden then things to start falling apart for Bag and the Fries. Maybe it just gets a little bit more hectic. Imagine they're able to play to that strength a little bit more, even just Mighty's aggression just paying off. You know, he's winning the kills. And it's just from Ninja was incredible. Like, how he manages that, I don't even know. But no time to dwell, at least going into map 2, Street Slayer. And maybe a little bit hairy of a one for Majin if they continue to show off maybe how they did in the last map. It felt like Bag and the Fries were a little bit more consistent across the 4-man.
Yeah, certainly. We're here on Street Slayer for map 2. Camo is going to be a focal point for both teams. And it looks like Margin are the more comfortable of the two so far. Now, Bastos did not burn that. That'll allow Ninja maybe to burn it himself. So, despite doing the hard work there, Margin, they don't get the power-up they were fighting for. Net positive still, because you have Mighties with Red Gun. He's doing so much damage. But I think both teams, I mean, fairly happy to kind of handshake after that. As we see now, kills coming in for Margin. Chance to put Bag in the Fries on split spawns here, because this damage is going to force some ace spawns, I think. So Flubso, he needs to be cleaned out soon.
It certainly needed that first map, like we were talking about as well, for Bag and the Fries. He needed that, because now it feels like Majin feels a little more confident.
He didn't kill Flubso. Oh my goodness, 4 dead for Margin. No one dealt with Flubso. They all just handed it off to someone else. What a life by Flubso. And now, a big lead change here, Hixie.
Trying to just squeeze him back in. SLG with that re-peek as one shot is crazy. He G-slides into PD. Absolutely weak. Still able to find one and get away. Nice kill from Pantho. We'll get traded though. So 14 to 14 is where we find ourselves within the first 2 minutes. Bastos just wisely backing off. Doesn't want to take this 1v1. This feels like a bit of a 50-50. Does have Mighties here though, so now they're going to get a little bit more aggressive. Pantho to wrap through Red Room, but he's going to get pushed by Mighties and held by Bastos. It's got to be a kill and will be. No trade available for him. As I say that though, Zobe actually to trade him out. So Flubso and Seeker to find kills. Seeker actually to get traded. It's just Trade City right now, Harry. Everyone's fallen. It's really good team play from each team. You're going to need this Red Gun to try and open things up a little bit more. God, makes it difficult, but does find it. Bastos, surely not going to be living here and will fall. Red Guns change hands as Camo comes up.
Yeah, that weapon was the reason they were all scrapping over towards what is conventionally seen as a bit of a dead area of the map. And now, do Bag in the Fries know a Camo just came up? It looks like Flubso saw SLG's little toe on the corner of his screen, and SLG luckily will get out of dodge. We'll have teammates there backing him up as well. Finds a nice present on the floor, and we can see another lead change. Another lead change coming here. This time Margin maybe getting back on the board. I mean, it looks like everything's in their favor. Need to be careful though, they don't get trapped here over towards Cafe.
Yeah, this is a scary sound for SLG. Nice little shot there onto Flubso. Gets the call. And able to convert. Shot required. 2 for Pantho. Ninja.
Last bullet and they're
going to need 3. And like you said, not enough to find it. Single bullet, and then you're going to have to hot swap. Trying to lay down some shots onto the spawners. So your teammates will be pushing in. Mighty's still fueling the aggression he had in the previous map, but finding a lot more success with it. 29 to 27 so far. It's still really close. Trying a little sprint strafe there. Will fall eventually, but not by cause of the sprint strafe. Bastos to lay down a few more shots, and everyone's just looking pretty spongy. The team shots are pretty solid. Everyone calling relatively cleanly, although we don't exactly know, just make assumptions, considering that things aren't really going untraded.
Yeah, this is typically the time and scoreline of the game where one team tends to take off. So I'm looking forward to seeing if Bag and the Fries can maintain the concentration levels that have seen them keep pace with Margin so far. Your next Camo's coming up in 35 seconds time. I haven't seen a Red Gun in play, but Bag in the Fries, that's a 3-for-1 trade. You know where Last Alive is. You can trap all of Margin here in C. Oh, but they split. Dude, they split Cafe. That means Bag in the Fries are coming. Let's see if they win the trades. They don't. Oh, calamitous for Bag in the Fries. Calamitous. That was their opportunity.
Yeah, I mean, an 0-for-2 trade is the worst situation you could have No way to sugarcoat it. Now 37-32. Like you said, it's almost like you know this game pretty well. Just a lead starting to be built by Magic now.
New camo just came up. Let me tell you, in those situations, someone has to scream a call, and typically it's whoever screams it loudest, either like charge at them or just let them all spawn there. That, without being privy to the communication from Bag and the Fries, sounds to me like they weren't really sure which call to commit to. And as a result, look at the score. Didn't I say this is the type of scoreline, 31-28? It was in favor of Margin, that one team takes off. It is little situations like that on this game mode, time and time again, that always show up. And this time, for Bag and the Fries, they didn't make the call, or they didn't commit to it correctly. Whichever one it is, it will be the end of them here in map 2. Oh, so heartbreaking for them. There was an opportunity for them, but Margin, they split spawn out, and then sadly Bag and the Fries, they don't even win the call that they committed to. That's tough. That's so tough.
Yeah, the slight hesitation, I guess, just leads to their demise ultimately. Beginning of the end, Mike's having much better of a game. And, hold on, what's going on here?
Oh, wait, whoa.
I mean, surely these are not the beginning of a storyline that I'm going to be start building right now, right? 49-42, surely that's got to be, okay, that's going to be it. SLG to absolutely ruin any dreams of Bag and the Fries. To tie this series up, 2-0 in this best of 5 for Magin. One more required, normally how it goes for a best of 5. Oddball Recharge could be the final stand for Bag and the Fries in this winners final. They do still have the losers bracket at least. Right, we've still got a little bit of a lifeline for them, but it's a bit unfortunate. I can't lie. Sorry, it's feeling it's not done yet. Right, Fat Lady is yet to start warming up, but it feels like she should do soon.
Yeah, you can hear the echoes, aren't you, of maybe just some crisps being polished off, and you know she's just readying the windpipe. But yeah, take a look at the bounce back from Mighty. From map number 1, that's 30 kill contributions there. 16 plus 14, that's quick maths. And a great way to bounce back after what was really a slow and, by his own standards, disappointing map number 1. I mean, sure, he pulled off the play to cap the first flag and give his team a chance. But I think statistically, Liam likes his numbers, doesn't he? He likes seeing the pretty numbers beside his name. So looking forward to seeing how he can continue the form after map 2 into map number 3. Recharge ball. Oh, I hate this game type. Let me tell you, it's my least favorite, Pixie. I know we're supposed to be unbiased and like making sure that we're putting this as entertaining as possible, but you will hear my frustrations with this game time and time again. I hate it. I just watch my team play against Ryanu, just running the ball, dribbling it like a basketball around the map. Oh, dude, it's awful. It is really just not my favorite, but I'll try and be cheery.
Okay.
I'll try and be cheery.
Yeah, maybe Zove needs a little bit of cheeriness because that was kind of disgusting. Stas just deletes him and treats him like he's nothing. Crazy shot there. Nice catch as well. Cameron's still just putting in work. Flubzo next on his hit list. Oh, does get the trade actually. So good job there from Flubzo to find that kill. And just shut down not only Camo but Shock Rifle as well. Solid start from Magin holding on to the ball. Mighty's part-time Halo Pro full-time chat flamer.
I was going to say, I think Martin have given him the ball so he can come and talk some shit in the Twitch chat right now. I think that's what's happening.
Maybe. Liam's just trying to represent, right? But, anyway, trying to just rotate this ball around to back C. Have it in that annoying position that as soon as you break the setup, they just lob it off.
Thank you. It is annoying, Hixie. It is annoying.
Well, I
hate this
I
game
understand
type.
it's meta, right?
Because regardless of what happens, right, the ball rotates around the map. It always ends up at blue, and then it always gets thrown off. And it's like, oh man, we just broke this team for absolutely nothing. I don't think I've seen a game type in Halo history where like you play the ball and then you get advantage spawns for the new ball. Like it's so silly. Regardless, I'm enjoying what I'm seeing. It's fine. I love this map.
Yeah, it's a fun map at least, right? You got that consolation prize. I don't know, man. I think Oddball's kind of fun. I think it can be a bit of a blender. And, you know, depending on which side of the fence you sit on with chucking the ball off and resetting it, it's not a new feature though, is it, right? I always think back to the the unfortunate West Clutch situation on, was it Halo 3?
Enemy team
Yeah,
nearing
on Guardian Ball. Yeah, yeah. Unlike Wes, Bastos does play it.
incoming.
Ball will be spawning back up, as we'll imagine in a few moments. I mean, at least it's not instant, right? It's not 10 seconds like your respawn. So you do still have to, when you play it, yeah, okay, it's a little bit more beneficial because it gives you more time to come back up. But, I mean, it's not impossible, right? Nice double kill, at least from Pantho. To try and claw this one back. Already feeling like this first round is kind of getting away from them. Finds that stick as well. So just more damage, more output. And able to translate that into a hold of this oddball. Just got to be careful. Those flames could be quite hot. So drop it down as well. Just a little hot potato game. Need to get these points up. You're 60 behind so far. And Imagine can just switch. And suddenly they have won the round. So got to be careful. Got to be clinical. Nice catch off the camera. At least means Ninja does have something to work with. Takes it out of Imagine's hands. One less weapon in their arsenal to try and break this setup. And getting very aggressive are Bag and the Fries. Their hold still in bottom elevator. Security, I guess, not too far away. But
I can't lie here, XD. Look at the score. I mean, it's 82 to 50. Bag and the Fries have done so well getting back in this round. If I'm them, I think about moving this ball to a bit of a more kind of 50-50 situation. I know they're feeling themselves right now, and I'll tell you what, the Slays are going their way as well. The reason I say that is because all it takes is one margin break, and your spawns are so far away that you have no chance to get back in this round. So just be careful of that. With just, what, 18 seconds needed for margin? As long as you take care of your lives here, you're fine. But just think about that ball getting out of a less kind of committed position. Oh my god, they're doing it.
The more you're talking, the more I'm questioning where the hell Imagine have gone. Get a little dicey, mate. He's the ball as well. No shot. This is kind of a comeback for Bag and the Fries. Doesn't matter what language you're speaking. You know, Imagine are kind of screwed. This is a little bit scary. They're just going to decide to drop it 1 point away for whatever reason. Nice trade, at least from Ninja. Just keeps things... Imagine should have... This should be the break, Imagine. Come on now. Flubso falls. Pantho is nowhere near the ball. SLG's right there, right? Pick this up, run it around back C, and just pray SLG doesn't fall. It's workable. 3 minutes left. Both teams in a very, very solid position. How they pick it up. The Fries are already running it back. They're actually running it through security. What are you doing? No way. You just run it at them. Flubso with camo, last alive. Just very confused because you've given Imagine the ball. You've given them possibly the win. Flubso not able to do as like a lot. He's on his own. Oh, that feels a bit... I don't know. I mean, I'm not the color here, but that feels a little bit like a misplay.
You do all of that work. All of that work. And then you just lose?
You don't just lose. You give it to him. You literally hand it to him.
No, see, they didn't even take the lead. They didn't even take the lead. They literally were within 2 points of the lead and then were just like, no, we've done enough. That's it. We've done enough now.
They want to play hardcore.
All good. I love this map and game mode. It's really, really good. No, it's going to be a nice chance for Bag and the Fries to finally show that they deserve to be in this lobby, despite not winning round one. They showed that their teamwork is still where it needs to be. Ninja, by the way, 17 kills. By far and away the leader on his team. Just needs the rest of the team to step up now. He has shock. And Bag and the Fries are going to steam into at least a 25-point lead, I think, in this round to start round number 2. Oh, blue spawns, though. Hang on.
I'm just in awe. I'm in awe and I'm looking at chat. I need to I need to chill. I feel like I'm awake now, right? I'm a little bit more awake from what I've just witnessed. Flubso, again, last alive. I feel like I've said that a few times in this map. Will fall Survey to spawn up as well, and already points for Imagine. So 17 for Bag and the Fries, starting better than they did in the last round. You're going to need to finish a little bit better than you did in the last round if you want to see yourself in this winners final for a bit longer. again, do have the losers bracket to run it back. And likely to, at least. Bagging the Fries, like we said earlier, very close contender to this Magic roster. Nice killing spree found for SOG. And already matching their points, actually taking the lead. Only Zobe left alive and already being hunted. Mighties can just sit here and carry on flaming chat.
Yep, he can just put his pad down, just enjoy, just whacking this oddball. Be surprised if he doesn't try and, rotate this around. He's going to end up at blue, of course, as all balls naturally gravitate towards blue on this map. Always rotating there. I mean, we even saw Bagging the Fries at the end of the last round, just still try and get it to blue, even though all of margin were there. You have to respect it. The ball just loves being over here in blue. That's what happens. And the way Margin have steadied themselves after not only the middle of the last round, but also the start of this one, I think that this winners final is probably done and dusted. I was thinking that about a third of the way through the first round, but then Bagging the Fries came back. So maybe if I say it out loud, we'll see an actual comeback this time from Bagging the Fries.
Yeah, man, I mean, look, Bagging the Fries, if you're going to learn from any mistake, it's got to be the way that first round ended. And you're going to have to do it a little bit quickly. Because these points are getting close. It's feeling eerily similar, right? If they stop at 82, okay, we're fine. We're not in this like, Groundhog Day situation, but it does feel like, imagine surely going to be locking this one in now. SOG's just kind of ripping and roaring, running around, finding everyone, hitting 3/6s and still landing tags on. Oh my god, okay. Not just tags, he's finding the kill as well. Crazy way for SLG to end that one. Glad we got to see him world star Pantho a little bit. He did have assist, of course, from a bit of team damage, but yeah, a bit disappointing. I feel like it's probably the sentiment from the both of us in this series. It feels like it should have gone a bit further.
Yeah, at points, I mean, Bagging the Fries, they were right there. Dude, they were right there.
They were right there last round.
Think back to map 1, right? We had Pit capture the flag. They were leading for about 10 minutes. And then Margin find that little bit of extra in the final furlong. And then you think about map 2, Street Slayer. They had the last 2 alive. It was a 4v2, last 2 alive in C. And they kind of half committed to a call. Then they didn't get any trades. And then the splits came in and Margin ran through the rest of the game. And then even in that round 1, I mean, dude, they were right there. They came back. They did the hard part. And then right where it was needed, right where the extra bit of concentration was needed, Bagging the Fries just sadly were not on the same page. So yeah, the 3-0, I won't lie, it flatters Margin, but you have to commend them for their just ice. I mean, it's clutch. It's what it is. It's when it comes down to crunch time, the cream of the crop rises to the top. Yeah, it rhymes, so you know it's true.
Exactly. Right? Dr. Zeus has never been known to lie. It really does feel like, man, I just can't stop thinking about the end of that round. I don't know. Maybe it was, maybe there was something we missed, right? We don't have comms. I don't know. Maybe they were just trying to ego chow. Like, we're going to beat them in security, and then we're going to run it back blue, and we're going to win. Obviously, that's not how it went. And then you sat staring at a 3-0. But you do have this lower bracket to run through. So, you know, there's time for you to come back and learn from your mistake. But, I mean, I'm just going to be sat in the break thinking about this one, to be honest.
Yeah. As our producer puts in Bagging the Fries there in the lower final, they'll have a little bit of time to wait until they get their chance to play some Halo again. I mean, that was so close, man. That was so close.
No, it was a good series.
To be honest with you, I'm not even sure what you could VOD review from that. If you were an actual team and say there were majors to play for, like, I mean, what do you say? Like, you half committed to a call on Street Slayer. If you win that situation, you're probably winning the game. And then it's 1-1 in the series. And then instead of coming into the oddball game 2-0 down, it's 1-1, and you're thinking, yeah, you know what? We can take these guys. It's just was a series of moments, I think, there for Bagging the Fries. They were so close, and I don't really think that there's something you could diagnose from them. Do you know what I mean? Like, it's not something you could pinpoint scientifically when you go over the film. It's just unlucky in the situations.
Yeah, I mean, battle of margins against Magin, but ultimately leads to you falling down to the lower bracket. But we will be following the lower bracket in a very short moment, so go grab a drink and maybe get your best trash talking going in chat for this little break that we're going to go to. But after we are back, we will have the lower bracket for you guys. Don't go anywhere.
I placed some mirrors in my mind. Thought that I could theorize, but I could only see in black and white. And I got so terrified. I looked for all the silver lines. Determine what is what. They left me open, undefined. I found myself deconstruct. Operating from my ego, but I'm trying to disconnect. I wonder where do we go? The unknown is that effect. I've tried to fix my overthinking. Why do I overanalyze? For the time being, I'll keep these mirrors in my mind. Now I'm sifting through the fake signs. Tell myself that it's enough, but I know these feelings won't align. Everything I think I want, and just burning through the days, uncovering decay. I'm trying to feel some way that's different than before. Operating from my ego, but I'm trying to disconnect. And I wonder where do we go? The unknown is not effect. I've tried to fix my overthinking. Will I finally realize? And for the time being, I'll keep these mirrors in my mind.
Perfect. Double kill.
Listen to me speak, just do what you want. What words will you keep? The ones that cause us harm. You assume the worst, but that is yet to come. Because you caused it first, and now we've come undone. Caught up in trying to find a problem. Why do we lose our minds and think us before we try? Fed up with trying to fix our problems. Why do we lose our minds ending us before we try?
No scope.
You bent the truth. Now it's hard to find a place for me and you. I know you're paranoid, but that does not excuse the way we've paved a void and made ourselves confused.
Double kill.
Why do place. How do I know if I got what it takes? Is it all just a chase?
Hello everyone and welcome back to the European Summer Clash Qualifier 1. My name is Hixie and I'm still here with Wonder Boy, and we are going down to the losers bracket now. We have the losers bracket run to show off, best of fives in here as well. So we're going to have a longer series. Hopefully we can find one that goes to... okay, well you had one that went to 2-1 at least, right? Currently.
Okay.
So, you know, maybe Conspiracy Energized would be a, map 4, map 5 maybe? Please?
That would be nice. That would be nice before your voice goes into octaves that only cats, I think, understand.
I couldn't go any higher.
Yeah.
I'm glad you stopped.
I am interested to see if this one will be close. Because, like, on paper, these two are very close in the tier kind of below Bagging the Fries and Margin. So, looking forward to seeing some closer games here, perhaps with some more mistakes. That is what leads to some entertaining matches. And I'm glad we got a chance to see the series layout, because my notes has this as a best of 3, and obviously James came in and just added 2 game types to make sure we had more best of 5. So, like, for me to get a first-hand look at the game types on the screen, I mean, that's always helpful. So, game 1, Lattice Ball. I've said my piece about Oddball. Let's just enjoy what we're watching in front of us, Hixie. How about that? I'm going to try and be positive this series. We're underway on map 1.
Yeah, I don't know what you mean. I thought you love Oddball. So, I mean, this is dream come true for you. Lattice as well. I'm still curious about what everyone thinks about this map. It's been in long enough.
Oh, beef!
Okay, okay. Looks like we found out who John Palooza was. The alt account.
Hold the phone, dude. Hold the phone. If there's beef in this series, I'm fully invested. I'm sitting up. I'm ready to go.
He's gone into gamer stance. He's leaned forward to like a 45-degree angle. Okay, TK2 shooting. But not fully landing. Actually does get that no-scope onto Cali, but only body shots so far, so only a little bit of damage done. Brainiac to full, and ball to be rotated through to blue. Energize looking to get a hold after Conspiracy had a pretty solid opening. Already body shots as well as an interesting one. Very, very early on. I believe that was TK2, so Cammy kind of coming out with a bit of heat.
Yeah. My
just need to back it
approaching
up.
points so far, Hixie. If you're gonna body shot, give some body disrespect, right? Make sure you hit a shot of snipe afterwards, right? I know you're being pressured, but like you can't just go around shooting bodies and then just like not put up as well. So let's see. We'll keep an eye on the story as it progresses, but so far it looks like we're gonna see a little bit of a hold over here. Oh, Brainiac! Dude, Brainiac brains the guy that was just body shotting him with the last bullet of snipe. Oh my god, dude. This is Needle right here. This is full drama. They hate each other.
Yeah, Brainiac using his brain to brain him is kind
What's
of...
the lore behind this beef? Does anyone know?
Yeah, anyone in chat know, because I'm not familiar that... I mean, I thought, everyone's quite friendly.
Yeah.
Everyone that I've met has been nice. Energize, Jericho, waiting for everyone to score. Again, bro, this is crazy.
Everywhere.
I think suspense has got to be trolling, right?
Oh, I feel like I'm in an abattoir right now. This is beef everywhere.
Yeah, I do feel like we're caught in the middle of it, and somehow, some way, we're going to get involved. Land might be some thrown hands. I feel like chat's just taken the anger into this series now. I don't know. Maybe something was said. I have to check Sauna. But my god, yeah, it's getting pretty dicey already.
I love it. And this is a big series in the grand scheme of things, right? Because this is the first qualifier, the first seeding cup for the European Summer Clash that's happening soon. And I'm sure that, Watson said something very funny in the chat.
Yeah,
but I am looking forward to this series because, we're in it right now. No need to look too far forward because, we're here. This is essentially for 3rd seed going into next week's, or I say next week, it's in a couple of weeks, right? Because Atlanta's next week.
Yes.
This cup was seeded through the LAN that we had in November, right? Or maybe even before then. I can't. Basically, this is Mickey Mouse seeding this cup, right? So, if from the future cup, we're going to be seeding from this cup. So, what that means is whoever wins this will be 3rd seed in 2 weeks' time. That's all you need to know, all right? That's all you need to know. And there's beef. So
Yeah, I mean, you're calling it Mickey Mouse seeding, but clearly it means enough to them to body shot. You know, you don't want to be coming in. God forbid you want to be the 4th seed out of these two. You won't hear the end of it, it seems. Sniper just does get wasted a little bit by suspense, but still 4 bullets to work with. So Mafushi going to try and piece these together. Find 4 brains to make Brainiac happy. First shot rings off. Shiesty to dodge. Will be able to sneak away, and he's actually going to keep aggressing. Doesn't want to push too far up into cargo. I think he's rooting around, rooting around through Lake. So, God, the tag does come through onto TK2, but Shiesty now with the late activation will find that kill. And tries to get a little bit more for his money, but will come out broke. Oh my God, no way, no way! TK2, you can't! Oh my God, no! Oh, I almost said a bad word.
I'm thinking it.
What the hell was that? Oh my God.
I physically cringed. Physically cringed.
Oh, man. Yeah, give me that replay. Look at this. What the hell? Not only did... Right, I mean, he gets away in a cool fashion, but... 1 body shot per calorie.
Perfect.
Oh, my lord. All right, cool. This is the way this series is going.
If I was leaning forward in the gamer stance for the body shots, dude, I'm practically licking my screen right now. Like, I'm so down for this. Lead change, though. Energized, despite being on the receiving end of some world stars and some body disrespect, they're leading this round. So time for Conspiracy to stop the showboating and actually win a round. That would be nice.
Yeah. I mean, who sits really close to their monitor? I've forgotten. I know Kimbo was a real... kind of
He was far
binocular user, but
he was in
yeah.
a different postcode to his screen sometimes, I swear. But like Bound licks.
Yeah, I was thinking Bound. Yeah, I always trying to think of face cams I've seen where it's kind of just foreheads and hair.
just all hair.
Yeah, on what level of Kimbo to Bound do you guys play?
Well, I'd say I'm more of a Kimbo, but Finners has made the play at the end of this round. For sure. If they make sure they kill Jericho here, this should be the round going in favor of Conspiracy. Thanks to that wonderful little flank and sneaky play by Finners. Nice double by Shiesty will help as well. Yeah, this should be the round going Conspiracy's way.
Yeah, it's actually having a bit of a slower one individually, but starting to actually light it up. 3k in this life so far. He's going to stay alive as well. Does have the help from his teammate. So, like you said, Suspense has just locked that one in. Final few points picked up by him. And still just a couple of body shots to make sure everyone is aware what's going down.
Alright, no funny business here in this round, alright? That was...
I don't know, man.
Got all of it out of your system in the first round. Now
seeing
let's play
clown
some
shoes.
nice, clean, fair Halo. No
I'm seeing
ninjas, no body disrespect. Let's play some lattice ball, alright? Show me how it's done.
You're after professionalism, and I'm just here for the trash talk, to be honest. Oh my God. Okay, thought that almost landed. Finners, though, to help out. QT to zip back away, and 3 players up top mid as well. So, yeah, probably best for TK2 to just try, oh my God, try and get away. What the hell was that? What is going on, man? You can't get away from the silliness. It's just here. It'd be too silly. Oh! No! Oh, he's getting wacky with it. This is crazy. Oh my God. TK2, what the hell was that snap? Brother, chill out. Alright, just give him a bit of time to collect. Incredible sequence from him. That's a body shot as well. Needs to try and capitalize off this one just to keep themselves in a pretty solid position. Didn't think he got the trade there, but he actually does. Just my old man eyes not helping me out there. 14 to 3, not even 13. Bro, it's happening too early.
Listen, even if we had a slow motion replay, like, even if we had hours to analyze that play from Cammy, like, there's no way, like, we could, like, accurately assess what just happened. First of all, right, he repulses up to try and get to top mid, and then all of a sudden he's repulsed a player with snipe, and he's like, oh, there's a guy with snipe here, alright, no problem, I'll kill him. And then he tries to pick up the snipe, picks up the thrust instead, and then thrusts away, then gets the snipe, then thrust and no scopes. And it's just like, alright. At that point, I'm fairly certain this is like choreographed, or at least rehearsed between these two teams. Either way, Energize finally with some ball. They have some time. Now, can we see Conspiracy break this as easily as they have broken in the past. I'm trying to recenter myself here, Hixie. I don't know if you can tell, but there's a lead change. Energize are now in the lead, and they've said 2 points. That'll do. That's enough. 2 points of a lead. That's all we need.
I'm hitting the gamer stance now just to lean into the silliness. I don't know what the hell just happened, but I'm here for it. I want more of that across this series. If this one doesn't go to 5, I'm going to be upset. I'm going to be emailing someone with a complaint. Don't know who yet. We'll decide. Maybe it'll be John Palooza, I don't know. Or EU Assault, depending on how that engagement in chat goes. Anyway, TK2
Keep an eye on it.
yeah, we got two 1v1s going on right now. TK2 just sat up in the window, just trying to lock down the fort. It does have the help from Suspense. Finners to wrap round as well, so it looks like it's only a matter of time before Fushi will fall, and he does. Kali last alive on red stairs and to drop. So very solid hold from Conspiracy. They have broken, like you said. They were trying to do exactly that and managed. Nice catch from TK2, just trying to get aggressive as this sniper is up. Don't want to give anything away for free. There was a potential there for him to find that kill, but being weak himself means he will be more of a coin toss and he will lose. Calls heads, lands tails. It happens sometimes. And he had the craziness earlier that he needs to kind of balance it out a little bit.
Fair play to Shiesty there. He was last alive in a 1v3, had the ball, and had 3 players, one of which with a sniper, like chasing him down. I'm really well impressed by Shiesty being able to get a trade there on Kali, and that's actually made things pretty difficult to energize. They've been able to hit it themselves, but Brainiac needs to hit some headshots with this, please. I would like to quite like to lose my marbles. Oh
dear.
Never mind.
Well, I mean, you can lose your marbles over an accidental play like that. Picking up ball, leaving.
Drop the OBJ, get the snipe.
brother.
Like, what are you doing?
Yeah, Suspense. Come on, buddy. Okay, TK2 to pick it up at least. Please just get away. And he does. He hasn't actually had a single shot down onto him, so very fortunate that he's able to pick that one up. Maybe Suspense just had the oversight that we didn't and recognized that he had the time. Not landing the snipes he was earlier, but we'll find one at least onto Jericho. Weak enough. The body shot will do just fine. Gonna get his submission for FaZe Clan going right now. The last bullet will ring out. Swap in to that commando. Oh God, how is he still alive? He's no way. Okay, Brainiac, wise to his tricks. Just knows that he's going to get a little bit snaky. That's perfect from Mafushi. So he can push up a little bit more, though he doesn't really have much support as Brainiac will fall in back red. As will Mafushi as well. So still a little bit of a no man's land situation with this ball right now. It does feel like Conspiracy generally leading these engagements.
Yeah, it just does feel like we've seen Energize just chasing the game a little bit too much. Anytime they've gotten their kills, they haven't been able to really stamp their authority on the map too much. And, well, I mean, just like that, 15 seconds until Shiesty wins the game. Oh, they put the TP behind the whole push. What? Dude, that's... I mean, alright. Dude, was no one camping the TP from Energize? They're giving that much of a rush to stop Shiesty winning the game? Respect. It's worked, but that could have been dicey for him.
Shiesty as well, left round just from place. Did have that QT, will drop, as will his shields and his life. Kali to get traded by Finners though, and everyone dead on Energize, so this surely has to be it, right? There's no way they can get here quick enough. Suspense holding on to cargoes as well means they will just spawn as far away as possible. So that's going to be map 1 going in favor of Conspiracy. A little bit less body shot from the beginning, so, you know, silliness dial kind of turned down a little bit, but hopefully it can turn up throughout the rest of the series. Conspiracy map 1 in their hands. Let's see what else can be laying down in this series. Ooh, CTF Origin looking pretty nice. Slayer recharge though before that. King of the Hill vacancy as well. Still an interesting one. I'm not sure how I feel about the map, but it doesn't matter. I'm just here to talk. And this was the...
I mean, he's like, where's the snipe? And he almost slides off. He finally gets the snipe.
Like, he just Kali treated like cannon fodder. Like, just an afterthought.
Yeah. And after that play, Cammy got a grand total of 1 point. 1 point from his team's 200. He contributed 1 point. And I think after that play, fair enough. You know, if you've proven you can be that much of a wild card on the map, you know, just go for it, I think.
Yeah, I mean, look, just leaning. Yeah, this is the first kill for TK2, right? 4 other kills landed, or 3 other kills, excuse me, on the map by that point. And already body shooting. I mean, a good thing they lock it out, or lock it in even, right? And lock Energize out. Yeah, just Conspiracy playing very headstrong, I think, from the beginning. You needed to win this one, or you're never going to hear the end of it.
I just don't know. I need to know the lore. Like, does anyone know the lore between Cammy and the rest of the squad? I mean, he's world starring them left and right. Like, look at this. Oh, cards. To be fair,
such a crazy reversal.
To be fair, that was the Spence cleaning him up, so it was a 1v2. So I mean, likely Kali was dead either way. But the fact that Cammy gets out alive, that's insane.
Yeah, I mean, this again. Look at that. That's so. It's so like nonchalant, just disregarding. Like, oh, Kali's there. Yeah, he's gone now. Anyway, map 2. Player.
Flies, right?
Oh my god!
Oh,
okay,
dude, no
come
way.
on, man! You can't start it that way.
All right.
It's just not fair. You all right,
What
cool.
are you supposed to say about that, man?
No, I don't even know, man.
No,
You just,
okay.
you know, start as you mean to go on, I guess. Just Cammy continuing the whimsical silliness. Remote detonation, crazy play, really good start. I mean, it's an opening gambit that's not hidden, right? Everyone knows about it as a thing. How do you counter it? You shoot. Clearly didn't get that far. Anyway, Shiesty last alive after a solid start from Conspiracy. Energize with a bit of a rebuttal, it seems. Maniac to pick up that shot rifle. Does not really land body shots, and Shiesty just keeps challenging him. We're going to see a lot of ego chows in this series, I have a feeling.
Yeah, I mean, what is the counter to someone who is so full of whimsy as TK2? I mean,
I don't know. How do you out-silly silly?
you can't out-silly King Silly. What they have done, though, Energize, despite Brainiac going down with that shot, they have tied the game up. After what wasn't a great start, the two teams have now kind of split the map in half. So I'm only seeing 3 red names. So has someone from Conspiracy spawned out? Yeah, I think Cammy spawned out. So this is bad for Energize. We'll see which way the trades go. But looks to be pretty even across the board.
Okay, cool. Everything's just going down. Brainiac
Alright.
with a nice stick. Shiesty, though.
Everyone's just blowing up, right?
Yeah, Shiesty getting up in his grill.
Say.
Just guaranteeing that trade. 1 kill lead for Conspiracy within the first 2 minutes, and keeping that as the trade goes through. Finn's to wrap around through pipes now. He's going to have Brainiac. He's not going to spot him out. He did actually look to check it, but a little bit dicey. Does find the kill at least. Right, they will trade. But again, just feels like Trade City and... Okay, cool. I mean, Meg just catching everything, observing some... just as soon as there's a body shot call come through, Meg's jumping onto that POV. TK2 to get dropped after some extra shots to be shot into that body. 10 seconds for Camo as well. Everyone's going to be looking towards that, although Mafushi's going to have to look at it from someone else's POV. Nice nades to flush him out.
Good shots. Good shots. Should be a free camo for Conspiracy. You got 25 seconds until the next shock rifle. If I'm Suspense here, I'm thinking maybe we don't speed the game up here. I know you want to use camo almost immediately, but no reason to kill Energize here. There's crap at the back of the map. Look, you're moving into nades. Just wait for the shot, bro. There's no need to do any of this. You're doing too much. You got too greedy, and you've let Energize back in the map, right? Just wait for the shot. The shot just spawned. You could have waited. You could have had a camo shot. Instead, Brainiac has it. He goes down again, and it's just like, come on, man. Let's play big picture Halo here. Let's stop with the whimsical nature of whatever's happening here. We just play our game.
Yeah, Jericho trying to get another 360 medal back to back. Look, Brainiac, if you're going for that shock rifle, I feel like someone else is just going to go for it. That's 2 times I've seen you just get dumpstered again. It's rough, right? Security, you know, kind of difficult to get shots off. He's got to be tired. What is going on?
Tie game. Tie game at 26 here. Oh, dude, like, you brought me in this stream, right, to analyze what's going on.
Yeah, analyze that. Analyze that.
I couldn't tell you, mate. I could not tell you what we're seeing here. Like, genuinely feel like I'm losing my mind. That is a great turn by Brainiac. That I can tell you that much for free. And yeah, 2-kill lead for Energize. This is not orthodox Halo. This is very unorthodox.
What do you mean? Is this not meta? Right now? Monologic.
It's just taking 7 levels of hell out of each other, and I'm here for it. But no one's thinking big picture here. They're just going and taking trades. I'm loving it.
Double
What is
kill.
that as well? Just TK2 thinking he gets the kill. Cammy looking away and then still lands it. That's looking good for him. And look, man, I'm feeling it. This series is just making me feel some kind of way. I got the giggles a little bit. Can't lie.
All right. Let's give us
Need to
something to
lock in.
focus on. We got
Yeah, I
new
need to
camo,
lock in.
20 seconds. All right, you got Energize at the back of the map. They're the ones that need to make a play here. Brainiac's going to activate. That's good. Now you've done enough. Now just back up. Why are we grappling tower? No, just back down. You got camo in 10. You did your job. But looks like the cavalry's coming here from Energize. Finners can't get away, and well, it's a 4-point lead and the right side of the map for the camo here, but Brainiac's, I mean, he's not looking where he needs to look. Did Energize even get camo? I think it's Mifush. No, it's Kali. Must be Kali with camo. So, yeah, overall, an okay play there in the end by Energize, but goodness me, I don't know what's going on right now.
Okay. Right. Just, yeah. Trade expected. Cali lost a full for Energize. So a little bit quiet now. Conspiracy just to collect themselves. And please just extract the silly. And bottle it. Brainiac. Okay, I thought he was going for that shock rifle, but he doesn't have it. 20 seconds until it is up. Surely it's not really going to have that much of an involvement.
Ghost.
Alright,
Ghost
cool.
melee.
Finner's not
Don't wanna see
single
that.
point of damage. Surely he's not going to get that happen again. Get taken down. So 42 to 40. Things are getting a little bit close, so I'm going to really have to shy away from the whimsy. We've got a job to do. Alright guys, we have to lock in for at least the end of the map. Come on, let's make an agreement. Shock rifle is up, but no one really wanting to out themselves. Nice open field. So if you get the grapple, great, but if not, then you don't really want to be diving onto it. Unless everyone is dead, of course. Finners to try and chase that shadow. Won't land. Doesn't expect the player to be... Oh, I thought he was still close, but had actually run away. Finners' attention elsewhere. Maybe could have pushed him, but Brainiac doesn't land the plasma as well, and he's going to pay with his life. Cali weak, so you're going to have to maybe see if you can push this, but you're playing a little bit sheepish. You don't want to give away anything for free. As 45 to 44, Jericho will be found with a nice nade from Suspense elsewhere on the map. And now the push to come through. Actually, Suspense here with him. So Suspense goes through and Finners backs off. I mean, he was weak, sure, but left him out to dry a little bit. It feels like, I don't know.
Again,
Whimsy's back in
I'm
season.
being asked to analyse something that I've got no idea. I can't explain the rationale behind any of this. But I
The
do
push
know
you don't.
48-47. This is going to be really close, this ending. We do have 2 of Energized trapped in gold. Cammy's, I mean, his methodology here is go find the spawners, but... Oh, he's not checked the doorway. He needs to check. This is a close one here, Hixie.
Yeah, getting very close, and I'm going to apologise to Finners if he hadn't already got to the door by the time he was
49.
weak, but 49 to 49 is crazy. 1 second for camo as well. Surely no one's going to have the balls to go for this. Brainiac one shot. Actually going to grapple up to security again. This, oh my god, no way!
What?
No!
What?
I tried to take the whimsy out and you can't. What the hell is going on?
Who
What
is
a way to
grappling
end the
tower
series.
At 49-49, Hixie. Who is grappling tower?
What are
at
you doing?
49-49.
Nah, I've got to go. I'm sorry. I've got somewhere else to be, clearly. Like, this is...
Wasn't he weak? I swear we saw him weak on Turbine. Isn't he like no shields here? And he's just like, fuck it.
Mate, this is crazy.
sorry for
Could you
swearing.
imagine? Could you imagine that goes the other way? How much of a... Not even idiot, like just how annoyed your teammate will be. All of your team will be. And yet Brainiac just gets it out on the table. Shows everyone.
God.
Silence.
Oh, God. I don't know. What? I don't know what's going on. I don't know what is going on.
What the hell? And we've guaranteed map 4 as well. So this series is just going to carry on. Maybe this is it. Maybe we're going to be in this series forever. Somehow we're going to get to overtime in this series. It's not going to be a best of 5 anymore. I just... anything can happen, because I feel like anything has already happened. Literally anything. Like the weirdest Weirdest things. I'm trying really hard to keep my composure, but it's
I
tough.
feel like this series is a bit like watching like two AI chatbots like communicate with each other. You know what I mean? Like where you have like Gemini versus ChatGPT.
Yeah.
Like this is just like I don't know. It's like one extreme to another. It was 49-49. It's like, oh, okay, camera's coming up. Yeah, the game's gonna slow down now. Brainiac grapples tower with no consideration for human life and just like comes in and wins the game. A genius play or moronic play? Like there is no middle ground. Like it's pure black and white thinking. Like that is it. We got that Captain Flag Origin game 3. Like. What your guess is as good as mine, though. Like, someone get ChatGPT open, get Gemini open. Like, ask them who is going to win this series, because like I have got no idea. I don't even think either of them want to. Here. See, that's the thing. Like, I don't know who wants to win.
It doesn't feel like they're just trying to go for.
Double kill.
Look, that better have been a nade and not like shooting it.
Got false start.
Okay.
False start.
Cool. Yeah, it got too weird. So even for them, so we had to run it back one more time. Look, okay, this gives us a bit of time to just kind of decompress a little bit and digest what the hell we've seen in map 1 and 2. Okay, I thought we were going right back in. No rest for the wicked. Yeah, I mean, this just the beginning of the end in this map already. I mean, of course it's Cammy to find it, right? Had a crazy highlight in map 1 and then decides to just start map 2 with that. But then it was Brainiac to lock it in with some just absolute ludicrous grapple play. Like, look, man, I don't really know what to say about all this series so far. I'm thinking someone somewhere's, like, drugged me and put me in some Truman Show level experiment. It feels like everyone's in on it, but us.
For real, I feel like this has to be some kind of simulation. There's no way. Like, look at this, dude. Like, it's 48, 49, 49 trades. All right, handshake it, slow the game down. Brainiac, just like, what's his thought process? Like, what?
I don't think you have one. You don't have one to do that. There's no way.
No, I don't think
there's
so.
There is literally zero critical thinking to pull that off. Because
all right,
it's so ludicrous.
Bet. I'm taking notes. Grapple tower 49-49. That's all you need to know. I mean, obviously you got the call right that like his teammates were damaging towers, and he was just like, hey, you know,
don't know how many are there. There could just be someone top tower that sees you grapple in, and then just because you're one shot already, they just pop you in the head. It's the most underwhelming end to a 49-49 because you've just absolutely thrown. But he didn't. He didn't. He landed he got the backsmack.
Just balls of steel. I mean, I don't know what to tell you, dude. Like, seriously.
I don't know if steel cuts the cake. I feel like it's balls of a metal so hard, yet unknown to to humans. It has to be like vibranium balls, but whatever the real version is, I don't know.
Yeah, well, by the way, we're back underway on the restart. Conspiracy didn't win the opening break, so expect one of them to disconnect here pretty soon. No, I'm kidding, of course. Rockets in the hands of Brainiac. No grapple on this map, thankfully. And, yeah, he gets a kill with his rockets. All right.
He did try and make it a little difficult for himself. Just peeking one corner to the next. He was kind of squished in a little bit, so nice job from Conspiracy to try and reduce his damage, but that was the last rocket, so that is expended at least. Sniper's still up. Not sure who does have the little run mitts on it. Shiesty only for a moment, as he will fall. Brainiac, of course, just can't play the game with a bandit. Has to have something else to work with. And knowing where... Spencer's got pretty close. Sat on top of Pyramid. A lot of damage onto Brainiac as well. Needing to back off. And of course it's Cammy to try and clear this up, but nice pre-nade. Makes him nice and squishy just for the easy kill. 2 bullets to work with in that sniper for Brainiac, as he's just going to reposition. And that thruster as well could just be a little bit extra help from the sandbox. Spence now in a 1v2. Oh my god, no way. No. Okay. Oh, I was very scared. Oh my god, man. This is crazy. I don't need help with... Oh god. I do need help, clearly, because I'm clearly insane.
This is some kind of Truman Show level. that's for sure. Brainiac somehow, after all of this, still alive.
Yeah.
I'll tell you, the one thing that has been missing from this map so far, like, we're seeing so much fighting over at Snipe. It is so unconventional for this game type. This is a bit more like it from Energize, right? If we're going to do some serious talk for a second, this is elbows. Like, you run flag elbows on the map. Don't bother about Snipe Tower. Sometimes, if you're maybe conditioning a team that you're going to control elbows all game, you can sneak a flag through at Snipe side, but ideally you do want to be running it down this low side of the map. So a bit more conventional Halo we're seeing here. We're going to see Cammy get the touch, and more importantly, with the control of this side of the map, you have rockets coming up in just a couple of seconds. Let's see who is privy to that. Looks like Suspense coming off the respawn will be player best placed to try and grab those. Sadly for him, the flag's progress has been reset to the base by Energize, so these rockets are pretty much a consolation prize at this moment in time.
Trying to find the rat in the tunnel. We'll finally get it. Suspense, ooh, only 1 for 2. Finds damage with the second, but that does get picked up. Still with his life in his hands, he's able to pick up that flag, and he's going to try and run this one through maze as well, taking it snipe side. The sniper has spawned up as well. Does have just the help from his teammates. No one really able to land any significant damage from Energize, so this flag's going to be going in. 3 dead for Energize as Cali to spawn, and already Jericho just getting shut down again, so always leaving one man last alive. Cali to fall again. This is looking pretty rough for Energize, looking like a little bit of a blender fest with that sniper in TK2 as well. He's just playing up close and personal, using it like a shotgun. A single slug to the brain for anyone that dare try it. Flag does get pulled again. And again, just feels like Conspiracy's just kind of on top. Suspense, not really needing to get involved.
Where's he going, man? Like, he's gone back all the way to his own elbow. I was like, did he get a call or something? Like, I'm not sure. But regardless, he's definitely cleared his own side of the map, which is helpful. The touch probably makes things a bit more difficult for Energize, but yeah, okay, they'll get the re here, that's fine. First cap on the board for Conspiracy. They'll kind of reset the map and meet at the halfway mark now. It's just so difficult to see how Energize get back into this one. It looks like Conspiracy have been, for the majority, the team that's taken their advantage is like way more. We need to see Energize just push the pace a little bit, and this is a great opportunity to do so with this potential triple from Brainiac. And there's an overkill on the board here as well if he wants it.
Yeah, that's a nice play there from Brainiac, and good response, right? You need just a little bit something after what felt like a Conspiracy blender you've been shoved into, and the response you will get. Flag to be put in by Mafushi. Already trying to reposition. Oh, and finds himself last alive. So just going to hide out on this little back ledge here. Wait for his team to spawn up.
Sadly, what this does, though, is rocket spawning now, Higgsy just completely surrenders them to Suspense over on that side of the map. So wouldn't be surprised to see a flag run come in soon, thanks to the rocket kills coming in from Suspense. And he still has 8 rockets to deal with in the cave.
Okay, nice catch. Good job there from Mafushi. He needs to... Right. Okay. Okay, they should not have a triple kill there. Come on. Like, what are we looking at?
The problem
that
was,
rocket was so funny.
The problem was he was trying to run it snipe, and everyone knows the sniper style on this map super situational.
I don't know what you mean.
Don't run it there because there's just too many places you can hide over at snipe. There's too many places, so you gotta make sure you're running it the correct way. Brainiac 17 and 9 at this point in time. I mean, this feels like a fever dream. Like, genuinely, this whole series. Like, is it me? Or, like, I don't even know. New sniper spawn. We'll see if there's some flashy shots to come here.
Okay, yeah, Finn is dead. Two down bottom mid. Suspense, though, able to pick up both. A nice little rebuttal. Okay, that's just crazy. Cammy to find the final player for Energize. And already, he just needed to stay a little bit longer. TikTok brains means that he's just going to get off the angle. But actually, he's just going to find Mafushi instead. What could have been Cali ends up being Mafushi. Flag surely going to go in. Suspense just wants to guarantee it. Okay. I was going to say, maybe a little bit too eager, but we'll still get it in. No one there to shut him down or punish. So again, 2-1 for Conspiracy, and looking like they're trying to run this one already. Shiesty falling down at the base will make things a little bit more difficult. Did have the covering fire as well, Suspense, but still to fall. Nice nade from Finners just to make things a little bit more hectic for Energize. You've got a rat in your base that you will finally get rid of. You can open up shop once more. Okay, 2K2, nice catch. Brainiac surely needs his kill, right? Nice one. Find that. And again, the trades are pretty solid coming out of Conspiracy.
Just missing Jericho chiming in with some slays here or there. We got a new Rockets in 10. That'll be an opportunity for either team to get the next flag capture on the board. Energize are doing the right thing here. They're running it down elbow, but Finners with those kills is actually going to open up that lane for Energize to maybe... I mean, they're going to concede a flag run of their own here. This could be a perfect counter, and Rockets might not even be a factor. The question is there anyone to meet the block of Energize overextending through Snipe? No, there is not. Conspiracy, they capture the final flag. Perfect counter run down the elbows. And they will advance into a 2-1 lead here, Hixie. Oh, it's spicy.
Yeah, look, man, that rocket, this triple kill was... It did just look... I hate to just beat a dead horse, but it did look silly. It's just the turn...
Show us that again.
Yeah, I want to see the rocket, please. One more time.
We don't care about the stats. We don't care about the stats. Show us the rocket triple. Come on,
I don't even want the rest of the triple. I just want to see the turn. The stone turn, and then just the rocket shot of the ramp. Oh, man.
Go back
there
in
it is.
Here we go. Perfect. Oh, that's not what you want to see.
Oh, man. That takes me back to old Rooster Teeth videos with fails of the week.
The irony is he probably had like another like shot's worth of health to just steady his aim, but he that's just pure panic, like personified, captured perfectly in a replay. Like,
oh man.
He's probably thinking he's like you said, TikTok reaction times, like smooth brain attention span. He's just like, yeah, don't worry guys, I'm gonna flick this, hit a sick phase 360 no scope with the rockets, and just blew himself to smooth.
Oh, we have fun here. We have fun here. It's a good. I don't want this series to end. You know, I kind of do, but at the same time, I don't. Like I'm
genuinely, I feel like I'm losing brain cells. I feel like I'm losing brain cells. Not because of like the Halo fundamentally being like bad, but just because the little micro plays are just like sending me to a different realm, bro. Like every time you're like trying to set up some commentary, Callie will just hit a no scope, and it's just like, all right, all good, no problem.
Oh.
Anyway, what a perfect way to steady ourselves. Vacancy, King of the Hill.
Surely this map can't be. There's not anything here to cause, you know, crazy things, right? We're just gonna have a normal game, King of the Hill. And what you think about the map and the mode is up to you. Right? It's all right. Well, I mean that was just normal. It just looked a bit strange. Anyway, gonna be sat on top of hill for a little bit of Conspiracy. They're gonna get absolutely flushed out. Half progress for them, but looks like Energize is gonna be taking not only the shock rifle but also hill control. Just not sure where anyone's spawned.
Yeah, I'm not either. So, and we get the names and the outlines, which is always helpful.
All right, cool.
We'll just gotta chill out at this point, you know. Cammy obviously wants to pad his stats, go for kills. This is great. The next hill goes across the map, so even if he dies, that's fine. Your team is probably in control of P2, except Jericho spawned Callie closer, and yeah, okay, so actually not a great play in transition for Conspiracy. It looks like Energize will have the favored side of the map now. We're looking for them to try and extend either right or left, and it looks like TK2 has their right side, so yeah, Brainiac push up on the left. I mean, this is going to be a tough hold for Energize. They need kills, they need space. Right now, they don't really have either of those things.
Yeah, with nade damage back onto Suspense just keeps him from getting shields back up. There was a nice push as well onto, I believe it was Finners a minute ago. Suspense still finding impact is crazy. He's been so weak for so long, and finally he gets flushed out. He's able to take one down with him. and even just avert the attention of Energize onto him. They stayed on the hill at least. It does mean that they've been able to get progress going through. Nice last shot from Brainiac as well. Just trying to keep hold of this one, and where it was very dominant from Conspiracy on Hill 1, Hill 2 looks to be a different story. Pushing in, trying to get a one-man army going for Finners right now. Everyone just feels like it's a little bit disjointed. As I say that though, TK2 with the help does have Shiesty, but not for much longer.
Dude, Shiesty didn't do anything to help him, dude. He just kept him weak.
No, he
kept
shot.
him weak with
Come
that
on
too.
now. Don't disrespect the boy. He got a couple shots in that helped
Alright.
Cammy.
Alright, I'll trust you on that one, but I'm pretty sure he just kept Cammy like no shields for a bit longer. Either way, Brainiac and Finners are the only members down for their respective teams. But Energize, after that initial hold, dude, we're now seeing Conspiracy right back into this P2 hill. It is a 1v1, so I mean, Cammy could go take it. Will he get there in time though? No, they all spawned there, bro. Oh, that's heartbreaking. That is heartbreaking. What King of the Hill squad spawns do to you? They will drive you crazy. No chance for Cammy to get back into that hill. Luckily, I think this is going to be a decent hold, but I mean, the Cammy spawns before. Oh, right, dude, this is not a real map. This is not real. This isn't real.
Yeah, he was.
How do you explain that spawn, dude? Like, it's not.
I don't know.
All good. All good. Go
Cammy
next.
was threading the needle, splitting the defense without even realizing it. Yeah, that was a crazy spawn from Cali. Nice shot from Finners. Needs to find the neck. Oh, but he does as well. Okay. Ice in the veins and electricity through the body of two. Nice one for Finners. Does get picked off though. Playing round his cake is Brainiac. Oh, crazy double kill there. Nice job from him to land that second. Hill is no man's land right now. Just trying to play for a little bit of control. Nice nades coming through as well, though. They'll do solid damage. Cammy, one shot, able to be picked up as well. It's looking like a little bit better from Energize. It was a little scrappy. Conspiracy earlier as well. Kind of just running in one-on-one, it felt, but now it's just kind of back-to-back. Everyone seemingly falling. It's not really a solid hold from anyone until now. Conspiracy to find it. It just feels like 4 dead and 4 dead, you know, kind of responses.
Yeah, you probably need to just hunker down here if you're Energized. No need to try and stop that hill. We saw big plays from Cammy with the shock. Obviously had no idea there's a global energy crisis going on right now. I mean, what do you think the price per shot of a shock rifle would be in UK? Like octopus tariffs, genuinely would be very expensive weapon to operate on a daily basis. Regardless, Energized, they did the right thing hunkering down here. That was Cammy body disrespecting again. Up 2-1 in the series and in the game. Needs to put up or shut up though. Oh, it does stay away.
Yeah, I mean, look, you can body shot if you're landing like that. I'll allow it just this once. I'll be generous and give you it. You're going to need to close this one out. You don't want to get from 2-1 to 3-2. That wouldn't be nice. If you're going to body disrespect, you need to finish out the series. And so far, 2-1 on the map, but also the series. So it's looking likely for Conspiracy. Just got to lock in. Got to close this one out. One on the hill so far. Majority progress for Energize. Trying to wrap through. 2 players actually wrapping round as well. Interesting play. They're trying to squeeze him in. I guess get the spawn trap. Mafushi not able to get the better of Finners as well. Finners is 1 shot. But we'll get his shields back. Still able to play around here. Surely will fall. Oh, that's a big kill. Suspense will fall as well. Only 1 left alive for Conspiracy. Shiesty already getting some pressure on from the spawner off Mafushi. Kali there as well. Brainiac to dive on him. Everyone's after him. And surely it's only a matter of time. This hill just feels so scrappy.
Yeah, genuinely, Shiesty looked like Drake in a 20v1. Like, he was genuinely like turning around every direction, having someone different to fight. And respect that he survived for so long, honestly. But now he's last alive again. He's across the map from this hill. This should be a tight game going into the Mickey Mouse Clown Fiesta bottom middle hill on Vacancy King of the Hill. You thought that was a bloodbath, Hixie. You wait for this one. This is going to be good fun at bottom mid.
I don't claim to be a detective, but I have an inkling that you're not a fan of this map. Just a slight one. Not a fan of this map.
I do like Halo Infinite, I promise. It's just some of these modes are very, very interesting. They're not as nuanced as maybe some people might think.
Well, I don't know what you're talking about. Where did that nade come from into finish as well? Really good nade at least, right? Finds a lot of impact. Too dead for both sides, but looking like Conspiracy going to try and play to wrap around. Suspense coming in from a different angle. We'll actually find Brainiac with his pants down, not able to finish that kill off. Or any for that matter, because everything's getting ripped away from him. Does do majority damage at least, so you've got a little bit of a consolation prize of the hill, which you kind of need.
Did you see,
right?
did you see Cammy there just kind of chain reactioning off the hill pad? That was a nice little play.
Will it said this map wasn't
Will it actually make a difference though? Because right now it looks like Energize on the retake. In a big 1v1 with Mafushi lost alive, wins the clutch 1v1 to save the hill. Oh, I mean, after this, Hixie, we go to top middle. So, like, you tell me what happens next. This could be a big hill in the grand scheme of the game.
With the spawns on this map, only God knows. There's no way. Look, oh my God. No, that's unfortunate. Mafushi feeling a little bit hard done by that. Conspiracy now taking the lead. Can't say that that beatdown would have made much of a difference to Conspiracy taking that. They did have 3 pushing in, but still not exactly what you want. Shock rifle expended though, so you're going to have to just play with your bandits to try and close this one out for Conspiracy. And looking like a pretty solid hold so far. Cammy just spinning on a dime. Waits for these spawners now for Energize. Mafushi to get the better of him though. 2 minutes left. You do have a lot of time to work with if you're Energize. But it is now or never. Because this final hill spells it for Conspiracy if they are to take it. And all the body shots will be worth it. Surely not. Okay.
Oh, how did Cammy get there? He must have spawned over at blue. I mean, I hate to say it, you kind of do have to try and shut down Cammy as much as you can. I mean, he's plus 10. He's barely stepped in the hill, granted, but like, if there's a player with a hot hand right now, it's definitely him. If you shot him down, you'd imagine you would take away a big slaying capacity from the side of Conspiracy, which would allow you in this last minute and a half here, Hixie, to get yourself back in this game and force a deciding hill number 7.
Yeah, Brainiac as well. High IQ just shooting to get the chain reaction. I do it again. Just keeping Finners so weak. Oh, you just have to feel bullied if you're Finners. That was so tough. Trying to get your shields back, constantly just getting little chip damage off of that that chain reaction. And so many players looking at you. It was crazy. I mean, also, it felt like when Brainiac dropped down bottom mid, no response, no calls from anyone in Conspiracy. He gets a kill, and then no one turns around. He's just able to wrap round. Jericho also with a wrap on him. No, TK2's not even looking. Suspense as well, but he shoots a little bit early again, just completely negligent to the flank. No one looking. Finally does get found, but Ash, damage done to Energize. The flank doesn't really do much. Suspense with a nice perfect as well. Means that this one is looking up red. You just need a few more moments on this hill. You need to dive in it now. Energize, get in it.
Perfect.
Unfortunate. Perfect kill to close it out. Finners 22 and 17, but Cammy, the star of the show, 29 and 19. Absolutely dominating. Still plus 10 come at the end of the map and series. And finally, for better or for worse, this series is over.
Dude, I feel like I've aged. I feel like I've aged 20 years watching that. That was unreal. Unreal. I mean, for all the worst reasons. Congrats, Conspiracy. Honestly, that was a good series. You will never be me. I think we're all very grateful for that Suspense. We're all very grateful. We can now move on with our lives.
Yeah, this is how my series go. Ooh, okay, all right. Oh. Getting a little bit of absurd.
Hang on. Hold on.
All right. Okay, this is crazy. We're getting a new meta of trash talk.
I'm gonna go throw up.
Okay, well,
I'm gonna go throw up.
Look, we've got 2 more series left for you. Now, this one has concluded. Conspiracy moving into that losers final against Bag in the Fries. with Imagine waiting in the grand final. It's going to be a tall task for Conspiracy in this next series, especially with how scrappy things did look in that last one against Energized, but nonetheless, they do come out on top. Look, we have a few more series left to go. I think Wonder Boy's just had to run off to just decompress maybe a little bit. I know he's still here, but maybe he just wants to sit silent.
That was literally like the definition of chaos theory, like that whole series. It was just like just nuts. That was just nuts. I don't know. Just a reminder, Higgsy, we had a guy grapple tower 49-49 Recharge Slayer in game 2. Like, I don't know what possessed that man to make that play, and the fact that it worked like makes me want to self-harm, like genuinely. Like, I don't know what else to say there, not even kidding.
Maybe you could say that.
So I mean, yeah, is that offensive? I'm sorry for anyone who's offended. I also pretty sure I swore that series, which
I think
I'm so against swearing. I'm the most clean-cut person you'll ever see. But yeah, sorry for everything that you just saw, heard, just an assault on every single sense you just have in your faculties, and I'm sorry for that on everyone's behalf.
Yeah. Look, man, we've got a bit of time. We're going to be throwing to a quick break in a second. Use that time to just do a bit of breathing work, you know, get some water, I don't know. Just do something, try and chill out. We have 2 more series to go. The next one we have is that losers bracket final. It will be Bag in the Fries versus Conspiracy. And hopefully we'll be getting back onto course with a little bit more professionalism, for a lack of a better term. Anyway, we will see you after this quick break.
What are we doing? We said we never let the world go by. We roll it side by side, but I won't lie. Things are not exactly as we planned. Do you understand? I wanted to make it. Sometimes it feels like we got left behind, and I find that I'm still holding on to times. And it was you and me, we just waste time, but we can't waste time. Yeah, it's gonna take work, but I promise that it's worth it. And we can do whatever, there's still gold under the surface. We might not be there right now, and I know we're still here in the same old town. Trust me when I say I want nothing short of perfect. Nothing short of perfect.
Double kill.
Nothing short of perfect.
Double kill.
Trust me when I say I want nothing short of perfect. Nothing short of perfect.
All blocked.
So what do we do then? Been trying to figure out a way to go, and the wondering has left me feeling cold. Can I take what I have and build it up to something more? Oh, I know it's hard, but can you picture us right now? With our own house and teenage kids just being too loud. And no more wondering how much that we can afford. Could you ask for more? Yeah, it's gonna take work, but I promise that it's worth it. And we can
Double
do
kill.
whatever, there's still gold under the surface.
Double kill.
We might not be there right now, and I know we're still here in the same old town. Trust me when I say I want nothing short of perfect. Nothing short of perfect.
Killing spree. flag returned. Enemy captured your flag. Enemy team took the hill.
Seek me out, hear me shout, come get it, don't you simmer down. Right now, want you acting like you in the wild. Don't stop, give me no doubts. Let me know what you want. Your darkest eyes and your thoughts. Yeah, you can hold me like a sport now.
Double kill.
I got a cold heart, but I'm running hot. I let you cut it that line if you want the spot when you're ready. Baby, come get it. You better work hard.
Triple kill. Killing spree. Overkill.
You've seen me here before, above the mountain top. With every step I take, I show the world what I got. Feel alive again, feel like it's a new chance.
everyone, and welcome back to the European Summer Clash Qualifier 1. My name is Hixie, and we are joined by not Wonderboy anymore. He had to go take some time away after the last one. Joined here by Seal. How you doing, man?
I'm doing alright. I can't really blame Wonderboy for the needing a little bit of a sabbatical after that one. Watching that series, I was like, I can't decide whether this is the best series of Halo I've ever watched or the worst. It was certainly a memorable one, though, and hopefully we've got another memorable one coming up.
Yeah, for sure. We do have Bags in the Fries versus Conspiracy for our losers bracket final, which hopefully will be a little bit more, like I said before, for a lack of a better term, professional, because that last one was all sorts of whimsy and shenanigans and whatnot. But we're not going to talk about that anymore. We're going to move forward. We're going to get past it, as all things do, as all people do. We change, we progress, and we are moving into this losers bracket final with a King of the Hill live fire to start us off, a Slayer on vacancy, Oddball Streets, and then hopefully we do need at least one of these two, Strongholds Recharge and Slayer, well, it would be Strongholds Recharge, but Slayer Solitude at the end as well. Look, this matchup maybe feels a little bit like there's a separation more so, you know, it was kind of a battle for third again of Conspiracy versus Energize, and it feels a little bit more like this one isn't so much of a battle for second.
No, I know what you mean. I mean, when you look at the players on Bagging the Fries, we have like multiple people who have won travel coverage to, you know, international majors. And I don't think, to my knowledge, that anyone on Conspiracy has ever quite like broken into that level of play yet. That's not to say that they're not capable of it. I've said many times that I think Suspense is like next up. You know, I think when the next Halo game comes out, he's going to be like the, you know, like the Z-Mighties or the Glory. He's going to be one of those players who comes up and maybe breaks into pro play. But I think it's fair to say that they might not be there quite yet. However, they have had a very good start to this game. They've got almost halfway through this hill. They're not giving up this camo for free. Flubzo there, I think he does have it, and Finners manages to take him down though, but doesn't manage to burn the camo. It's still going to be down, and Zove's going to be trying to get it, but gets taken down himself. Meanwhile, Conspiracy is still racking up hill time until finally they get knocked out.
Yeah, Suspense to lock in that camo as well. One to watch, like you said. I do agree as well. I do feel like it's a matter of time for Suspense, though not a matter of time for him to hold on to camos. He will fall. Nice job there from Bag and Fries to isolate him. Still not locking in this first hill. Conspiracy with a very hot start, but all of a sudden the wind taken out of their sails. Bag and the Fries feeling a little bit more dominant. 2 dead for them though. Still trying to get progress on this hill. You need to with how close Conspiracy are. Trying to push in now is Finners. Very nice perfect onto Pantho up top mid at the very beginning, and just going to try and continue his run, because he will be pivotal in Conspiracy locking in that first hill. Also taking down Zove, probably Flubzo as well. Will get the trade for his third and final in that life. Means that Cammy is just wrapping round through plasmas.
Yeah, we see that last player for Bagging the Fries is closer to the hill than Cammy is. He manages to get the squad spawns of at least one other player. But there's players on Conspiracy all spawning on the side of the overshield. Flood in from that side of the map. Finners, though, with this flank, is going to find himself as the last one standing. Bagging the Fries managed to win that fight. That early hill time for Conspiracy paid off in a big way for them, managing to cap that first hill. But now Bagging the Fries have gotten themselves secured in the setup, and we've yet to see if Conspiracy can break it.
Just trying to get some help for Flubzo. As Suspense as well, just loving these power-ups. Does have QT locked in, so probably going to play a little bit more aggressive. Try and get some extra info, extra damage. And Zipple plays Zove. Nice wrap round from Shiesty means that Camo will be on the floor for the moment. Finners and Cammy to try and actually pick that one up, and as I say that, looks like Cammy does have this one locked in. It's a spot on Zove. Zove, no, not looking at all, but actually gets the smack. Enough damage done. Pantho can just clean that one up. And another camo suppressed to fall Bag and the Fries, but at least for Conspiracy's sake, they're not able to grab them. It is tied up one apiece as we go on to Hill 3, though. Already some early progress for Bag and the Fries.
Yeah, I did really like what we saw from Conspiracy with them basically recognizing that even if they managed to break that setup at the end there, it wasn't really going to be worth it. They'd probably just lose it again. They were much better served by playing for that camo, but Unfortunately, Bagging the Fries have been so good at shutting them down. Neither camo that Conspiracy have had so far have actually gotten them a huge amount of value. And once again, we're seeing that it just doesn't look like Conspiracy have it in them to break the setups that Bagging the Fries makes. Suspense finally got a pick on the board, but I don't know if anyone's even going to get there in time. Ninja needs to die now, but it's too late. It's going to be 2-1 to Bagging the Fries, even though that setup does get broken. With Pantho alive, probably going to wrapping around the tower. It looks like Finners is going to be hunting him down, gets that sniper rifle out of his hands. But now the potential for an early rotation for Bagging the Fries, we see Zove already in the tower side, and until they dislodge him, they can't even think about getting him still.
Nice use of the final bullet there for Finners. Just take down only the one as the trade comes through on top tower. Ash is getting aggressive, almost sends himself off the map. My god, that was very close. Finn is still, though, able to keep his feet aboard. No, wait! He lands that. He got the unicorn and then decides to finish it with the shot anyway. It looked like it was nowhere near.
Yeah, I mean, that's that repulsor for you, right? You can throw out a grenade and then redirect its trajectory using the repulsor. It makes it so much easier to land those sticks because you don't really have to lead them. And speaking of Finners-related grenade shenanigans, he hits that remote det as well. TK2 can find this kill. Oh, and he's shooting the body as well. It seems like he is intending to continue on the same path as the previous series.
Oh, we don't need any more than that. No more from the previous series. Yeah, a couple more body shots coming out. Conspiracy in the last series getting very aggressive very early with those. Nice shots from Finners as well to shut down that wrap towards Camo. Zove caught out in no man's land. Still, though, with Bagging the Fries with the lead, not only in the map, but now they're going to take it also on this hill as they do just jump off it, playing for control over hill time. Being such a pain down on these pillars, actually able to jump in the hill, catches that kill onto Ninja as well. The little fade away there to find that last player and Bagging the Fries and jump on hill instantly is very, very good for them picking up this potential hill. So much early work just straight on the hill as soon as he finds that kill.
It is really good objective efficiency, and that's what we're going to need to see. And the good news for Conspiracy now is that they've tied up this game, and they already have the side of the map that they probably want for this next hill anyway. If you can maintain your tower control across both of these hills, you have the time to put a huge amount of time on the board. That's 2 dead now for Fries in the bag. Bagging the Fries, sorry. They're now going to have to try and wrest this tower control out of their hands, but with Suspense putting a pick on the map with that sniper rifle, it's going to be very difficult for Bagging the Fries to do so.
Oh, Finn is just missing that final shot there. It looked like he almost had that reversal come through. Zove clean that one up though. Suspense just wasting the ammo. You don't want to give Bagging the Fries any opportunity to pull out a lead because you're doing very well to keep this one very competitive. As we said at the beginning of this series, it did feel like it was a little bit more of a Bagging the Fries to lead. Body shot into Flubzo as well. Suspense just to catch his arm around the corner. Flubzo given the opportunity to back off. We'll get his shields back up, no doubt. Suspense getting very close with this sniper, and actually behind 2 of them doesn't recognize the potential for 2 to actually be 1 C plat, 1 top tower. Will get taken down. Nice stick as well onto, I believe that was Ninja. So Veta full leaves Pantho last alive, just chasing shadows. Finners actually to wrap back round, gets the repulse, but he hits the wall. So is not able to get that player to fly off. Pantho keeping his feet firmly on the ground. And will find Finners, keeps him in a very solid position to try and take a retake.
Yeah, I mean, despite the fact that Finners didn't manage to secure that last hill, that was a deceptively huge play from him. As the last player alive, he takes down 2 and maintains tower control, essentially shutting down the opportunity for Fries in the bag to tie up that hill. However, Conspiracy don't manage to capitalize on it quite as much as you would like. Now that hill time is getting dangerously close for Conspiracy, and that advantage that they gained by rolling their momentum from the previous hill is basically gone.
Dodge nades, dodge bullets, dodge beatdowns. Won't dodge the final of that laundry list. As Pantho will fall, gets traded at least. So Flubzo just last alive on the map. No one there to challenge or support him. Doesn't need either. 3-2 now for Bagging the Fries. That stick, yeah, had to land. There's no way it didn't. I'd be annoyed for you if it didn't. A little bit of a flubbed jump up there, and actually going to pay with your life as well. Can to find that one onto Pantho. Finners Flabbs looking for a double kill and actually having a really solid showing for it. Able to jump onto this hill, try and get some early time off now with Bag and the Fries not really in a position to try and shut down just yet. Flubzo first to be spotted, and it's going to actually sell a little bit of this play for them. Going to be wrapping round through Dummy's side. You're expecting something from C Plat, but with Ninja coming through pillars, the unknown entity you don't really expect. Pantho now to wrap round the back, so you've got a pinch formed, and it's worked perfectly. Bag and the Fries to find that one now, and you already know that Cammy has spawned up on Nest Bridge. So they're going to be spawning back seat. You have flipped that very, very convincingly.
Yeah, now, I mean, we need to see Conspiracy breaking the curse that they've had this whole game where they just can't break selves. That when they have that early heal time, they're quite good at holding on to it. But once Bag in the Fries has managed to get themselves into a position, they just can't seem to regain that solid setup. They have the picks to do so. They've got 3 dead now. They have the players in the hill. But with Ninja, I think, behind enemy lines, getting those spawns towards the tower, there's an opportunity here for this to flip. But now the question becomes for Bag in the Fries, are they just going to hold on to that tower side and set up early for the next one, knowing from their experience in the previous tower hill that Conspiracy are going to struggle to break through them?
Conspiracy with the response. One hill to seal it all. Nice shots from Finnis. He's just going to duck away as well. Gets his kill. Oh, actually finds a second as well. Line up for a third. He will find it.
Triple.
Crazy for Finnis. Nice little drop down into bottom mid, and it will just absolutely benefit him to no end. Hopefully grab this camo as well. Feels like he deserves it. Will get shut down though. 3 players there for Bag and the Fries. A nice response at least to try and pick up this camo. Shiesty as well, just trying to get some info. Will pay with his life. And now everyone for Bag and the Fries wrapping round now. Top tower taken. Ninja also on C Plat to try and hold onto this hill, but actually just going to push forward a little bit. Recognizes that there's at least 1 player in Nest, so just nade flushes him out. Now you're locking in the time. This one's looking a little bit dicey for Conspiracy. You're going to need a solid push to come through. You've got a bit of time to work with, but it will have to come through a little bit sooner. God, only TK2 left alive, at least able to find 1. But now the push needs to come through. Maybe a little bit aggressive as well. You might just have to rush in, maybe play a little bit caution to the wind, because this is looking like it's getting away from you. 30 bomb for Finners as well, but it doesn't look like it's going to be enough. Bag in the Fries to lock it in. Very, very convincing from Conspiracy, albeit they do lose the map. That's surprising how close it was, I think.
I mean, it felt like Finners had made the game-winning play there. He got a triple kill. The 4th player got taken down as well. He was on the camo, and then it suddenly just fell apart. He dies for free, essentially, not managing to even burn the camo. The enemy team gets camo, they roll that straight into the hill, and then once again, as we saw in the previous tower hill, Conspiracy just couldn't break through Fries in the Bag on Bag in the Fries. Sorry, on that setup. They couldn't manage to find their way in, and I think once the camo had gone in favor of Bag in the Fries, it was probably curtains. But off the back of another good play, I think from Ninja in the Nest, they just didn't really have an opportunity to get in. The objective efficiency was so good there for Bag in the Fries. Conspiracy felt like they needed to either win the hill immediately or they would lose it. The only time we really saw them be able to break a setup properly was the B hill towards the end there, and they did do so, and that gave me some hope that they were going to manage to close out that series, and especially seeing Finners get that triple, I thought they had the chance, but it just all fell apart, and unfortunately for them, that was kind of their opportunity to catch Bag in the Fries flat-footed. You know, they are the stronger team. They beat them 3-0 in the winners bracket. You would hope to be able to take map 1 when they've just been kind of twiddling their thumbs for an hour or so. But unfortunately not, and now that leaves me with some questions about whether or not Conspiracy can come back.
Yeah, I mean, the response from Finner's triple kill, as well, from Bag and the Fries to just all root through towards that camo, catch Finner's kind of with his pants down, and Shiesty also trying to go for info. That just felt like the domino. After Shiesty fell, they got camo, they ran up, got tower control, got C Plat. It was then kind of curtains there, but hoping for Conspiracy's sake they can extend this series in this map, because they don't have many more opportunities if they do lose this one. 3-1 start already for Bag and the Fries. Definitely it does feel, again, like this one lends itself a little bit more to them. Finners with an awkward fight will just get caught. And a 3-kill lead from the start for Bag and the Fries. Shock rifle to be picked up as well. You just want to try and make it a little bit easier for yourself.
Yeah, and it looks like there's some pretty solid control of the red side of the map coming in from Zova. He's still anchoring this position even as his team moves up. However, losing 2 teammates is going to make him have to reconsider his situation somewhat, but Cammy just not paying attention there. They knew where he was. They were shooting at him just a second ago, but he runs out in front of Zove and gets taken down. Now Zove has the shock rifle, and it looks like he knows where the spawners are as well.
Yeah, maybe a little bit of a caution to the wind blunder from Cammy, because then it just puts shock rifle in a position for Zove to pick it up much easier than if it were just sat on his pedestal. Zove to fall though, and actually that gets picked up anyway by another one of his teammates. I assume Conspiracy finding that kill onto him would have grabbed it, but unfortunately not for them. Still, Bag and the Fries are going to be extending their lead further now. This one feels a little bit more convincing than what we saw in the previous. Nice nade from Finners though. You're going to need another life game from him. 30 and 13, I believe, is where he ended it in that first map. And you're going to look to him to try and claw this one back. Finds that final kill. With everyone spawning up now. All down here, you've got 2 found already. You need Ninja to just get a little bit more damage dealt by your teammates before the nade comes through. Finners to fall. Ninja actually stays alive. As I say that, he will fall. So at least the trade comes through, but you're going to need a little bit more than trades if you're Conspiracy. TK2 again, caught with his back to Pantho, and Pantho to find a double. Still finding more impact is Pantho. The triple kill to come through. The tag onto the final player as well. He's spotted, but you're now diving into the lion's den. You're in their spawn, and you're going to have to try and get out with something to justify diving in here.
If he'd managed to turn on Finners, then... oh, man. I mean, the play goes well anyway. From his position behind there, you think he's sort of, you know, dead to rights, surrounded by 2 players, but there's so much pressure coming in from his teammates that actually... you know, he's the one in the good position. They're not trapped. He's not trapped in there with them. They're trapped in there with him. And though they eventually take him down, that collapse does come through. However, on board with TK2 now, there's only a 2-kill deficit for Conspiracy. They've had a bit of a rough start to this game, I think you would agree. But there's an opportunity now. Only a 1-kill deficit. That shock rifle's coming up. If they can get that power into their hands and actually maintain it, which is something they weren't able to do with any of the camos in the previous game, then we might be able to see a swing here in favor of Conspiracy.
Yeah, I definitely agree. Conspiracy having a rough start, but my god, are they having a good response. Consider the fact they haven't had much, if any, impact with that shock rifle, and they're currently leading by 4 against Bag and the Fries, the team that we look to be the challengers of Magin in this tournament. Currently struggling in this second map. They were able to close out the first, but my god, was it close. And this one, looking even closer and in favor of Conspiracy. So Pantho just caught, tries to get the 90-degree crank onto TK2, but he's going to fall. Oh god, I think this is... okay, sure. He's going to wrap back around. He's actually going to spot Ninja. This could have been a little bit dangerous for Cammy, but able to spot out Ninja and get away. So shock rifle still in hands. He has 4 shots to work with, but no one comes knocking. Feels like he's chasing ghosts a little bit here.
Has got this shock rifle. Finally got an opportunity to put it to use. Picks up 1, and he finds the second onto Zove. He's out of ammo, but a teammate comes in to save him. But Ninja manages to clean that up. Shock rifle out of the hands of Conspiracy now, but Ninja goes down as well. A 6-kill lead now for Conspiracy. It looks like Fries in the Bag are going to have to make a bit of a comeback here, as even though they had a good start to this game, it's been Conspiracy that's been winning the just general trades as it's gone on. However, they have shrunk that deficit by a couple kills now, hunting down this last player, Finners. And this game has been, you know, sort of very stop and start. There have been moments where it's slowed down, and there have been moments where it's sped up, and this has definitely been one of those, as that lead has shrank even more. It was down to 1 for a second. And now Finners is completely surrounded by players, going to get taken down very quickly. And Conspiracy needs to try and regroup and stop trickling kills to the other team.
The scary thing about being the underdog with the lead is that it feels like it can just slip away. Bag and the Fries are still trailing. It has gotten a little bit closer. Conspiracy, first to reach 40 point mark. Not something I maybe would have thought I'd expect to say. But here we are. Still just able to keep this lead and actually extend it a little bit more. Shock Rifle is going to be up in a few seconds. Make that 20 seconds, actually. A little bit longer than I expected. And the fact Conspiracy really just haven't had much influence over this power weapon is crazy to me, that they're leading the underdog in this map. Nice catch from TK2. He could actually have the help, excuse me. It wasn't him to find the kill. Suspense with the perfect as well. The supposed prospect prodigy, whatever you want to call it, for the next map, next series or next map, next game, excuse me, is starting to put on a little bit of a heater, leading the charge, 14 to 12 for Conspiracy, and Shock Rifle picked up for them as well, so they have the somewhat win condition. Nice catch onto Zobe as well, not able to do much damage at all, definitely not capitalize on it. He will fall empty-handed. Flubzo to find Suspense though. Feels like gonna get collapsed on now by bagging the fries. You need to be careful. Conspiracy only have 2 required, but if you're not able to find anything, and it's looking like they're not so far, Finna's to find 1 though. Finna's last alive needs to be the win condition, but a little bit too much to do and not enough hands. He's gonna have to back off, and now only 3 kills for bagging the fries. Only 2 kills to separate these 2 teams, but only 1 more for Conspiracy. I'm not sure they land it. 50 to 47. Bagging the fries don't get a single other kill. Don't believe Finners is the one to pick it up, but it doesn't matter. Conspiracy tying this series up off the Slayer.
Yeah, I think we just saw Conspiracy shooting together a little bit better. I think bagging the fries, it almost felt a little bit like when we saw Conspiracy trying to break the setups of bagging the fries in the previous game, where they just seemed to not be able to get multiple people shooting at one. You know, they didn't seem to be able to find that situation where they could force the other team out of their comfort zone, and that seems to be what was happening with bagging the fries there. They kept getting those kills, they kept getting that situation, but then they weren't able to really capitalize on it. They weren't able to keep on swinging that into more and more kills, whereas Conspiracy were able to answer back every time that deficit seemed like it was shrinking. They just managed to get a pick, and then they would roll those numbers to maintain that position. You know, a lot of trades happening, but when you're in the lead, you can do that. And I think that's why we saw Conspiracy winning. And, you know, looking at those stats that we just saw, I don't feel like there was any one player on Conspiracy that was sort of leading the charge there that really was dropping impressive stats, you know, like we saw from Finners in that one. It was very much a group effort, and everyone had pretty decent stats. It felt like everyone on Conspiracy was just doing their part that game. That's oftentimes what I want to see from a sort of underdog team. You know, it's one thing to have someone pull out a crazy performance to win a map, but it's even better when you see that team just sort of firing on all cylinders.
It definitely gives you more confidence for them going deeper into this series, right? You don't just get a life game out of one player to give them what feels like maybe a little bit of a win with an asterisk. This one was earned from them. All of them, like you said, firing on all cylinders, and they're going to have to continue that. Oddball Streets is going to be our next, with Stronghold's Recharge confirmed to be played. Slayer Solitude still just sat there dormant. And look, if we have a series, or the rest of the series, excuse me, if you have this map go the same way the other two have, it could be a coin flip. I really am not sure who to back at this moment, because Bagging the Fries looked like they were struggling at moments in that first map, but were still able to lock it in. Second map's a different story. It was very close, mind you, only 3 kills to separate them, but still, the fact that Conspiracy come back off of a deficit for what feels like the majority of that early game in map 2 to then win it is kind of crazy.
Yeah, I absolutely agree. The early game did look really good for bagging the fries in that first one, but when I think about an oddball, you know, looking back at the previous maps in this series, I think the thing that destroyed Conspiracy in map 1 was just that they really couldn't break those setups. So for Hill 2 and 3, they were basically never in them, because they never even managed to get through. And when you think about a Streets oddball, you know, it is a game mode of setups. You have the A setup, you have your C setup, you occasionally will have a bit of a rotation, but it's probably a more static oddball game than you often get. And that means that Conspiracy is going to have to break through a setup at some point, even if they do manage to get early time on the board. Unless they can just completely dominate, they're going to be put into that situation. And from map 1, I'm not sure if they're going to be able to do it, but maybe Live Fire was just not a map that they were super comfortable on, because Streets Oddball can be brutal if you get into a cycle.
Yeah, it's very, very difficult, this map and mode. I mean, I feel like Streets is quite an unforgiving map, whichever mode you find yourself on. But we're going to have to see how this one unfolds. Red gun to work with, camo as well. And I'm really not sure who to be backing. If you're a fan of either team, you're going to be a little bit nervous. Or any of these players, really. I mean, imagine if they're watching, feeling pretty confident. If it looks like Bag and the Fries are... I don't want to necessarily say Bag and the Fries are struggling, because then I feel like that downplays Conspiracy. It's a closer game for whichever reason. Someone's playing better, maybe someone's playing worse. It does feel like Conspiracy are bringing it to, you know, they've gotten out all of the fun they wanted in the last series. Now they're here to come here to win. But we need to see a little bit more from them in this map. Finners does get shut down by Ninja, who feels like he's been one shot for an eternity.
Enemy has the ball.
Still keeping his head on his shoulders, though.
Yeah, I mean, off the rip there, we see a very good start for Bag in the Fries. They've managed to get this ball back here. It looks like they're also going to get that camo. I think Flubzo has it. And so now, you know, we're going to see what I was talking about earlier. Conspiracy's going to be in a position where they have to break this setup. They do have the first pick onto Panther, but he's already respawned. And I think he's probably spawned close to the rest of his team based on where everyone on the map is. And now 3 go down for Conspiracy. That camo definitely paying off. And Suspense just with a desperation play there. The best he could really hope for was a trade. 4 have gone down for Conspiracy now. And look at where they're spawning. Pantho with this position in tires. They can't really do much until they take him down, and they are going to be able to do so. He gets caught out, but Flubs answers back, and it's going to be 3 dead again for Conspiracy, with no one having even inflicted a point of damage on the ball.
Yeah, I mean, Ninja's first life is crazy. He finds 2 kills, finds a lot of damage, gets 2 assists, and 50 points of ball. 50 points on the ball, sorry. Like, he's only just had to throw this one out now. His team have been doing a really good job in order to keep him very, you know, very comfortable, right? He's not really had to do all that much, and yet he still has done a fair bit anyway. He's still been engaged, he's still helped out, he's still not dead. As I say that, of course he's going to fall, do apologise. But what a crazy first life for Ninja. He lived for so long there and found so much impact and has given them such a big lead. The hold from Bag and the Fries there was nuts as well, having such poor positions. And it does feel like it's given Conspiracy maybe a little bit of a way in. But we'll have to see how that plays out. Looks like Conspiracy are going to go for their own tram hold. That's a crazy catch from Flubzo. Just gets skeet shooted and still finds it. Nice
yeah,
collapse.
I mean, absolutely. The play there from Ninja, and from everyone in Bag in the Fries, they're making themselves such difficult kills. Flubs was surrounded by people and somehow got out of it alive. Finally gets taken down, but not before returning that grenade to sender. And now they're in a position to pick up another camouflage. They've already got a 40-point lead on the oddball. If they can manage to get this camo as well, that could just keep on ballooning. As Ninja finds himself in this 1v1 with the player on the pillar, he gets taken down very cleanly. It can be so difficult to take down people jiggle peeking like that, but Ninja doesn't care. And now they've once again managed to break into this backseat setup. Nobody really in a position to contest the ball, and it looks like Ninja might just be able to pick it up and walk away with it with his team as Conspiracy goes 3 down, and this C setup has reasserted itself.
Yeah, I'm not sure if you're going to be landing that jump with no sprint available. Running it actually up driveway, still able to find a kill onto Shiesty. Impact, even when you feel like he's at the disadvantage. One more player just to fly driveway. That's Finners actually taking a lot of damage into those Bag in the Fries players. Flubzo will get shut down as well, as will Zove. So 4 dead. B-Stairs, final player to fall. Conspiracy now just trying to wrap this one round towards PD, but Suspense recognizing that not really going to be contested, so he can just walk this one through. Obviously, when he goes out into open area, he's then going to juggle, but nice little micro play there, at least. Just try and get as many points as you can, because you are at a massive deficit.
Enemy has the ball.
Yeah, but, you know, that break comes so quickly from Fries in the Bag. You know, they got, what, like 10 seconds from that at most? They had the 4 dead, and I think I would have liked to see Conspiracy, you know, moving decisively to try and gain control of a side of the map that they could actually hold on to. Instead, they play aggressively towards the spawners, but they basically leave Suspense on his own. There's no one to protect him, and he gets taken down almost immediately as soon as the enemy team gets close. And now, you know, they do have this ball back in their hands. They've managed to regain it, not let that Fries in the Bag assert themselves in another setup like the one they had at the start. That deficit is shrinking slowly but surely, but the ball play gets forced, and now Ninja's already got it. No one in a position to deny that ball pickup. And with only 10 seconds left now until the end of the round, it's not looking like Conspiracy is going to be able to stop them.
Cammy will actually still find another kill. Zove found, but like you said, it's only a consolation prize. First round going to Bag of the Fries. Flopso the last player alive, and of course he's going to be the one with the ball. So round one goes in their favour, looking a little bit more dominant than the previous two maps, albeit winning the first, but still having to fight for it. Let's see, Conspiracy, if they can respond in this second round of Wild Ball. Everyone just playing for some form of position. Shiesty does get shut down. Flubzo able to help out Zove, keep him on his feet. Not able to do the same in return though, because his attention is pulled elsewhere. Zove to fall. Pantho in tires as well will drop. Now this ball getting rotated by Finners. He does have the covering fire, so Ninja is just going to have to watch that one go in. But he's already here for a quick response. Does actually get tagged up underneath as well, so they know exactly where he is. So he should be shut down. Though, seems like Memory Sieve has come into play. Back turned and actually able to find another one. Trying to get a little bit too aggressive, it feels like.
Yeah, I mean, that's very similar to what we saw from Flubzo in the previous game. In the previous round, sorry, hanging around that backseat area. I think Bag in the Fries really likes holding the ball back there because they're so good at staying alive. There's so many different places you can go and ways you can go. You can drop down, you can jump up, you can hide underneath, you know, balconies, and you know, you can basically keep running circles around there, and even if the enemy team breaks the setup, you can just waste so much of their time, and you can find those kills as long as you stay alive. Those opportunities will present themselves, and that's exactly what Bag in the Fries has been doing. They've been forcing Conspiracy to really work for it every time they want to kill them, and every time Conspiracy doesn't manage to shut down a player, every time they get away, they find an opportunity to have a massive impact on the game. That's what we've just been seeing from Bag in the Fries for so long, and I think that's why Conspiracy just can't seem to decisively break their setups.
Fiddler's lost alive. Conspiracy already just getting absolutely swamped. Bag in the Fries really just giving them no niceties at all. Trying to get back into that grand final to face off Imagine once again. Pantho to find Suspense and actually root through. Doesn't spot anyone around PD and does get the call that Finners has wrapped through P Street as well. So Pantho just chasing some ghosts as he knows the Ninja is weak. Able to find that kill onto Shiesty. And Finners, let's just get dodged by Ninja. Ninja with the rotation. The ball's still with Finners. Finners to catch that one as well. So this could be a pretty good hold for Conspiracy, or at least a good potential for a setup. But Zove gets that camo relatively free. So they do have a way to respond to this hold.
Yeah, but I think if you're Fries in the Bag, given the option between holding onto camo and holding onto the ball, they would take camo any day of the week at this point in the game. They've been very confident with their ability to break into these setups. Wow. And Zove, how does he survive that? He's he's got no shields, and he's like a meter away from a plasma grenade. How is he still alive? He's got plot armor, and he might just win this fight as well. Doesn't manage to do so. In fact, CK2 winning that fight is actually pretty huge for Conspiracy's chances here. But he gets taken down. He doesn't manage to give them the runaround in the same way that Fries in the Bag players have been doing to their team. They're going to cross the 50-point mark now, and it's hard to say that playing for that camo was a mistake.
Yeah, body shots coming through from Zove as well. TK2 just, he's getting told, right? Zove's letting him know. Even wasting red gun, because he knows this one with still 40 points to go and also having dropped the ball. He feels like this one is already over. One's over, right? This map is over. You still got one more to play, mind you. Oh, my lord. Of course it's TK2. Of course. Zove really giving him the business. 17 and 13 for him. I mean, TK2, you know, unfortunate, right? You can't really do much. You're just getting caught with your pants down by the same guy over and over again. Zove still alive around this drum side. Okay, shut down as soon as I say that. I just need to stop saying people are alive. I think it's
I mean, I know what you mean though, because it looked like Zove also thought he was invincible.
Yeah,
at
no,
that point.
really.
But it turns out their selves can be broken when one of their players removes themselves from the situation due to being otherwise occupied. But, you know, I guess, you know, one takeaway I'd have from that is that you can't take Conspiracy lightly. Like, these guys are very good at the game. This is not a case of Fries in the Bag being good and Conspiracy being rubbish. This is a case of Fries in the Bag playing phenomenally well. And, you know, if you give Conspiracy a chance to get back in the game, they will. I think Fries in the Bag needs to lock in and close out this map, because if they can start messing around, Conspiracy might well steal it away from them.
Yeah, Zove, you don't want to be losing this map after all this, especially being a round up. You've got the lead in the second round. It's tied in the series. You've done a lot of body shooting, and like you said, you just pulled yourself away from any other engagement. Finners with red gun does actually get shut down. That's kind of heartbreaking for him. Zove, you've got a full hit. Nice nades from Shiesty to flush him out. You're going to have to win this now if you're bagging the Fries. Not just this map, but this series. That was a lot of body shooting from Zove, so everyone's got to lock in a little bit harder. It looks like it's going to go this way. Pantho just shutting him down. Flubzo there to secure it as well. And Camille does get shut down. It's just crazy, the teamwork. Bagging the Fries is so much better at punishing and also just being quick to respond.
Yeah, I was wondering if they were going to pick up the ball then. They did eventually. But it felt like they had 4 dead at one point just a moment ago, and Bagging the Fries didn't really make any move towards the ball. And unfortunately though, when they finally did, the enemy got a double kill with 1 grenade, so you know, maybe that's why they weren't picking up the ball earlier. They knew it was cursed. But Zove, I think he's probably shooting a body on his screen, either that or he's just taking it out on the civil engineering. But looks like Shiesty will not be able to perform a citizen's arrest as he does take him down. And now Zove just contemplating.
He's typing in chat for sure. He's got. He's dropped the message in chat. 100%.
The enemy team can't see it anyway in game, so there wouldn't be much point. Maybe he's sending a Discord DM.
Could you imagine? Just another added layer of trash talk. Yeah, 40 seconds to go. Look, Conspiracy have the ball, but no one really... Again, like, there's people around, and Finners is just feeling like he's having to take that fight on his own. The response is kind of slow from Conspiracy. It feels... Bagging the Fries is just doing a much better job later in this series to shut them down and to respond quicker, right? 87 to 60. You still got the ball in Conspiracy's hands. That's kind of your last lifeline. If your setup gets broken and all 4 go down, that's it. That's map done pretty much. So this is now or never. You need to try and hold on to this, or you need to try and play it. And Shiesty's just getting caught, getting pinched. There's Zove on B stairs. There's 2 players coming up behind him. Zove to find a double, and the ball picked up. So now you just got to run. Finn is last alive. There's not really a lot you can do. There's 2 players here, and with that, I mean, the nade's not really going to do much, but the ball's just going to get rotated. You're going to lose the map. I mean, it's, you know, I don't know what to say. It's just really well played from Bagging the Fries to capitalize on the mistakes of Conspiracy and also just to play their own game.
Yeah, Bagging the Fries, I mean, seemed to know that map was basically over about 40 points before it was. Like, you know, Zove was just running around shooting bodies. I mean, we didn't talk that much about Flubs, but he was 32 and 20 that game, with 10 assists as well. You know, you mentioned at the start how crazy of a first life Ninja had. Pantho and Zove also made crazy plays. Zove may be crazy in a slightly different manner, but at the end of the day, like, yeah. But, you know, everyone on Fries in the Bag just looked so confident that game. They looked so sure of themselves. They look to me now, maybe in the first map, you know, and especially the second one, they weren't fully warmed up, but that map looked like they're a team that's ready to take on Magic.
Yeah, look, man, Bagging the Fries looking like a different beast in that map. With how close those first 2 were and how dominant that third one was, it does feel like you've kind of given your controller to your older brother, but I don't know. Maybe Conspiracy can do the same in this map and we can go to a map 5. I don't think it's a tall order. I don't think it's a big ask, right? We've seen the first 2 maps be pretty competitive, so why not another? Strongholds on recharge could be the final resting place for Conspiracy in this lower bracket. Bagging the Fries looking to close this one out probably as quick as possible. They need all their energy going up against Majin in that grand final. But we're going to have to see how this one plays out. Are we going to see further into this series that Slayer on Solitude is just sat waiting dormant? We will see very shortly if we're going there. Pantho with the camo will get shut down already, so that is out of this opening gambit. Nice shots from Ninja.
Enemy team
Just doesn't want those nades to be a problem for him later on, planning to wrap around towards Pipes, and no, he actually doubles back.
Yeah, we can see that AC is definitely not the setup that Fries and the Bag in the Fries, sorry, want to have. They want to maintain control of this Pipes position. They ideally want all 3, which is exactly what they're going to have, and you can see here that Conspiracy is prioritizing getting themselves into A. You know, maybe even before B. They do have someone in there, but they were really determined to get someone into A straight away. They managed to get A and B on the board immediately. They've given up 40 points at the start of this game, but they've got a setup, and they've got a setup that you'd be, you know, generally quite happy with. But with Finners taking down Panther there, Bag in the Fries are going to have to maybe take them a little bit more seriously this game if they want to get themselves back into scoring position.
Yeah, you got to remember the team that you faced off against in those first 2 maps. They are still here. That last one feeling like maybe how you wanted it to be if you are Bag in the Fries, but you have to remember what came before those kills, at least, to find Shiesty. And kills going down elsewhere across the map means that B and C will go into the hands of Conspiracy. So still just trailing, but trying to claw this one back, shorten that deficit. Doing an alright job of it so far. Shiesty able to get away. So known to be down long haul weak. And also they just wanted to try and get that pick. Nice trade for Ninja, not actually needing the help for Zove. And again, A already getting flipped over. TK2, almost. And again, the body shots, of course, is Zove to take him down. A is going to be reset. B, though, still getting pressured. Zove gets back smack, so, you know, maybe you should stop shooting bodies and try and close this one out a little bit more.
Yeah, I mean, after a very strong start to this game, Bag in the Fries haven't managed to put a single more point on the board. I'm pretty sure they were on 43 at the end of that. It might have only been 40, but the point is that with that camo player going down, the B cap also being stopped, C getting capped by Conspiracy, Panther's all by himself in A. There were grenades coming in. I think someone was behind him as well. There's a solid chance here that Conspiracy, you know, they've already taken the lead and they might be able to hold on to it.
Yeah, I mean, look, Zove, keep playing, just maybe a little bit less of the body shooting, because you are currently trailing. And the body shots feel like they need to be translated into a series win now, because you've done it a fair bit. Flubzo, excuse me, to find 2 off screen. Pantho here to try and pick up a few more pieces. Triple cap comes through. You're going to need to shut this one down if you're finished, and gets the help. So B is taken. Triple cap only momentary. Doesn't actually take any effect at all. Shiesty comes flying and gets shut down by Ninja. The trades are good, at least for Conspiracy.
Yeah, they definitely are, but on the other hand, we do see that Fries in the Bag are managing to get themselves into B, but this player being so weak, probably not going to survive, and they don't. And, you know, once again, I feel like Fries in the Bag almost don't look like they're all there at the moment, if that makes sense. Like, they're not looking as confident and decisive, they're not moving together in the same way that they were in that previous map. And you can't play Recharge Strongholds in that way. You can't not have unity of purpose. If you do, then this is what's going to happen to you. You will just never break the setup, because Recharge Strongholds requires you to work as a team in order to break a setup if the other team is working as a team when they're holding it. And now that that triple cap has come into effect, Finner's in this position, going to be able to take down one player, and just as long as he stays alive here, he's causing problems for the other team. Finally gets taken down. But Ninja is the last one alive. So for all of that fighting, all they managed to get on the board is one objective, and now there's players from the other team already in a position to try and flip it back.
team.
I mean, look, it feels like Bag the Prize maybe not respecting Conspiracy, playing a little bit sloppier as a result. And they're kind of dealing with the repercussions of it, right? 106 to 77. They are totaling up some points, but they are trailing. It's looking like it's a bit more of the suspense show. 13 and 8. He will fall, though. Look, man, I don't know. Yeah, it feels like Bag the Fry is playing a little bit more disjointed. And like you said, you can't do it on this map and mode, especially within this team game of Halo Infinite. Strongholds is one you can't exactly just have a single standout performance. Flubzo actually spots one, slide past him. To land some great shots onto two means that he makes it nice and effortless to pick up this A stronghold. B gets flipped and C with no pressure except for TK2. As I say that, Finners will spawn up. So it looks like this is where this fight is going to go down. TK2 needs this. That's a huge kill from him. Doesn't get traded for it as well. So just to stem the bleeding, at least from that triple cap.
Yeah, I mean, a questionable play there from Flubs. He has camo and knows that there's multiple enemy players in the hill. I don't know why he doesn't just walk away from that situation. He can disappear very easily. He has plenty of time left on the camo, I think. There's not really any reason for us to give up his life in that situation. And that happening, you know, once again, maybe one, you know, as you said, from a case of disrespect towards Conspiracy, you know, has once again lost them the lead. And with 3 players going down for Conspiracy, Bag in the Fry should be able to regain the scoring position. But it's not always that simple in Strongholds. You know, even when you get those points on the board, you can lose scoring very, very quickly if you don't have very solid map control.
Able to keep his head. Laid some more damage down onto Suspense. Taking one shot again, but no one here to capitalize. Around through security, finds one, doesn't know about the second note. Probably the call has actually come through because he's aware of it, able to find that crazy playing around that pillar. Really nice engagement there from Ninja to find 2, and good use of the chain reaction just to take him off C. Totaling up some points, but still trailing. Ninja jumping out means that it's going to be tied up and the lead taken by Conspiracy. But this one's still very, very close. Map 3 feeling like a little bit of a blip for Conspiracy, but they're back on the horse now. They're keeping this one very close. Nice shot from Suspense there. Able to find a little bit more damage down onto C. Final shot of the shock rifle comes through and he needs to get out of there. He does have support along pipes. And actually takes down that one player. I believe it was Ninja trying to root through, so pressure alleviated. Suspense still alive.
Yeah, and Panther there was shooting for that camo. I'm not sure if he manages to get it. I think that was probably a burn, just based on the positions of everyone down there in bottom mid. Actually, no. I think that was a player from Conspiracy that has that camo. And we saw how big of an impact camo can have in the previous maps, although I don't think either team has managed to have a huge impact with it this game. Maybe not quite as big as they would have liked. Suspense does go down though. Pantho goes down in return. Finner's gonna have to try and defeat Ninja, but a player spawned nearby. And you know, I was about to say finally, Bag in the Fries is gonna get themselves out of the get themselves into scoring position, but actually the map flips and TK2 puts C on the board for Conspiracy. And even though, you know, you'd rather have A than C in most situations, the points that it scores are exactly the same. So I don't think Conspiracy will be too heartbroken about that, as they're going to be threatening the triple cap as well, with players looking to take down that person in B. 3 dead now for Bag in the Fries. And, you know, Conspiracy won the previous Slayer. I don't know if Bag in the Fries is trying to go to Game 5, but it's starting to look like a distinct possibility.
You disrespect them, and they'll show you why you shouldn't do it. Right? This is kind of feeling like Bag in the Fries just thought, yeah, we'll win our pivs, and then we can just kind of pick up the hills afterwards. It's not working out that way. 2000. Oh my god, I can't read. 218 to 137. I went for the low end, I went for the high end, and then I got it just right. Goldilocks him right now. But anyway, 3 dead for Bag in the Fries. Again, as Flubso to drop as soon as Zobe spawns up. The triple cap for Conspiracy as well, with only 20 points to go. This is looking very dicey for bagging the prize. And like you mentioned, Seal, that Slayer in this series is where Conspiracy tied it up. And it looks like we're going to be going to a map 5 against... If you asked me at the very beginning of this series if we're going to see a map 5, I was hopeful, but I wasn't thinking it would be realistic. We're here. We're here now.
No,
Slayer Solitude is happening.
After that Streets Oddball, I was ready to call it, to be honest. I didn't think, you know, Conspiracy really didn't seem to have many signs of life at all in that Oddball. And, you know, I think it would have been very easy for them to just roll over and die. I think that's certainly what Bagging the Prize was expecting to happen. But no, it's not. And, you know, once again, in the Slayer, we highlighted the fact that everyone on their team was doing their part. There was no, like, mega standout. I think Suspense here obviously has a really good KD, but he's not leading his team, like, massively. You know, it's a very much a group effort, and it looks like we do have a bit of a problem with the lobby. So that gives us a little bit more time to reflect. And I do think, like you said, maybe there was just too much disrespect coming in from Bagging the Prize. I think, you know, shooting the bodies, getting in your opponent's head a little bit is all well and good, but when it starts to actually, you know, affect the way that you're thinking about the game, then I think you've got a problem.
Yeah, Zove, you can't lose this series after all that body disrespect. So early on as well. Everyone's been in the water today. Everyone's just been pretty aggressive off the rip. But if you're going to be throwing hands like that, you got to back your aim. But Conspiracy trying to get some sweet revenge after all those mind games.
Yeah, I think, you know, sometimes when we make predictions as casters, you never know if it's going to be correct or not. But I'll make one prediction that I'm sure about. If Conspiracy win this, Zove is never going to hear the end of it. Like, that will haunt him for the rest of his life. I can guarantee you Suspense and Cammy will never let him hear the end of it. Because, as you say, you really cannot be losing those when you start shooting bodies that much. And obviously they did win that map, but, you know, Slayer is a whole different beast. And, you know, we've already seen Conspiracy win a Slayer against Bagging the Fries.
It was
and
close.
That was when they didn't come into it with momentum.
Yeah, it was close, but, I mean, in that map, Conspiracy had very little control of that shock rifle. It was relatively, you know, just bandit work. Bandit, nades, maybe a couple of plasmas here and there, but it wasn't much of the sandbox that was available. We've got another shock rifle on this map. What can Conspiracy do if they're able to pick that up a little bit more? If they're able to find more damage with it, more impact, maybe, just maybe, Zove might be getting shouted at out on land in a few weeks' time.
Yeah, because that shock rifle is going to be very important. I think this map does have a very brutal spawn trap in it if you can keep getting people in blue. It's not as bad in Slayer as it was in Stronghold Zone. I think a lot of people almost have PTSD of the Stronghold spawn trap on this map. And it can be very easy to almost like muscle memory your way into trying to break out of that. If you do get those spawns forced into blue and you're in Slayer, you can take your time to break out of it. You don't have to, you know, hoon it through yard over and over again like you do in Strongholds. And, you know, if we see that happen, then hopefully we can see the team in that situation taking their time and managing to break out of it. It's a relatively even start. It looked really good for Fries in the bag for a second, but some trades have come in to put us at 5-3.
Yeah, really good job there to waste that ammo on the shock rifle as well. It means that I'm pretty sure it has already been expended. Not a lot of impact found for either team, which for Conspiracy's sake, if we're going off history, actually works out in their favour. It's a nice little play there to remove that ammo. 7-5, make that 6. Smithers finds one into Geisty as well. Ooh, does get perfect by Panther. That one's going to feel a little bit rough. But the responses are good at least. Keeping it close, getting the trades. You just need a little bit more of that for your Conspiracy. Just keep throwing more at the wall until something sticks. Find your break. Tied up. So it looks like LR seems to be the push for TK2. Actually going to back off from it. Suspense clears house, so no longer needed. Going to try and get map control instead.
Yeah, and we, you know, not quite the same as the previous Slayer, but we saw another good start bagging the fries. And then, you know, in relatively short order, Conspiracy has actually managed to get themselves a lead. They are coming into this map with the wind at their back, which can be so important in Halo.
Perfect.
Sort of an invisible
Killing
buff,
spree.
as Suspense is on a killing spree right now, and isn't looking like he's planning on stopping anytime soon. He had a really good previous map, and you could argue that it was him that sort of... him having such a good map that maybe got them over the finish line with that one. Now, bagging the fries, they're going to have to try and find an answer, because we know from the previous game that Conspiracy can very easily take this lead and keep it going for the rest of the map.
Yeah. Something comfortable, it feels, even with bag in the fries against you, because your trades have been pretty solid all series long. Camo to come up. The bag in the fries, hoping that that can be a little bit of a factor to help you separate yourself and claw back this deficit and then extend a lead of your own. Camo is still active. It looks like they are hunting for a Shice. He's just trying to get some nades out maybe onto Ninja, presumably with it. No, it's Flubzo. Flubzo has the camo. So camo for bag in the fries. Trying to call this one back. They're only one kill down now, and it looks like Yard is going to be a bit of a bloodfest. Zove to find one onto Cammy. Of course it's Cammy for Zove. Probably not body shooting anymore. This one needs to get a little bit more serious. As Flubzo is last alive, camo will fall, and 3 kill leads still for Conspiracy.
What a breakdown that we just saw there. That was a collapse. They got, I think, 2 picks there. They were collapsing on the other team. And then you blink, and suddenly it's 4 dead for bagging the fries. And then we've just seen the same thing again. We see that push coming through. They had, like, 3 kills there. And then all of them go down. It feels like every time bagging the fries has a way into this map, Conspiracy somehow pulls a rabbit out of the hat and completely flips it on its head. That 5-kill lead has descended to a 3-kill lead, but it, you know, based on the positions on the map and the way things were moving, it looked like bagging the fries were going to take the lead, and they have not.
Suspense trying to work this shock rifle. He was the one to waste the ammo in that initial engagement, which has led to, well, not led to it, been impactful at least, and to keep it out of the hands of Bag and Fries. Not able to really do much with it there, though. Opts for the Bandit and will get shut down. So 27 to 27. Drop rifle is down on ramp. Mystery found for Ninja as well. He finds the double. That's crazy. Will get shut down. Nice nade at least from Shicey to get that trade for himself, but 2-to-1 trade isn't what you need when you're Conspiracy and you're trying to shut up every Bag in the Fries player after everything you've been through, everything Zove alone has put you through. You want to get them nice and quiet.
But, you know, once again, you know, to the credit of Conspiracy, they were 2 players down in that fight, and both Suspense and I think, I'm not sure who the other player was, I think it might have been Shiesty. They both managed to trade when they're down numbers advantage, and that's meant what could have been a 2-kill lead is actually only, or a 3-kill lead, sorry, is actually only a 1-kill lead. And, you know, with this, that disappearing relatively quickly, Tammy's going to go down here almost certainly, but, you know, we're past the 30-kill mark. They often say Slayers don't really begin until you get past the 30-kill mark, and Zove is not looking to begin this Slayer. He's looking to end it as he puts a double kill on the board, but Suspense is still alive with this camo. Zoe doesn't know where he is, but he does now. Takes him down. That repulsor means that Suspense can't even melee trade, and a fantastic push from Bag in the Fries into that position on Snipe. Takes down, I think, all of the players at one point or another, and now they're looking to roll that momentum and push through to Yard.
Zove onto Cammy again. I'm going to keep pointing out, because I feel like it's going to go one way, it feels. 40 to 35. Maybe Zove will be wiping the sweat off his brow after this one. Going the full distance. Suspense actually able to get away. Does have to tuck him. He's actually re-aggressing. Does get tucked into the corner. That nade doesn't flush him out as well. So Suspense finally shut down by Flubzo, but being a real thorn in the side of Zove. Zove doesn't get the pancake, but will find the kill. Last alive is Cammy, with his teammate spawning up elsewhere. Nothing they can do. He will fall. And now 44 to 35. This one's running away from Conspiracy. Bag in the Fries probably pretty fortunate, pretty glad that this one has extended a little bit further. This lead just a bit wider. Thrust won't help you. We'll just keep you alive, but delay the inevitable only so long. 45 to 38 now. Though he's trying to support his team and actually get shot from Cafe now. Robzo, though,
I think
with
bagging the
support.
fries there went on something like a 12 kill lead, 12 kill run, and only conceded like 2. That was a really fantastic set of plays there, and even though Conspiracy maybe looked like they had a sign of life just a second ago, it is gone and done and dusted. Bagging the fries just took over. Around that 30 kill mark, they just took that game over completely, and what was a close game for the first 30 kills was an absolutely dominant win for Bagging the Fries in the last 20. And, you know, what a series we've had there, but probably a lot closer than Bagging the Fries was hoping for.
Yeah, for sure. I think it was considerably closer. Not expecting it to go to all 5. And you know, they've made it to the grand final, the rematch, excuse me, against Imagine, but they did have to fight to get there. Very, very good job from Conspiracy, all things considered. Grand finals to be that winners final rematch. 3-0 for Imagine previously against Bag and the Fries, but we'll see if they're able to take at least a map off of Imagine. They need to really dial in like they did in map 3 compared to map 4. You know, against Conspiracy, it's Imagine. It's not Conspiracy. You can't really come in with an ego into that matchup, or even just trying to have a bit of fun. If you want to win this one, you need to be coming in and really just locking in that mental.
Yeah, to defeat Imagine, you need to be having your best day, and they maybe need to have a bit of an off day. So I guess we'll have to see whether that comes to fruition, because we're going to be going to a quick break, and when we get back, it will be your grand finals, as the final boss of EU Halo, Imagine, will be going up against Bag and the Fries, and we'll see you soon.
When it's coming at you like monsters in the night, and you feel the danger that makes you wanna hide. When the cards are stacked against you and you're standing on the edge, now's the time, now's the time. Think about all the dreams you keep inside. Think about all the ones you love. I know this beating heart will be my guide. I know that we can overcome. When the world's so cold and we're losing hope, I need her. When the darkness comes and we're overrun, yeah, I need her. That's when we need each other. 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 When you're falling faster and don't know where you are, you feel the danger closer than your heart. When the weight is getting heavy and the future is unsteady, close your eyes, close your eyes. Think about all the dreams you keep inside. Think about all the ones you love. I know this beating heart will be my guide. I know that we can overcome. When the world's so cold and we're losing hope, I need her. I need her. When the darkness comes and we're overrun, yeah, I need her. That's when we need
Killing
each other.
spree.
That's when we need each other.
Double kill.
That's when we need each other. That's when we need each other. That's when we need each other.
Double kill. Killing spree. Triple kill. Double kill. Triple kill. Reversal.
Running around like dollars in the wind. Bending over backwards just to let you in. I told you that one day ain't never enough. You tell me I hate you, I still call you up. If we don't got trust, we can never have love. I was putting in the hours, I was. But you were calling me a liar, 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 liar. I've been putting in the hours. And it's coming down to now and never. I was putting in the
Kill.
I'm sick of fighting the things that you said. I don't wanna burn all our bridges ahead. I'm tired of going to bed when you left me on red just to turn up the noise in my head. I told you that one day ain't never enough. You tell me I hate you, I still call you up. If we don't got trust, we can never have love. I was putting in the hours. You were calling me liar, 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 liar. I've been putting in the hours.
Double kill.
And it's coming down to now.
Double kill. Killing spree.
I was putting in the
Double kill. Killing spree. Enemy team nearing victory.
Go on, myself. I'm cold, steel stainless. My glass half full. Always said, don't suffer no fools. Serpents, daydream. I bite, you call me lovely. Got a sweet tooth. Gonna get the sugar from you. When they say I'm a machine gun, I take it as a compliment. Honey, you should know I can be a weapon.
Hello everyone and welcome back to the European Summer Clash Qualifier 1. My name is Hixie, I'm joined here by Seal. We have a grand final for you. It is Magin versus Bag in the Fries. As we probably expected earlier, right? These two teams are going to be the closest matchups, I imagine, not only for this qualifier but also for the next. Bag in the Fries, though, taken to a map 5 by Conspiracy. It was very, very close, I think one that neither of us expected. However, they are here.
Yeah, they are, and I think making this run probably not, a surprise, but as you say, maybe a bit of a surprise how they got here. And another team that's not going to be a surprise is Magin. I think could have just given them a bye all the way to the grand finals, to be honest, because they have basically always been on another level to the rest of EU Halo. I mean, these guys are the players who have been traveling to international lands. They've been scrimming with the best teams in the world. They definitely have a sort of level of experience that no other team in the region can really bring. However, that's not to say that Bagging the Fries aren't going to be able to give them a fight. We know from a little behind the scenes that Flubs was actually feeling very unwell in the previous series, and he's had to sort of bow out of this particular series. He's going to be having his place taken by Desire. Now, Desire can't score any points from winning this series because technically he's not playing it, but both teams agreed to it. The admins decided it was okay. So we do have a grand final on our hands, and I think the big question here is going to be whether or not Bagging the Fries can really make a dent in the titan that is Magin.
Yeah, and Desire maybe being a little bit of a spanner in the works, imagine as well. Who knows? It was a 3-0 earlier when they did have Flubzo. Maybe Desire can help out a little bit more, but we're just waiting for players to jump up in the lobby. It looks like we're waiting on the 2 remaining for Bagging the Fries. But if we look over to our map layout, or our series layout, should I say, CTF Aqua, where we're going to be starting off, Slayer Origin, Live Fire Strongholds, King of the Hill Recharge, and Slayer Streets. I think a pretty solid map pool for this grand finals. I'm pretty happy, even if it only goes to the first 3.
Yeah, I mean, Aqua CTF is a mode that I always enjoy watching. I especially enjoy watching Magin play. I think, in fact, EU's sort of top teams in general have always been good at Aqua CTF. I'm not really sure why, but just I remember all the way back to Season 1, I think it was Navi's best game type for a while. And then Quadrant has obviously had, was incredible. Well, Quadrant was most incredible at Stronghold, so they're also really good at Aqua CTF. And I think the sort of EU Halo teams, our top teams, often have this really aggressive play style. They're often very sort of mechanical and very in your face the way that they like to play, especially those of the French persuasion, which we do have 3 of on this team. These guys really like to get in your face, and Aqua is a map that rewards that. It's a map that rewards very quick, decisive gameplay, very aggressively pushing up that car side, taking control of the util and then the base. Generally wants to be done just through overwhelming pressure, and I think that's what these players on Magin that's the environment they thrive in, and I think we'll sort of get to see that a little bit on Aquarius.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, we're checking Infinity, just making sure everyone's being punctual, right? Thunderboy had some choice words of people not being punctual earlier, and now we've got to make sure everyone is actually going to be showing up. Of course they will be. We will have a grand finals coming up. We just have to wait. There we go. Right, Zove's in. Let's run it, boys. No time to dilly nor dally anymore. Grand finals to start very soon. Appreciate everyone's patience. And this series hopefully will be a little bit more of a competition compared to the earlier matchup in the winners final. Of course, like we said before, Desire subbing in for Flubzo, who's just a bit under the weather. So maybe Desire can add something new for Bagging the Fries to take this series a little bit deeper, to see if we can get to that King of the Hill recharge or that Slayer Streets would be kind of crazy. Maybe the others are just feeling a little gassed in Bagging the Fries. They came out of a best of 5 going all the way against Conspiracy. They're now coming into this one against the final boss, the big bad of EU. They are going to be loading into Aqua in this very moment. Aqua CTF to begin this grand finals. Like you said, a lot of reps for every player in this game on this map and mode. It's been in since the beginning, and it is very fast, very flashy. And like you said, a lot of players here that enjoy that kind of play style, so it's going to be a fun one, no doubt.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think the key things to remember if you are Bagging the Fries is that Magin are human. I myself called them a Titan earlier. We look at them as basically unbeatable, at least to anyone outside of you know, I think we do have some other, you know, EU teams that are going to other, you know, lands. Some that went to the recent DreamHack, and I'm not sure if they will be attending Stoke, but we often think that there's kind of like that tier of play that's just so far above the others that there's no chance of any of these teams winning. But Bag and the Fries are not strangers, you know, to this level of competition. I mean, Zove was, you know, the coach for Luminon, which was, you know, I think at least had SLG on it. I'm not sure if it actually had anyone else on this team, but the point is they got top 4 in the Worlds. Yeah, they got top 4 in the world at the World Championship. So it's not as if these players, you know, aren't familiar with what it takes to be on that level of play. And you know, as we're saying that Majin can bleed, we're seeing that happen. Actually, Ninja flies in, wins that 1v1, and he's got this flag on the go. He's already almost back to the base. He's gonna have to turn around though, fight SLG, get some shots onto him, keeps him weak, and hopefully the spawners can come through for Bag and the Fries very soon, and they can keep this flag on the run.
Yeah, Mighty's with a very good position. Seek actually to pick that one up. Mighty's just to grab that flag as soon as he gets the green light. Passes that one out down into blue courtyard. So she's just to run it down straight through mid. Desire weak. Flag return for Majin. So they're actually going to try and get a cap of their own. They're going to run this one pretty far already. Getting that G slide off is solid for SLG. Already up to your gen bridge. Looking like this one's going in. No questions asked. No one in Bag in the Fries to really contest, and already going to be potential to run another. They are actually running this one now down the pink side. And just no response from Bag in the Fries at all. Everyone out of position. Everyone spawning up. And this flag is just going to keep going. Desire maybe the closest to try and shut this one down. Able to find one. Zove with 2. But Bastos, this flag runner, is still untouched. He's just going to lock that one in. So 2 flag caps in very quick succession for Magic.
But the good news for Bag and the Fries is that they did manage to, you know, regain control of the map. They managed to get out. They managed to not just keep getting bullied into their base, but unfortunately with 3 players going down now, the camo in the hands of Bastos, that work that they put in to stop themselves from getting cycled has sort of gone to waste. Because Bastos didn't even need to get involved in that fight to get this flag on the run. Now we see Pantho and Ninja up into the enemy fridge, hoping maybe for an overextension, but Ninja will actually manage to get that flag touch, but it's 3 dead for Bag and the Fries. Zove is not going to be in any position to stop this flag from moving, as we see in the kill feed that Seeker picks up an overkill. He's 11 and 5 to start this game, as the 3rd flag goes in for Majin.
5 flags on Aqua, and definitely need it in this map because already 3 have been locked in. Nice killing spree there for Bastos as well. 11 to 6 for Seeker. Bastos looking to pick up another, but Seeker just finding a double. Always there to help out. Bastos will finally fall. But still, forward pressure from Majin. Looks like Street being opted by Bag and the Fries. P2 just going to be taken. Ooh, okay. A little bit of a teammate there. Mighty's trying to get aggressive. Seeker wanting to just lock off that push. But still, Seeker actually now having a bit of aggression of his own. He does have the help of SLG as well, so Zove caught with his pants down, back turn, but still able to stay up only for a moment. Pantho actually falls, so Zove's still up, and still being a nuisance is Desire as well. So Desire and Zove causing problems for Majin to really just halt that flagpole. Flag is still out, but it's getting returned. Does actually get picked up as well, so that one's still alive for Majin. You need this kill of your Seeker, really, because this flag is in a really precarious spot. Ninja avoids that nade damage. Is kind of crazy. I don't even know how he stays alive there, but the flag gets returned. SLG to be flushed out. Although he will find one for his troubles. Bastos with another, so things are... How Majin keeping this one up?
Yeah, heroic play there from Ninja to stop that flag from going in, but it still ends with his team 3 dead and him getting taken down. Like, it feels like everything that Bag and the Fries do requires such, like, effort in order to do what Majin kind of does on autopilot, you know? The Majin seem like they are just, by default, in control of the map, by default ready to run a flag. And Bag and the Fries have to just fight for every scrap that they can get their hands on, and so far they haven't managed to convert that into any flag caps of their own. Meanwhile, Majin still lead by 3 with 6 and 6, almost 7 minutes on the clock.
Nice double kill from Desire. Just warming up into this one. Gonna need to warm up a little bit quicker if you want to see the better side of Aqua CTF for you. Not a sticky nade, that one won't do any damage to Seeker, it will just whiz past him. Bastos just trying to play, again, a forward position. It's so difficult when you've got someone so skilled, so deep into your base, but he will get flushed out. 2 dead for Majin. Make that actually 3 as Mighty's final player alive. Will catch Desire on the fadeaway nade. Just going to try and take the route through bottom mid. Will get caught. So, nice job from Bag and the Fries to shut down all 4 of Majin, albeit somewhat segmented. Nice catch from Ninja as well. Zove to find one off screen means that 2 dead for Majin and flag being run. Mighty's with a nice nade with the help from SLG. The teamwork is pretty solid from Majin. Like you said, they make it look much more effortless than Bag and the Fries. Still not out of the woods.
Yeah, well, unfortunately, 3 going down on either side. But when you're the defender, those trades are good for you. You know, Bastos finds himself as the only one around, but he doesn't actually have to do a whole lot. All he has to do is make a little bit of space on the map. Pantho doesn't manage to touch that flag in time. Even if he had, Mighty's would have taken him down immediately. Mighty's finds a double kill, can't make it the triple, but he does get that player one-shot. Bastos should be good for the cleanup, and that's 4 dead for Bag and the Fries. And that flag is literally running the frame that 4 dead comes through.
SLG trying to lock this 4th flag in. Gonna do exactly that. Mighty's finding 2 kills as well. Bag and the Fries kind of limping into a defense again. Desire and Pantho need to work together to try and stop this final flag from going in. Imagine wanting to lock this one out quickly. Don't want to give any opportunity for Bag and the Fries to even get a single cap themselves. Flag's going to get returned though, but at the cost of 3. Ninja to fall as well means that another push can come in from Majin. It's just constant pressure on the throats of Bag and the Fries. Nice trade, at least from Bastos, recognizing that he's probably not going to get that kill after seeing the second player. So just opts for the trade is good enough when you've got such a big lead. Mighty's just checking his corners before chucking that flag out. Does spot Zove, so he doesn't want to chase down with it. As soon as he gets that kill, he's actually just going to wrap through and find another. Finds the double on P1. The flag going to be run down bottom mid now. You have the ability to throw it down there when you've got so many players, 4 Bag and the Fries dead. This flag going to be locked in with a nice little 360 from Mighty's. Means a solid 5-0 from Majin to take map 1.
Yeah, Majin really had no... maybe at the start looked like Bag and the Fries might be able to get a flag cap in. But after that, imagine there was no point where they looked like they were even exerting themselves in order to win that game. They just, like, as you said, they make it look easy. Imagine know that map like the back of their hands. They know each other like the back of their hands, and they're all so individually skilled that they just create the opportunities for themselves.
Yeah, I mean, look, Majin really showing. I know you had that whole segment about how they can bleed and that they aren't as immortal as we make them out to be, but they made it look bloody easy in that first map. It's just so difficult when you are feeling like you're trying everything and you're having to work so hard for it, and then you see exactly what you wanted be done so effortlessly on the other side.
Yeah, I think when you come into an Origin Slayer, the main difference with Origin to Aqua, well, aside from this being different maps, is that there's a lot more power on the map. Aqua just has camo, and if you don't get your hands on that camo, then you're pretty much out of luck for the next, 45 seconds or however long it takes you to kill it. Whereas Origin, you have a lot more choices you have to make. If, you can either commit to snipe or rockets, you can try and do both, but that can be a risky gambit. I think the way that you choose to play that situation is often interesting, because snipe is obviously capable of shutting down rockets, but if you can get those rockets early, you can then rotate over towards snipe and secure that sniper, you can get both. So I think here what I'm interested to see is whether or not Fries in the Bag is going to make an aggressive play towards one or the other and try and convert that into an advance on the map. It looks like snipe is going to be the call for Bag and the Fries. but they have given up the rockets. They take down Bastos, though, and Bagging the Fries are actually off to a pretty good start in this game. They've got the sniper rifle, and the rockets were down. They're probably going to pick them up as well. It sounds like they have, although they haven't managed to connect with them just yet. This could be a good start for Bagging the Fries if they can take advantage of these power items that they've secured.
Yeah, did sound like one rocket was expended. Ninja, oh god, back turned. Will get dropped. Zove with the final rocket to find Seeker, so that should be them done and dusted. 1 kill found, and in the favour of Bagging the Fries. So it's a solid start if you are Bagging the Fries. Pantho trying to get up close and personal with that sniper. Actually gets caught trying to run away as well. Bastos to drop Desire means that the push could come through onto Pantho. Bastos still running amok, just able to find another kill. Does get traded out, gets Zove incredibly weak, looking to get that trade. But still, has his teammates there. Nice stick comes through onto Seeker, but Desire does get chased down. So a trade comes from there. 12 to 11 now. Keeping this one very close, but the worry is when the power weapons are gone, are Magin just going to outfrag?
Yeah, I mean, even with the power weapons, it didn't feel like Bagging the Fries actually managed to get that much use out of them. The problem is, Magin are so aggressive, they put so much pressure on the map, it's very hard to actually snipe. However, you know, we were just saying that maybe the power weapons will be Bagging the Fries ticket into it. As soon as they're out of commission, Bagging the Fries actually has a really good set of slaves there. I think they closed that gap by 3 kills. And now they're looking to try and collapse in here. They do lose the first pick. They trade out, and Pantho is going to get a second. It was 1v1 on the map for just a second there. And Seeker is looking to sneak up behind Pantho. If he gets caught out here, it could be a dangerous situation. But Bastos and Seeker will get spotted by the teammates. But the cross-map shots from Mighties from the other side of the map will take them down and secure the lead for Magin. 3 kills in their favour now. But Desire taking down Seeker might stem the bleeding just a little.
Nice catch from Desire to find that second as well. 23 to 20. Still in Magin's favour, but trying to put on a good showing nonetheless. Are Bagging the Fries. SOG just wrapping through, trying to find someone. Will drop down Maze, and Pantho just gets caught out. He gets tagged, so he has the info. Just actually able to slip away, but Mighty's is there as well. A bit of a wasted rocket, but understandable from Mighty's position if he was as weak as he was, because he does get traded. So, better to use it than give it over. Just playing for this sniper now, our Magin, but it feels like they're kind of squished in a little box. It doesn't look comfortable for SLG, and he will get shut down. 2 players dead for Magin on that push from Bagging the Fries. Mighty's, though, able to be the light in the darkness, able to find one with that nade. Desire dropped, and suddenly the pressure's alleviated. Another for Mighty's, but too many players on his screen, too much to handle, and no one there to support, so he will inevitably fall.
Yeah, and more kills now going in favour of Bastos. The lead still isn't actually massive. We're hovering around the 30 kill mark for both teams. But Bastos with a sniper rifle is a very scary prospect, and Ninja goes down first, meaning that there's a good chance here that Magin are going to plan on getting aggressive going forward here. Panther gets taken down very easily, and Bastos still in a good position with this sniper rifle to put pressure on the spawners. He's actually going to back away from that spot, wants to put himself where maybe he won't be expected and someone will walk into his crosshairs.
Wise man once told me. Oh, God, okay. Nice shot. As I was saying, about an hour and a half ago, a wise man once told me that 30 to 30 around that area is pretty scary because one team starts to run away with it, and it looks like off the back of Bastos' crazy clips that Magin are the ones to run away. 40 to 31 now. Mighty's from massive vantage point, just able to shut down Desire. He's got a little bit of a rat spot up here. And finding 2 as well. Killing spree for him. This carbine just continues to find output. Reloading though, Pantho spotted, and will actually repeat for Mighty's to take some shots at. But still, just no one really trying to push this issue onto Mighty's, just so busy elsewhere. And this is now falling through their fingers. Bagging the Fries, excuse me, just struggling. Mighty's going for some crazy trick shots. A couple bags, and a few rocket shots. Trying to take down his team, and will actually kill Bastos coming into this one. 48 to 37. Pretty confident this one's going to get locked in. hence the team kill. Like to see the comms, or hear the comms, excuse me, from Bastos. Probably just confusion. That one's going to get locked in by Bastos himself. 50 to 39, solid showing from Majin in map 2 means that they are on series and event point for this weekend. Going to be looking to take this weekend's qualifier 1 for the Summer Clash in 3-0 fashion, unless Bag in the Fries can lock in.
Yeah, Mighty's just sort of sitting top rocks there and just shooting people. It kind of like it embodies how much map control Majin had there, because you're sat in probably the most exposed position on the map and not taking a single point of damage, and you're just able to do whatever you want, and that's just because Majin is so dominant on the map. They create so much space that Fries in the Bag just don't really have the opportunity to, because you're not looking at the guy who's up there, you're looking at the guy who's in your face. Meanwhile, the guy who's shooting you from cross map is the one who's actually going to kill you. Majin, so far this series, have just had complete control, and on the subject of control, we're now going to a Strongholds map. If Majin can play this like the previous one, we could be looking at like a 250 to 0.
Yeah. Look, it's pretty scary if you're Bag and the Fries, because, like you said, Majin have just looked so dominant in this series. Everything that Bag and the Fries have tried to do, Majin not only have done it better, they've done it easier. So it's going to be difficult to try and shut down when Majin are getting all on fire in this map. If they're getting a triple cap, if they're picking up that sniper and dipping down to bottom mid like SLG and finding whatever the hell that shot was, I'd love to see that from his POV. It's so difficult to try and shut him down. Desire able to get away only for a moment. The sniper shot won't kill him, but the teammate definitely will. Yeah, this feels like the beginning of the end for Bag and the Fries. They're going to need something crazy, some kind of world star multiple times against Majin to lock this one out from their grasp, because Majin are just coming with an absolute heater.
Yeah, I mean, it's bad enough as well to be down 2-0 in the fashion that they are, but now, unfortunately, you're playing Stronghold against SLG, who is pretty much the CEO of Strongholds. This guy was, you know, arguably the kind of architect behind the greatest Strongholds team in Halo history. And, you know, he's not just all brains either. The shot on this man is ridiculous, as he is just picking these guys off from such long range, getting that damage down. Mighty's cleaned it up, and I hope they enjoyed those 4 points that they got on the board, because SLG doesn't look like he wants to give them any more.
My god, yeah, he's just not missing. If it's not a kill, it's at least a body shot. That was the first miss he made, I believe, with that sniper, or at least that magazine. But 4 dead for a moment for Bag in the Fries, and triple cap again. I'd love to understand something as well as SOG understands Strongholds. It would be crazy to have that level of knowledge and understanding. This definitely isn't a gold lobby.
That is true. I think we can definitely agree on that, but it might be a gold medal for Majin if they can continue at the pace that they are. We're already closing on an 80 points for Majin. SLG's 4-1, Mighty's 8-4. Everyone on this team is just going crazy right now, and Seeker, I think, only goes down there because his QT ran out, but he's got Bastos coming straight through, and, you know, if Desire wins this 1v1, which he won't, that might have been a chance to put some more points on the board, but he doesn't win that because he's fighting Bastos, who is also just absolutely cracked. Seeker puts a double kill on the board elsewhere on the map, and it's just like, you can't even... You know, the Observer can't watch all of the stuff that Majin is doing that's making them win this game, because they're doing it everywhere on the map at the same time. And now they've got this camo as well. There's just no chance here for Fries in the Bag. At least not for a while. They have to break out of this cycle, but how do you do it when you keep getting killed off spawn?
It's just crazy. I mean, the fact that the Observer's struggling to find everything that Majin are doing right just is a testament to Majin. Individual brilliance, and then when you put them together, these guys just gel so well as a team that it's very, very difficult to take down. The region kings for a reason. Bastos to find a headshot onto Zove down in bottom mid. Just going to absolutely send himself up, try and get some mid-air shots. That's a crazy one from Bastos, looking for Zove's body as well. Will find the body, not the head, but able to convert with the bandit. Nets him the double kill he wanted. And now already pushing into A. He smells blood in the water, and he's just finding more. This sniper ringing true for Majin. Going for some 360s again. We've seen a couple FaZe Clan submissions earlier, and looks like Bastos wants to add to it.
Bastos was threatening a running riot then. I don't think... he was on a frenzy. I think he got 2 more after that. Maybe 3. So he wasn't far off a riot. And he seemed like he wanted it, but he didn't want it badly enough that he wasn't going to try and 360 no-scope someone. Because, yeah, I mean, we saw some sort of disrespectful play coming in from Bagging the Fries earlier when they were playing against... when they were playing against Conspiracy, but this isn't even disrespectful. This is just dominance. I mean, they're shooting each other. That's a little bit disrespectful, but the way Bastos is playing that was just pure confidence. There, he wasn't doing it to be disrespectful. He's doing it because he can. And now, with only about 10 seconds left in this game, Bagging the Fries, still 3 dead. Desire's going to have to make a hero play. It's not going to happen. And I'm not sure if they're going to have any other chances in this game. And now they're still fighting each other.
Mighty Bastos 1v1 is what I want to see. Yeah, SOG landing that stick to really just secure this one. GG's to Majin and Bag in the Fries, but it will be Majin taking it. I mean, it was near enough the 250-0 that you said. You did also say earlier, Seal, that enjoy those 4 points. That's all you're going to get. You weren't wrong. That is exactly all they got. They got that and just an absolute dumpster thrown on top of them. Frenzy for Bastos. Crazy double kill to come through to secure the frenzy as well. And he just played with pure confidence. Majin played with pure brilliance. And that is why they just 3-0 so quickly.
Yeah, Bastos is it's a different level to, and I mean, so is everyone on Majin. Unfortunately for Bagging the Fries, I think to get to that level, you have to have the experience that they have of playing at that international level. And while a few people on Bagging the Fries have been to these tournaments, you know, they played in the open bracket, they just haven't competed on the same level as Majin. And, you know, it always shows when Majin is playing because they are incredible. And that is going to be the tournament today, folks. Dominant win for Majin, which I don't think will come as a surprise. But Conspiracy breathing down the necks of Bagging the Fries. We could be seeing a bit of a shake-up in the power rankings of EU Halo. Yeah,
for sure. Conspiracy locking in 3rd place this weekend. Exactly like you said, it was much closer between them and Bag and the Fries than we maybe gave them credit for before we saw how that series ran through. Conspiracy maybe not next week, excuse me, in 2 weeks' time, could maybe get some things sorted and potentially be taking that series. It was very close. It felt like a coin flip in some games, in some moments, in which it could have been Conspiracy's 3-2 instead of the other way around. But that is everything we have done for today. Very, very good showing from everyone today. We had a really interesting matchup of Conspiracy versus Energized, just to break up the more, intense gameplay, I guess. I want to watch that series back. It was so strange. But as far as this weekend goes, Majin on top like we expected, Bagging the Fries 2nd, and Conspiracy securing 3rd. But we will have to see what these players can show up with in 2 weeks' time. Some of these players on Majin, I believe, are also going to Atlanta next weekend as well. So a little bit more Halo for them. But for us, we will be ending this off. My name has been Hixie. My name is Hixie, and it's been great fun to be here. I've been here with Seal. We've also had Wonderboy and Two Door. Thank you to production, of course, for today and for everyone in chat. But enjoy the rest of your weekend, and we will see you in a few weeks' time.
This feels a little too perfect how we are now. You think I throw a little caution, but I don't want this to change. Been waiting too long for a moment like this. Said that you won't leave, better off with me. The kind of feeling I can't explain, like how push towards the peace in the hearts. If it rains down all on us, drown out the noise, and I'll trust the mirror, mirror on the wall. Is it better? Watch me fall, broken up in pieces. Can you see me bleeding? Mirror, mirror, tell me please, if these broken memories are enough to break free. Will it take just slow?
Double kill. Double kill.
Each day I'm moving along with what fits best for taking me forward and back. It all I
Killing
know
spree.
still leads right through to the start of the end where the past can't chase us. You should stay for a while, disregard all the mess. If it's you and I will be okay. Like how it feels drenched in the